Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, and welcome to the final leg of the Lit Super Sevens Tour. It's been a fantastic season, this brand new competition, and the elite divisions will be decided today. But some warm-up games for you. It's a standalone men's open competition today here in Bury, and it's the hosts who will kick us off against the runners-up in the men's social competition across the legs. Previously, Fine Rugby now. Will Shepherd alongside me for this one. Sheps, thanks for being with us, and well, welcome to the Super Sevens Tour here at Bury St Edmunds.
Good morning, Wilf. Absolute pleasure to be here. Really looking forward to seeing the day unfold across the three competitions we've got here, and yeah, Bury with the opportunity to really assert themselves here at the top of the day and make everyone know that it's their club, their home ground.
Bury St Edmunds, of course, playing up in the national divisions in Rugby Union, but this is a side mainly of their second teamers, some younger boys as well, and they'll just be looking to play with some flair. It's Stephen Hurley, the big captain, who will get us underway. And Jack Rawlins in pursuit, but it's just in behind Errol Pearson, and Rawlins might be onto it. Good take from Bosch. And now Bosch skips away onto the outside, and it looks like Fine Rugby now are going to have the first say in this men's open. Into the corner goes Bosch on the outside of Hurley. And Luke Bosch has the opening score in this group that also includes the men's open champions, the Boone Beavers, and the Sappers as well, the Royal Engineers, who are playing over on pitch 3 at the moment. Fine Rugby now draw first blood here at the Bury Sevens. And they made that look rather simple, Will.
Well, it looked like a complete disaster from kick-off initially. No one getting under the ball from Fine Rugby now. Bury all out on the attack as they chase their own kick, and then no defence left as Bosch head down the wing, and it's going to be sucking the air in after that. It's a long run to start the day off.
We've got two men's open clashes. LU Sevens, of course, the social champions, who pipped Fine Rugby now to the post. They'll be taking on the Sappers' second side. They've had a bit of a mare this morning, the Sappers, with their travel, so we'll have to wait and see if that game unfolds. But it's a great take off the kick-off from Fine Rugby now. And it's flicked back onto the inside, and now Turner can find Pearson. Nice stepping from Richards, looking to get on the outside. He's got a man over, but he'll go himself. Little show and go. And Bury have been split open a second time in quick succession. And Fine Rugby now look like they're going to notch up an opening win here in the first game of the tournament if things stay as they are. Tough start to the day for the hosts. But again, just simple sevens really. And pace kills in this short format, and Richards has that in abundance, so good start to the day for him and for Fine Rugby now.
Yeah, two single player efforts there really. As he dance in front of the defence, unlock the hole, and then straight through. Nice opening couple of scores from Fine Rugby now.
Turner to chip it down range. Oh, it's straight out that time, so I think we're going to come back for a free kick on halfway, and a chance for Bury to express themselves for the first time.
It'll be good to see them finally on the ball and then wasting no time getting there for the quick tap.
Blair taps off the mark. Fine Rugby now, we're not back 10 metres, so the try scorer has just been yellow carded, and it's a chance for Bury here. They take it off the mark as Bowden just goes bouncing through his man. But a yellow card for the try scorer, and the door is open for Bury. And Josh Barnes will get us going. It's all the way to Barnes on the edge. Harry Barnes, that is, almost up to the 22. Still going, Barnes. Good leg drive for a diminutive man. And now a maul opening up on midfield. And it looks like Fine Rugby now have stripped it and are away on the outside. Nice offload through the contact. And now it's a foot race. Well, across comes Blair, but he's going to be beaten to the outside. What a fantastic finish. Fine Rugby now on the board for a third time, down to 6, but it made no difference. It's a second long-range effort and a third try of the game. Right under the post as well. Bit of a mountain for Bury to climb already in this game.
Three different try scorers, all of them with a huge amount of pace going in from range. And yeah, Bury really need to find a quick answer to this one, otherwise they are going to be finding themselves in familiar positions where they are right now, waiting to receive restarts from Fine Rugby now.
I do know for a fact that the shirt numbers for Fine Rugby now have gone a little bit awry. But regardless, try scored there by perhaps David Bofender or perhaps Kyra Richards, who may well have seen yellow. Judging off what we've seen of them across the tour so far, it's been tapped back by the captain Hurley, and now Bury have ball in hand. Bowden, nice ball over the top. Soft hands, one more should get them in behind. Nice work from Barnes. Contact taken inside the half. Bowden again, winds one up. Flat to the line, and here goes Hurley, bouncing through the first tackle of Pearson. Brought down in the end. Got to roll away there. Made a good effort there, so Bowden does have it. Oh, it just pops up off the toes of Josh Barnes. Again, good hands from Harry Barnes. What can Rawlins do on the edge? Beats the first defender, Rawlins. Takes two to bring him down in the end. And now they might have some numbers down this left-hand side. Matt Bowden again bumps off the first. Bowden through the third tackle. Great carry, and Bowden rumbles up to the 22. Wins himself a penalty as well. Quick tap from Josh Barnes, and the hosts are making good yards here as they search for their first try of the day. It's another yellow card. Not back 10. It's the same offence. They were done for the first time. Fine Rugby now. Well, this is much better from the hosts then, Will. Good to see them get rolling here.
Yeah, well, they get their hands on the ball. They're looking really good. I mean, Bowden absolutely relishing the contact. You love to see that in sevens. Going route one instead of always going for the space opportunity.
There had to be space somewhere, and Jack Rawlins found it on the outside. Known as Scrawlins by his teammates. And I think they were defending with 5 in that attack. But they are back to 6 now, Fine Rugby now. Still a man down. Stephen Hurley with a chance to put 7 on the board for Bury St Edmunds. Be some kick out, way out on this right-hand side. Regardless, though, on the board before half-time. Good to see. It's got the height, but not the distance. So it remains 21-5. Fine Rugby now will receive kick-off. There's only 4 of them on the field at the moment for Fine Rugby now. That can't be correct, but we're waving play on regardless, and they're short a few numbers here, Fine Rugby now, and this is surely an opportunity. Harry Barnes strolls in. It's David Bofender out there who's fuming that they were down to 4 players. They're still down to 5. That's still 1 less than they should have. And well, he's complaining to the Bury players, but it's not their fault at all, is it, Will, that Fine Rugby now were not organised enough there?
No, not at all. I mean, they saw the opening. Probably the easiest try anyone's ever going to score. Just nudging that one forward off the restart on the ground, and then no opposition offered from Fine Rugby now, and a second try for Bury.
At half-time then, Bury closed the gap. It's 21-12. They're just 2 scores in the game. Fine Rugby now with a bit of an organisational nightmare towards the end of that first half. 2 yellow cards in it have kept Bury in the fight. And this ragtag bunch of locals are very much in the fight in our first game of the Men's Open. Second half still to come here from the final leg of the Elite Super 7 Series, with the Elite Division reaching its climax on the horizon.
Here today as part of the Elite 7 Super Series, which this is the 5th and final event. Some great teams.
Will, after a fine start.
Yeah, I mean, there's letting people back into the game because you miss a tackle. There's letting people back into the game because having given up 2 players to the bin, you then start to play with 1 other player off the pitch as well. So back to 7. Let's see what they can do.
Big Billy McGrath with a tap back, and then it's flicked out the back door by the try scorer Barnes, but it goes to ground. Good pressure though from Bury. They've brought their man into touch, and it's going to be a scrum down for Fine Rugby now. It's not like Fine Rugby now to change their team sheet so close to kick-off, and unfortunately their numbers are not correct, so we shan't speculate on who's who in this game. We do have the Bury team because I was down on the touchline just before kick-off, making them turn around and dragging their shirt numbers from us. We'll be slightly more organised when it comes to the elite division, of course, and the ever-reliable LU Sevens up next on this pitch. We'll be taking on the Sappers in the men's open. For now it's Pearson whipping it to the open side. Fine Rugby now looking to strike again. Nice footwork in the midfield. Good tackle by Finn Blair. 2-on-2 here on the left-hand side. Fast feet again, but no way through for now. Direct carry, but across comes McGrath, looking to rip it away in contact. Instead, Fine Rugby now get it to ground. Looking for the little kick in behind as they're on the retreat. Big ball over the top, nice take, and some fast feet again, cutting on the inside. Offload through contact for their opening try scorer. Confident tackle, but the offload still away. Bury full of fire here as they push back Fine Rugby now. Finally a loose pass, maybe they can benefit. Who will it fall to here? Eventually it's back with Fine Rugby now. To the short side. 2-on-1 maybe. Blair with some defending to do, and he misses the tackle, and Fine Rugby now get away. Well, they were made to work really hard for that one, but some patience, Evans, and a little bit of ambition to take it down the short side, and they do have a 4th try, and they are going to make it 28-12 with a kick right under the sticks. Pretty well worked try from Fine Rugby now.
It was in the end, a bit frantic right in front of us here in the commentary box with some interesting offload choices, but managing by hook or by crook to get the ball over to that right-hand side and then beating the defence to go all the way. Nice try in the end.
Bit of a blow for Bury St Edmunds, who did so well to get back into the game in that second half. And here we are with another good kick-off, just hung up in the wind there, but a good take from McGrath. Bury do keep hold. Barnes. Well, moving it right to left. Now they might look to take them on. Oh dear. Well, that is a forward pass, I believe is the call. A tough one for Bury to take. Harry Barnes not particularly happy with that because he was through and away from the offload of Ben Brooks. Disappointing one for them, Will, and a tight call as well, must be said.
Yeah, the referee was well positioned though, but centre field on the 22 is not the place you want to be coughing up possession, not against Fine Rugby now with the way they've been attacking so far in this one. Well, when they've had 7 players on the pitch anyway.
Clean scrum, and they're weaving away to the open side, and they slip off the first tackle, and they're going to take it all the way into the corner, and they have a 5th try. 30 points on the board for Fine Rugby now, and I think that will confirm victory for them in their opening game of this men's open competition. One more men's open game to come after this, and then we're into the elite action all the way through till the afternoon. But some good rugby on show in the early hours of the final leg of the Lit Super 7 series. Of course, the big competition in London still to come on the 19th of July, but this is the final leg on the tour. That will be a standalone competition on the 19th, just like this men's open, which is a one and done. And Fine Rugby now will fancy themselves in a narrow pool. 2 sets of 4 is all she wrote, with the top 2 sides going straight through to semi-finals. Good take off the kick-off. Nice show and go to beat the first defender. And it's a popular move as well from the touchline. playing the 9 there, so another penalty. Harry Barnes almost away again. They're not taking this line down, the home side.
No, good to see there's still some fight in them. They obviously showed that promise towards the end of the second half. It's just a shame it takes them a few minutes to really get themselves into the game in each half. Moving forward now.
Billy McGrath takes 3 defenders to bring him down. And then a little snipe down the left-hand side. Might see Bury through. One more pass should do it. Offload goes to deck, but it does fall eventually back into the hands of Ben Cassidy, who I think has lost it there in the carry, and a penalty to boot. Gets Fine Rugby now out of trouble. And they might have time still for one more. Pearson winds it up. Lovely ball out wide. It's a 2-on-1 if they can use it. Flicked over the top. Another nice loose pass. Backwards says the referee. Oh, what a step to get round McGrath. He does well to recover. Bury looks stretched here. High press. Pearson with a strong carry through the contact. Nice offload. Again, off the left boot. They've broken through. Fine Rugby now will seal it. And that will be the game. So that is a opening win of the day for Fine Rugby now. Well, we've got an update on our second game, Will, as the LU7's team managers just shouted up to us here in the box.
Yeah, so Sappers are going to be here, but they're going to be wearing the LU change strip just to speed things up and make sure they get on the pitch in time to keep the day moving ahead.
I knew I heard that correctly this morning, so it's not the team that have had problems getting here, it's the kit man, I think, who's delayed. So the Sappers will be playing in the LU7's purple. What a kick-off, but just shy of that 10-metre. So still a chance in the meantime for Bury to get back underway, as LU7's will be looking to make a sharp debut in the Men's Open, having competed on the social season here at the Lit Super 7 Series. That's a fantastic ball through the contact there by Cassidy. Ball back on the inside though, evades Hurley, who puts in a massive shot, but the ball's still loose, and Fine Rugby now say that's enough of that. The physicality of Bury in the end, unable to overcome Fine Rugby now, despite some organisational shortcomings at the end of the first half. It's an opening win of this Men's Open standalone competition for Fine Rugby now, who will take on the Boom Beavers for a place in the semi-final later on today. Good opening game of the competition, Will. Some nice rugby, but more to come, I think, in terms of the sevens we'll see today.
Certainly, it's a really exciting day ahead with the women's elite and men's elite competitions reaching the pinnacle and finding out who will take the title. But, hope to see more from Bury on their home pitch, putting in maybe a few more points than they were able to on this occasion.
Up next, though, it's LU7's taking on the Sappers, who have got 2 sides in this Men's Open. They'll be playing in the LU7 spare kit, so all eyes on LU as they look to make it through to the latter stage of this Men's Open competition here at Bury St Edmunds. Next game live for you in just a few moments' time here in the final leg of the Lit Super 7 Series Tour.
Available on Android or Apple. Download Tourify and that will give you all the details you need. Starting now on pitch number 1. We have a Group B Men's Open game between the LU7s and the Sappers 2. Starting right now on pitch number 1 and on pitch number 2. Ongar 7s are taking on the Kaiviti Crusaders. That's over on pitch number 2. It's another Group B Men's Open match.
We're back then for another game from the Men's Open in the early hours of the Bury Sevens here. It's the social champions LU7s taking on the Sappers, a side full of flair, the military engineers. Kick-off from the captain, George Harris, taken cleanly on the 10, and Busby's going to get us rolling here. Here's Harris. Bunts on the short side, fast start for LU7s, with a missed pass, trying to pick out Busby. Finds the touchline and have a restart here. The Sappers with the first line out of the day. So LU7s in this group with the Carnegie Crusaders, based up in Leeds, as well as the Onga 7 side, a staple of the Lit Super 7 series this season, as well as last on the Lit 7s tour. LU7s, a growing institution. I think most people will agree they should have spent some time in the Men's Open already, and this is more their standard after winning the social competition ahead of Fine Rugby now. Sappers to the edge, Busby makes the shot and it flicks up for them, and it's Carl Bradbury putting it back on the inside. Oh, his pass has been put backwards. It's pinball on the far side. Finally it's down. Well, that could have spelt danger for LU7s. A loose offload from Bradbury, and fell kindly for the Sappers, who just couldn't keep a hold of it. Knocked backwards and then knocked on in the end. Elite competition gets underway at 10 o'clock this morning with a bit of action for the women's elite division, which is almost wrapped up. Shogun with a little bit more work to do. But for now, it's LU7s looking to make inroads in the Men's Open. Harris to the short side. Little hitch kick from Bradbury. Rendell. Nielsen, the Swedish international. Bunts. Busby's over, and now it's a race to the line. It's Ollie Brown this time. Covering tackle on Brown. Hint of a high tackle, but still Harris takes it forward. Bunts. Harris again. Nielsen. Bradbury caught with some good line speed by the Sappers, but there's a man over. Nielsen with the kick. I think it's going to evade Rawcliffe. Well, apologies to Ollie Brown on the short side. Is number 7 mistaken for number 2? He's had a good performance so far out on the wing, the Loughborough University man. But that kick through to Rawcliffe, one of the many former Henley College boys in this side. Just too much on it from Will Nielsen. Sappers with another line out. Let's see what they can do with a bit of possession. Well, not the perfect line out, but they'll take some contact. Straight over the ball goes Rendell. Penalty, LU7s. And Tom Rendell takes the tap. Nielsen. Bradbury. Rawcliffe. Direct. Straight over the ball go the Sappers in response. Good clear out. Harris to the short side. Winds up the big dummy. Doesn't beat his man. Again, crossfield kick is the call, but instead it's a little offload into the path of Busby, who plays a bit of football with the Sappers, but they do come away with it. Here we go then, one-on-one out wide. What we want to see this Sappers side. Oh, lovely offload through the contact. And here we go. Physical from Rawcliffe on the edge. He finds touch. Bradbury just looking to deflect it off the Sappers man. Instead we're back for a line out. Do take things very seriously, this LU7 side. Hence why their place in the Men's Open is well warranted. It's George Harris and his father who have set up most of this programme. They do a good job too with collecting young players, giving them an outlet to play in the summer season. But for now it's the Sappers putting in the fend and spinning away. Lift it over the top. Rawcliffe again with another try-saver. But good territory made by the Sappers, who nicked it off the line out. Asking a lot of Jake Rawcliffe on the far side. The big man to post out on the wing. Really good vibes behind us, where the elite sides are warming up ahead of their entrance to the competition at 10. This time a line-out's gone loose, but it did fall for LU, who have chipped it in behind. And now Will Nielsen is on the chase, and Nielsen puts in the shot. Sappers looking to get back, and they are going to have possession. But well, these hard-working young lads, the LU7s, have got back in great numbers, whereas the Sappers are still on the retreat.
No, I don't know. I haven't seen on the website.
Another turnover on the 22. Off goes George Harris, looking to catch the Sappers out. Bunts. Oh, again, the pass is off target. Brown was skating away, but it was forward, off the deck. That's another missed opportunity for LU Sevens. Still level here, can you believe it? In a game that they've been on top when they've had possession. Both sides a little bit careless with it in this men's open competition. The Sappers have two sides in the competition. I'm not sure what sort of quality level there is. I think they're very similar in both personnel and style of play, certainly. So they'll compete. They, of course, made it all the way to the final in their last appearance. In Oxford, they were beaten by Concord on that occasion. Good offload, turnover at the breakdown, and off goes Theo Lowe, and he will collapse over for the first score. And after all that, a very simple score. The breakdown, the set piece, sorry, goes awry again, this time for the Sappers. Lifted off the deck by Harris, who will look to take this kick as well. But Theo Lowe goes over. Another Loughborough man. Plays a bit of sevens for the Tropics as well. That sevens side. Oh, it bounces off the bar from Harris and wide. So 5 points apiece is all that have been scored in that first half. LU Sevens in front against the Sappers. And they'll be looking to cling on here with 7 minutes still to play in our second game of the Bury Sevens, the last leg of the Lit Super 7 Series Tour before the grand final in London.
Please do listen carefully. With the upward are the blue corporate registration Y15 LHK, that's 15 LHK, and the black gobble VT19 BHN, that's the black gold VT19 BHN. Would you please go back to your cars and move them and make sure you park them in the car park? They're currently on the way. So it's a Ford Fiesta in blue, YV15 LHK, and a black gold VT19 BHN. Would the owners please return to their vehicles and park them where they're supposed to be parked, at the car park? Thank you. If you are just joining us, the current game on pitch number 1 is between the LU Sevens and the Sappers 2. And then over on pitch number 2, it's currently 20 points to 0 for the Carnegie Crusaders. They're taking on Barbars Sevens. That's on pitch number 2. Second half.
Second game from the men's open competition live here at the Bury Sevens. It's the Sappers who'll kick us off. They trail by 5 after a big win for Fine Rugby. Now, the Carnegie Crusaders are 20 points up already in their first half game over on pitch 3. As some high line speed has Nielsen in a bit of bother for LU Sevens. That's a Group A game. So Fine Rugby now and the Carnegie Crusaders, the top sides in that pool. But a nice offload might open things up here for LU Sevens. What a tap tackle to deny Ollie Brown. It's a real treat to have a stadium announcer on the far side who's announcing the results on the pitches we can't see. Good to keep live updates as we try and track who may be champions in the Elite Division later on today. Sappers with another line out that is not straight. No contest, but in the sevens that doesn't matter. Nielsen with a tap. Harris on the wrap. Plays every minute for LU Sevens. Bassett steps off the left. Flicks it on the inside. Good take by Brown. Brown with Bassett in support. Harris. Again, the Sappers with a high press. Harris looks to get away, but he's wrapped up by white shirts. Damali Cooper lied. Oh, it's just beyond Brown. Carl Bassett chucks it into the touch. Former Lamb. Of course, they're off on their tour to South Africa, the Lambs at the moment. It's now at Cardiff Metropolitan University, like our very own Will Shepherd. Sappers will feed for now. Looking to get back into the game. Haven't really challenged LU7s in their own territory as of yet. Winding up a big old step and then looking to burst through the middle, but Simon wraps him up. Good offload. Sappers almost up the halfway. It's a double shot. Damali Cooper lied. Slips away from Nielsen. Good carry again. Got to be quick ball here for the Sappers. They do get it away. Little darts through and they break the line. Lofted over the top. Oh, almost an unbelievable grab. Instead, it's just knocked on. It's a little bit more like it from the Sappers. An entertaining side at every stage. That last pass just goes to ground. So LU7s will feed the scrum. They still have a narrow lead. Harris. Sappers put them under pressure and they win the penalty as well. They've just popped up at the scrum. It's a rare penalty to give away. But a good call from the ref. So Sappers with a bit of territory. LU7s trigger the press. Sappers take them on. Missed tackle. Try scored and they'll take the lead here. Too easy, really, for the Sappers there. It's a good step, but needed to be dealt with from close range. Comfortably through 6 or 7 sets of posts. And it's 7-5. Sappers take the lead here. Again, not been the best morning for them. Their kit man didn't turn up, so they're in the LU7 spares. And, well, I doubt they're comfortable with that decision at the moment, LU7s. Good sportsmanship, but they're still behind by 2. It's a good contest in the air. It comes back the way of the Sappers. It's just been knocked on by Tom Rendell, according to the referee. So Sappers have it, but that was a real coming together between 2 physical figures.
And at what time? So once again, can players and teams make sure they have downloaded the Tourify app to double check very carefully the times of their games and also...
Our next game is action for the women's elite competition. The Savvy Panthers, who have a hint of an outside shot in the tournament, will be taken to the field. But we're back in the men's open. First game for both these sides, and the Sappers are up by just 2 points. And they'll take it to the line. Good switch on the inside. The hole opened up, but it was put down. Referee looking to play advantage. And it's good to see the ARs look to be making an appearance. Haven't had any so far this morning. They're an important fixture of this Super Sevens tour, the assistant referees. I think they'll be back for the elite legs. As LU7s look to get back into the game. They led for the half-time interval, but haven't come out firing just yet. Harris again with the feed. Bradbury. A little hitch kick from Bassett and just puts boot to ball. Looking to free Ollie Brown. That's an excellent kick. If it just falls short of the touchline here. Oh, what a nudge. And what are the Sappers going to do from here? Right on their own try line. LU7s will look to keep them contained. Looking a little bit narrow for the moment. Damali Cooper lied the last man, so he's got to get across here. Here go the Sappers. Nice offload on the inside. Oh, forward is the call. That's a tough one. Perfectly in place with the pillar from our commentary box almost covering up that fine offload on the inside, but it was a forward pass. So it will be a scrum to the LU7s in a good position here. Harris again with the feed. He's got Bradbury in behind and batted outside with Brown on the edge. But the scrum is again a real mess, but Harris does get it away. Bassett. Brown. Caught. High press from the Sappers again. But Bassett on the inside. Looking to strip it away. He's done well to hold on. Bradbury. Theo Lowe, the try scorer for LU7s. Back into traffic. Harris over the top. Might open up here on the edge if they can find it out wide. Rendell puts on the handbrake. Basketball pass over the top. Sappers again with great line speed, but Harris has been hit hard. No penalty, says the referee. Harris has worn it well, and now Pat Bassett spots half a hole and races through to take the lead again. Carl Bassett, former county player at Devon as well, has got them in front. George Harris had to wear an almighty hit there. And right on the stroke of the final whistle, LU7s have taken it. 12-7 the final score. A late winner by Carl Bassett has rescued LU7s, and they'll taste victory in their opening game of the Men's Open. No time to take it all in, because we are moments away from our return to the elite category of the Lit Super 7 series. It's the Boom Beavers taking on the Akuma Savvy Panthers. Next game live here from pitch 1 at the Lit Super 7 series.
The first 4 games of our Green King IPA's Super 7 series tournament have been and gone. Some great stuff already played, lots more to look forward to. At 10 o'clock we've got 3 games, all in the women's elite competition. So on pitch number 1 here at 10 o'clock we have the Akuma Savvy Panthers taking on the Boom Beavers. That's in Group A. In Group B on pitch 2 we have, in the women's elite also, Oxfam Lightning taking on Shogun Rugby. And on pitch number 3, Hammerhead Sharks are taking on Vaquita Hammerheads. The battle of the big fish. That's on pitch number 3 at 10 o'clock. Once again, all the details of the games, your pitch down, how many points are scored, and where you're ranked in your groups. All of that's available on the Tornify app. So download the Tornify app, and you can keep a close abreast of what's happening here at Bury St Edmunds RFC. Remember, there's 30 teams taking part today, and we are going to be crowning the men and women's elite champions, and it's still open. It could still go either way in both competitions. So lots to play for, lots to look forward to. Once again, download the Tornify app to keep abreast of what's going on, but the women's elite competition is about to start now on pitches 1, 2 and 3.
So the Boom Beavers will kick us off here against the Akuma Savvy Panthers in our first game of the women's elite competition. Just chipped into the backfield, it's a good take. And the Savvy Panthers can go for the first time. Whipped inside by Lauren Ewing. Carried by Bella Lawn, back onto the inside come the Savvy Panthers, but good pressure from the Boom Beavers, forcing a little kick. And Ebyung with a chip through. Good race by the Boom Beavers to get back. Good pressure at the breakdown, but they spin away the Boom Beavers. And again, Akuma Savi Panthers, if they go all the way in this competition, do have a chance to catch Shogun if they slip up. But it's Shogun who lead the way in this competition. If they make it to the semi-finals, I believe they have sealed victory with the points they'll have accrued. But they can't worry about that for now. Both sides can just do all they can. And it's the Boom Beavers with a little pick and go to catch the Panthers unaware. And the Boom Beavers have scored the first try of the Elite Division here at the Lit Super 7 Series. Good start for the Beavers. Kept the Panthers contained, forced a kick. Textbook 15s in this limited format. Here come the Panthers, who've grown into this tour. Had a good performance in Shelford, a slightly better one still at Harpenden. And they've won a penalty as well. Fishing at the breakdown, but Charlotte Grace Mosca given the penalty, retreats back to the wing. Charlotte Grace Mosca, one to watch at number 12, had a fine Celestial Sevens with her university side. Scrum fed by Liv Taylor, pressure by the Boom Beavers. I think it's going to be a penalty advantage. Indeed, no, it's just a clean steal by the Beavers. They shift it right to left. First time of asking, they're going to take them on out wide. It's a good shot from Peters. Oh, on the roll though, she gets away. Finally brought down by Grace Mosca. Charlotte Grace Mosca again, forced to do some last-ditch defending, but this could be a second for the Beavers. In the end, they run it in rather simply. A couple of missed tackles have completely undone the Akuma savvy Panthers there, and they go 2 tries behind. And we've played all of this elite game deep inside the Akuma Savvy Panthers half. We've yet to really experience the Boom Beavers side of things. It's a dominant start for them. Boom Beavers to kick us off. It's a deeper kickoff this time, asking the Savvy Panthers to respond. Bit of acceleration from Lowry Davis. Good offload as well. A physical carry out wide. Big double shot stops the Panthers in their tracks. Penalty as well. Oh, indeed, it's just stopped for an injury on the far side. And unfortunately, Larry Davis has come off worse for wear from that contact. So we are going to have a short break in play while the injured player receives some attention. But it's a good start for the Boom Beavers. They lead by 2 tries with game to get back underway once the injured Panther receives the attention from in James Phillips in the box, as well as the Boom Beavers physios come across to help as well. We'll be back in just a few moments' time. So in this women's elite group, Group A, it's the Sally Panthers, the Boom Beavers, as well as 2 Vaquita Hammerhead sides, and the Lilian Amazons, who will back themselves to top the group after securing a victory at the Harpenden Sevens. Unfortunately, after not competing in the first leg, the Lilian Amazons are just a bit off the pace, but 34 points from 2 legs is very courageous an effort. But of course, Shogun are in the group with Hong Kong, which means the day could be decided pretty early if either of those 2 sides don't make the knockouts, alongside the Wild Dogs, the Wooden Spoon Marauders and Oxfam. We'll see a bit of the Wooden Spoon Marauders and the Wild Dogs in our next game. But it's good to see that the injured Panther can get back to her feet, and we'll be back underway with a scrum that should be in the possession of the Akuma Savvy Panthers. We will shortly get underway. Erin Bradley to feed the scrum. I'm not sure what the delay is now. I think it's there's a lit official on the field. I think just giving one of the Panthers players some attention. Just a bit of strapping. In fact, it was a bit of strapping being applied by the Savvy Panthers support staff. Finally, we're underway. Boom Beavers lead by 10. They've had all of the field possession so far in this game. But the Panthers looking to change that with a break down the right-hand side. But again, Mosca is wrapped up. Flying through the breakdown come the Boom Beavers. Swung in field by Peters. To the short side they go. But hunted down by Fedra Cox pretty comfortably there, and it's been turned over, and again the Boom Beavers win it back in a dangerous area, and it's Coolback racing away for a 3rd score. Millie Coolback, who swings the cartwheel in as well, per the instructions from the Merrifields box on the far side, where the men's side are situated, drinking in this fine performance. And it's 3 tries already that the Boom Beavers lead by. The Sammy Panthers just coughing up again inside their own half. And it's a good start for them. There'll be 15 points to the good at half-time. Good start for the Boom Beavers in a tough group that also includes the Hammerheads and the Lilian Amazons, the series defending champions, the Hammerheads, with an outside chance of defending their title, but they need to top the group and win their semi-final against one of Shogun's or Hong Kong if events go as expected. Boom Beavers looking to throw a spanner in the works and throw their hat in the ring for a championship title themselves. They lead at the break pretty convincingly after 3 unanswered scores. Can the Panthers respond and enjoy a little bit of territory inside the Boom Beavers half? We'll wait and see, with the second half still to come in our first game in the Elite Division here at the Lit Super 7 Series leg in Bury St Edmunds. Well, off we go then. Boom Beavers commanding lead by 3 tries, but finally some pressure applied by the Savvy Panthers. Good kick-off, good chase, and they've won the scrum. And maybe we will see the Panthers in action for the first time as the wind just picks up a little bit here in Bury St Edmunds in the overcast conditions. The sun did break through in our opening fixture, but it's vanished again behind the Suffolk clouds. A bit of rain is predicted. It's going to stay warm, so in all honesty, pretty perfect conditions for a bit of sevens. Keep themselves cool. Panthers come away with it. Off goes Eubing again. Mosca steps on the inside, takes on 2 defenders, looks to free the offload, but it's been knocked on. Good work in the tackle from the skipper, Chloe Broom, who does just enough to win it back for the Boom Beavers. Disappointing result after finally having possession. Close enough to the 22 of the Boom Beavers. It's lighting up behind us because Oxfam are taking on Shogun. I think they might have just taken the lead in that game, which would be a massive turnaround for the books. Oxfam's women's side against Shogun, the tournament leaders. Another knock-on in this game, though, is gifted a bit of possession to the Savvy Panthers, and they've got to use it. Trailing by 3 tries. It's not an inconceivable comeback, but it will be unless they get on the board pretty soon. We stay with the women's competition up next. The Wooden Spoon Marauders are in action. They'll be taking on the Wild Dogs, much improved in last week's performance in Harpenden in the Wild Dogs. Flashed across though, and a bit of acceleration on the outside might allow Sophie Peters to get away. Great cover from Vedra Cox again. But the Panthers will play with ball for a second phase for once. Taylor takes them on. Broom looking to rip it away. They've got to go to the short side. Oh, but instead it's opened up by Ponteth Yemo. Charlotte Grace Mosca. Broom over the ball. Big turnover for the Boom Beavers. Panthers all at sea here. Just unable to string together anything threatening this Boom Beavers defence. Eve Robinson, nice offload and a big fend. They're almost through here. Nice pass again off the floor, flicked out the back. Panthers do throw them to ground. Burns. Clovening. Cox onto the outside again. Little stutter step. Almost gets away. Fine tackle from Peters. Good battle out there on the wing. And then swept up by the Savvy Panthers. What a carry by Cuthbertson. Taylor. Early is the call. Indeed, it's swung out by Riddle. And then taken on by the Akuma Savvy Panthers again. Taylor to the open side. Oh, great stutter step. Margaret Cathia onto the outside, and Cathia is going to go to the length. Catherine will score for the Akuma Savvy Panthers. Might be a little bit too little too late. But they finally got on the board. There are changes in the offing for Boom Beavers, who were asked to do a lot of defending there, and then a transition attack that didn't go to plan. So some tired bodies out there. Maybe game on if the Akuma Savvy Panthers can score another. But they can't really afford any defeats if they want to keep their title ambitions alive. Another injury delay here on pitch 1. Let's get underway soon enough. Can't afford too many delays here. It's a relentless pace. This is the Super 7 series. Again, good to see though that the Boom Beaver is able to get back to her feet. She'll gingerly walk off the field. It's Eve Robinson. She's gone down hurt, but changes are made. Savvy Panthers kick us off. Taylor's kick is short, so it's going to be a free kick on the halfway line for the Boom Beavers, and one last chance for them to seal this contest. McDonald. McDonald looks to slip through herself. Broom there in support. Back to the short side, down goes Burns. Panthers win it back. Do they have time to turn this around? It's 15-5 as things stand. Taylor. Back into traffic. Chipped in behind. Oh, and it's going to bounce up here for the Panthers, surely. Little kick through again, and there's plenty of time if it can be dotted down here. Polyan Themo gets over. And suddenly, there's one try in it. The conversion here would put them within a score. It's 15-10 as things stand, but I'm not sure the Boom Beavers are going to have time here. We'll have to wait and see. Taylor with the kick. Off target. And there is still time for the Akuma Savvy Panthers to level it up here. Boom Beavers scored 3 in the first half, but since then it's been the Panthers who have come alive. Taylor to get us going. A try for either team here would be so consequential in this game and in their hopes for competing with Shogun right at the top of the series standings. Liv Taylor to get us going. It's an excellent kickoff. Taken by McDonald. Natal. Good offload through the contact. Boom Beavers know they can just keep a possession in hand here and they'll see the game out. But it's a good tackle by the Panthers out wide. Natal. Broom. Natal on the wraparound. Collision in midfield. Maisie Riddle brings her down. Still to the short side. Kuhlbeck has to pull it back. Knock on. Panthers have it back and they'll play with the advantage. Broom goes fishing for it. Penalty against her this time. 2 bites at the cherry. 1 too many for the referee. Here's Riddle. Chance for the Panthers to level it up, but they just ran out of space out wide for Lauren Ewing. Taylor steps off the right boot. Taylor to the edge. Burns looks to get across, but Taylor's going to get into the corner and score. And the Akuma Savvy Panthers have levelled it up with a kick still to come from as far away on the left-hand tram line as you can get. Great finish by Burns. And what a turnaround in the second half. We asked a question at the break, can the Savvy Panthers break into Boom Beavers territory? And a complete turnaround. We've spent the whole game down here. The kick won't find its target, but a game of 2 halves in the truest sense of the word. 15-0 at the break, 15-all the final score. Akuma Savvy Panthers scramble back to draw and keep their hopes of topping the Lit Super Sevens table alive. They need to top this group and be victorious in the semi-final as well. Long way to go here in our 3rd game of the Bury Sevens, the final leg of the Lit Super 7 series. Straight on to another game from the women's elite competition. Wooden Spoon Marauders are taking on the Wild Dogs. Both sides, unfortunately, out of the running when it comes to the series title itself, but they'd love to end their campaign on a victory ahead of the big showcase day down in London on the 19th of July. That's our next game live here at the Bury Sevens in the women's elite division.
We're now going to move on to the final first round game of the women's elite. It's going to be at 20 past 10 here on pitch number 1. It's the Group B game between Wild Dogs Alpha and the WS Marauders. It's the women's elite first group stage game from Group B here on pitch number 1. And then we have our first games in the men's elite competition. Over on pitch number 2, the British Army will be taking on Boom Beavers. That's on pitch number 2 at 20 past 10. And on pitch number 3, the Group A men's elite match-off between the Preseli Bathers and the Oxfam Nextlot. That's at 20 past 10 on pitch number 3. Once again, if you are looking for more details on where your team is playing, on what the current scores are, where your team stand within their group, download the Tourify app and then look for Lit Sevens Bury, and you will find the event. It's got loads of great information. Keep up to date on where you need to be. It's the Tournify app.
Another game from the Women's Elite competition. In the group that also includes Hong Kong and Shogun, as well as Oxfam, who have just taken on Shogun and put in a good performance. This is a must-win for both sides if they want to progress to the latter stages of the Bury Sevens in the Women's Elite division. Wild Dogs with a good take off the kickoff from the Marauders. What a ball on the inside, and what a start this could be for the Wild Dogs, the Alpha Pack. And they're going to go the length. My word, what a start. Fantastic take off the kickoff, great pace on the outside, lovely ball back in field, and well, suddenly Bobby Hayward has the chance to add 2 more on the board right at the start. Wooden Spoon Marauders a bit shocked. Will, what a start to the game.
Electric start, and I'm sure a declaration of things to come from this Alpha Pack side that the Wild Dogs have sent here. They're going to be good in both men's and women's, but perfect beginning to the game from them.
Well, the Wild Dogs second side down at the House of Hope Sevens in the women's competition, in that Women's Open, which is also brought to you live by Next Gen 15, of course. But their main side here, who have improved throughout the competition, like many of the women's sides, they're going to take on the Wooden Spoon Marauders. They had their best showing in Oxford Wooden Spoon when they were helped out by some of the Lilian Amazons players. And now stepping back into the inside goes Merrin Jones. And then a physical carry through the midfield. It's Jules Teague making great yards. Ball goes backwards. Wooden Spoon Marauders going the direct route. Straight over the ball go the Wild Dogs, but straight off their feet as well. Might open up here for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Kelsey with a carry. Slow ball for them. Oh, it's just on the toes of first receiver. It's been knocked on. And the Wild Dogs have it back. Will, you've had a bit of time to canvass your surroundings here at the Bury Sevens. What do you make of the setup? What do you make of the day to come?
I mean, it's a great club, this one here at Bury, isn't it? And the spectators and the teams really settling themselves in for the day to come. Lots of action across the different pitches. I think we are in for a treat.
Scrum to come from the Wild Dogs Alpha Pack. They've got a number of players in this side who are part of the original team that were first set up when Wild Dogs opened up their women's side. They're a tight-knit group, and they're on the attack here with a big fen and a lovely offload from Liv Almond to the outside channel, and we will have a second score, surely. What a finish it is in the end, and the Wild Dogs score another. Great finish, and a perfect start for the Wild Dogs. They go 2 from 2. Well, Will, that's another outstanding finish out wide. Good pressure from Wooden Spoon Marauders, but they just couldn't get there and make that final tackle. But we've seen it before. Boom Beavers went 15 up before half-time, and they were pegged back by Savvy Panthers. They've got to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, the trend of only playing in this half of the pitch continuing so far as we move into this match. And for Wosi making a really good effort by Marauders to try and get back and cover, but just not able to finish off the tackle. And good lead now for the Wild Dogs.
2 tries up. Hayward has the extras this time and will kick us off again. Straight down the throat of Merrin Jones, who's got great acceleration. Just about dug out by the Wooden Spoon Marauders and then chipped ahead. And the race is on here. But it's good work by Liv Almond to get back. Wild Dogs have it. Ellie O'Keefe, the opening try scorer, her pass is wayward. So we'll reset here. Good chase in the end from Ase and Efawose. for Woodensby Marauders. Little dink ahead. You can see the vision, but they've done well to win it back. So scrum to come from Woodensby Marauders, chance for them to get back in the game. Haven't seen a try down the far end since LU7 scored in the corner about 40 minutes ago. So maybe a chance for the Woodensby Marauders. Nina Coolidge. Pressure from the Wild Dogs, and another scrum penalty, second of the day. Rare in sevens, but a great opportunity this for the Wild Dogs, Will.
Yeah, looked like the Marauders were setting themselves up with a good platform there. And, well, soon as we say that, it could be a good chance for the Wild Dogs. They lose the ball forward. So Marauders getting a second bite of the cherry, second opportunity to set up a platform from the scrum.
Tapped by Taylor Ihlenfeld. This her 47th cap for the Wild Dogs. She's part of that original 12 from 2022. So she will reach her 50th cap today in the group stages. Well done, Taylor Ihlenfeld. But for now, it's the Wooden Spoon Marauders with a great pickup from the base of the scrum. A lovely offload. Here's Jones again, bursting through contact. Penalty as well for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. Quick tap. Oh, it's just behind Anifawose, and it's been knocked on there, and that's a shame. Penalty, though, bails them out here, Will. Big chance for the Wooden Spoon Marauders.
Yeah, great opportunity when you've made all of that ground. They've got the momentum behind them now. First opportunity in the 22 here. Options on both sides. They're going to stay on this left for now.
Back against the grain comes Jules Teague, and then nice work round the outside. Good take. Ase Onifawose slides into the corner. Try on the board for the Wooden Spoon Marauders, and they're back in the game. Lovely finish in the end. Good manipulation of the defence in close quarters. So a good try, and they're back in the contest, Will. First try down that end for a long old time as well. That kick is off target. Maybe a chance for them to level things up before the break. They need a try right under the sticks in order to do so. Well, soon there will be a kick-off. But short of some equipment at the moment. Nudged onto the field by the ball boy. And after going the full length, that's not exactly what you want when you're about to hit the kick-off, Will.
No, that is not. Good nudge by the ball boy. He could be pretty handy on a sevens field himself, but here we see Marauders get themselves ready. First restart from them of the game. They go long.
Teague puts plenty on it. Good take from Lawther in the backfield. And Lawther skips away from one and flicks an offload out the back door, which is put down by Ellie Fielden. But the Wild Dogs will have their blushes spared at half-time. They remain 12-5 ahead. Wooden Spoon Marauders back in the game with a late try right in the corner. 7 minutes still to come. Both sides, again, are too far gone in the chase of the Shoguns in the elite division here, but they're looking for their first win on the tour. And two sevens setups with storied histories. We'll be hoping to get deep into the Bury Sevens in the final leg of the Lit Super 7 series. Second half still to come. Kick-off to come here. The Wooden Spoon Marauders are kicking off deep here. Well, I do have a score correction for you. I called the last game as a draw between the Beavers and Akuma Sally Panthers, but it's actually the Boom Beavers who did nudge one of their conversions according to our official records of the Lit Super 7 staff. So it's actually a victory for the Boom Beavers and a good result for them after almost coughing it up here. For now though, it's the Wooden Spoon Marauders who are going to get back into the contest here against the Alpha Dogs. The Wild Dogs Alpha pack, but it's loose ball that's been coughed up for them. Hayward spills it, but off goes try scorer Rebecca Nasir, and Nasir almost through. Oh, breaks the tackle. It's going to be a second try for Rebecca Nasir. Recently took part in the Eastern Counties Division 2 Championship final, so local to the Suffolk scene. And Rebecca Nasir races away for a second score. A fine finisher, exactly what you need in the game of sevens, Will.
Really good strength from Sia to bust her way through the middle there, and then all the pace to burn to get under the sticks, although it's not meant that they've been able to add the extras you would have hoped they would have from that position.
So I'm under the impression that they trail by 2 points. Still though, or in fact, there was a Wild Dog score, so they're going to go 17-5 up against the Wooden Spoon Marauders. My mistake. As Ilan Fielden will take this kick-off. Fielden, it's chipped short, but too short. And it's going to be a chance for the Wooden Spoon Marauders for that rapid response. We move into the men's elite competition in our next game. It's a Shogun, their men's side, who have had so much success here at Bury St Edmunds, making their Super Sevens debut in this new Lit Sevens format. That knock-on is a bit unfortunate for the Wooden Spoon Marauders because it's a penalty as well to boot. Wild Dogs take it forward. Off goes Illenfeld. Down short of the 10-metre. Grant. O'Keefe. One-on-one. Taken down by Anifawase. Interception put down by Merrin Jones. Great read, but it's still the Wild Dogs in possession. Lawther crashes through the contact. Lawther finds an offload, but it doesn't stick. That game just came alive for a second there, Will.
Certainly did. That would have been a hell of an interception, really using her long levers to get up there in the line of play and nearly claw the ball in. Should have had 50 metres to go, but I reckon she could have done it. As it is, scrum, and it will be Marauders put in, so they do have the opportunity.
Wooden Spoon Marauders looking to get back in the game. Short line from the scrum, offload through the contact, almost an outrageous take from Onifawose. Instead it's been put down. Here goes O'Keefe, nice hands. Fielden to the edge. Lawther brought down by Jones. Doesn't roll away there though, doesn't make much of an effort to either. Penalty, and Fielden steps on the inside. Nice ball through the cap flap. Illenfeld. Ormond. One more should do it. And now it's a race into the corner. Philippa Grant will score for the Wild Dogs, and that should seal it. Nicely worked try. Wooden Spoon Marauders discipline, just letting them down there. And you were always backing the Wild Dogs Alpha Pack to get over from close range.
Yeah, I mean, their team setup there was ideal. That they didn't all go chasing after the ball. They were nice and spread, where the Marauders were a lot tighter and just worked it left to right and under for another score.
And that could be the game. The men's elite competition rolling on behind us. The British Army taking on Boom Beavers, but here on the main field, it's the Wild Dogs who are going to start their tournament with a win. Ellen Fielden with the kick again. Well, it's a devilish grubber, but it bounces up kindly on the 22 from Erin Jones. He looks to get away from Armand, but is wrapped up. Liv Armand with a big shot. Direct again from the Marauders, picked off by Ellen Fielden. One more maybe in the offing for the Wild Dogs. Grant. It's a short line run by Plunkett, put down, and the breakaway. Wooden Spoon Marauders. Chantel Williams is surely going to go the length. Under a bit of pressure from Armand, but Chantel Williams always the favourite. And the Leicester Tiger scores for the Wooden Spoon Marauders. It might just be the clock that beats them in the end, the Marauders. But they'll have a full set of 7 in the latter stages of the game. Well, we are still on here, Will. It's a closer game with that score, but I think the Wild Dogs may just hang on here.
Yeah, they've done enough in the first half and the way they came out after the break, but that was an excellent run there from Chantel Williams. Even if she did start to lose the pace a little bit as she neared the line, was able to get there, and something for the Marauders to take away from this game for sure.
Kick-off to come from the Wooden Spoon Marauders again. And Jules Teague with responsibility. Hangs it up really well. And it's into no man's land. And it's over the head of Lawther. Oh, it's the Spoons who almost get there first. But what a pick-up by Lawther. Knocked on is the call. Well, that almost worked out really well for them, Will.
It was a beautiful torpedo restart. Rare that you see one of those, and the idea of them is that it confuses the receiver underneath. Certainly did on that occasion, and could have ended up being a perfect assist for a try.
Chance for the Wooden Spoon Marauders to make this really interesting in our closing moments. Good pressure by the Wild Dogs at the scrum, but it's not legally done so. So a short line here for Maddie Head, turned away at the door. Teague wrestling with the defence. Another penalty, and I think a yellow card here. Just too many in this area. An accumulation. Sees a yellow card shown. Quick tap for Teague. I think it's Licia McCutcheon who's been sent off. To the edge. Good defence from the Wild Dogs, but it's not enough to keep out Pickett. Plays a rugby down in Sudbury, so again,
Only 1 or 2 in the last 5 years.
it's another score. And well,
Good though. I would do it more often.
that might just make things interesting here. The kicks off target.
You kind of wonder where that pressure, red zone pressure, had been all game. First chance that they'd got themselves to properly, or sorry, second chance to set themselves up in the 22, and same result as the first time around. They went over in the left-hand corner from it, so they can score from short range.
Not enough though to overtake the Wild Dogs here. It's another game, this time from the men's elite competition. The Wild Dogs back onto the field, and they'll be taking on Shogun, perennial winners, and they love it here down at Bury St Edmunds. Can they rack up another title at the Bury Sevens and upturn the apple cart when it comes to the final standings? Next game is Shogun taking on the Wild Dogs in the men's elite division.
20-11. Here on pitch number 1, we have Wild Dogs Alpha Pack taking on Shogun Rugby. That's in the men's elite competition. Shogun Rugby, one of 2 guest teams for today's event. That's Wild Dogs Alpha versus Shogun Rugby. They're taking part on pitch number 1. And then the Group B men's elite game between the Hong Kong China Dragons, who are currently 2nd overall. They do stand a chance of winning the entire series. And their first game of today is against the Stunts. That's at 20-11 on pitch number 2. And then on pitch number 3, also at 10:40, the Tsunami Assassins are taking on the Wooden Spoon Marauders. So Marauders versus Assassins. That's on pitch number 3 at 10:40. Once again, you can follow your team's progress on the Spotify app, which you can download on your phone. And I'll give you all the up-to-date scores and points.
So another game from the Bury Sevens, and it's perhaps the most successful side in the history of this long old Sevens tournament. It's Shogun, who have finally made an appearance on the Lit Super 7 series. And they're taking on the Wild Dogs Alpha Pack, who have steadily improved throughout the competition. They've put together a good side today. But Archie English alongside me, you've been on the tour all season. And this Shogun side, well, they're one of the best sides that's been put together for the whole competition.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are pretty good actually. The Shogun side, they're dominant all throughout. And but yeah, it's exciting to see them all of a sudden on the Lit Super Series. Obviously the winners last year, they've got a bit of a restructured team this year, so it's exciting to see some of the players throughout. Kick-off there from Rowan Frostwick.
Former GB Sevens player, and it's been tapped back for the Shogun, and they're off again in that black and white crisscross against the Wild Dogs in their white and grey shorts. And they're taking it on here through Jack Leggett in action at the Elite Sevens last week at Stafford, as lots of these players were. And look how wide they are. Can they find the edge? Nice offload off the deck. Reader. Oh, Reader's away. Straight through he goes. Freddie Reader for the first score. Shogun have opened up their account early here. Great finish. And well, that's a tough start for the Wild Dogs, who again have put together a really strong team here this afternoon, but Reader just exposed the space. And I've got to say that this Shogun side, they are a serious outfit. Their women's team, of course, are topping the table going into the final round here at Bury. Wild Dogs are just out of the competition, unfortunately. They can't chase down the likes of the British Army, Hong Kong, or the Hammerheads, who are all looking to compete at the top end of this table. We'll keep you up to date with all the comings and goings. For now, though, in our opening game of the men's elite competition live here on pitch 1, Shogun with an early lead, and Xander Walls taps it back, and it's just been knocked down by Nasa Kinilau. And it's Xander Walls whips it away. Big step off the left boot from Adam McLean. Oh, high tackle from Petrosi. Harsh call, but Rowan Frostwick taps and goes. Oh, it's a strong carry by Sam Wansworth, and he gets the offload away for Walls. Walls frees the hands. Away goes Asia Perez, the Spanish international. Laid back for Shogun, and Reader whips it off the deck. McLean with a big pass left to right. Leggett with a goose step, looking to go on the outside of Sean Ingle. But the German international wraps him up. Crashing over goes Jack Leggett for a second try. Shogun score another, but my word, Archie, they were made to work for that one.
Yeah, they would dance around a bit. The offloads there were nice through Shogun on the left side as well. But yeah, it was exciting to see. The Wild Dogs guys just seem to fall apart on the edges. They need to tighten up, I think, going into the D set. But everything else is Shogun. Just seems to be the Shogun show today.
They are a strong old side, and their women's team, of course, have been dominant on the series. Lost to the Lilian, lost to Hong Kong in the semi-final last time out at Harpenden, and that allowed the Lilian Amazons to win their first leg of the tour. But other than that, it's been all Shogun. But in the men's competition, could be going the same way here at Bury St Edmunds. They were champions of the Super Series before it was combined with Lit last season, and they were victorious here at Bury St Edmunds, beating Germany. Up goes Light, and it's been tapped off by Shogun. Kinilau off the deck, what a ball. Here's Josh Law. Law to the outside. Law puts in the fend. Good chop tackle by Frostwick, but he gets the offload away. And Ali Reid, the co-captain this afternoon, and in this morning session, scoring for the Wild Dogs. Up went Jamie Light. Very successful personal trainer, hails from this region as well. Just North Essex. And Kinilau it fell to, flicked it off the deck. He was playing alongside the likes of Petrosi and Ali Reid at the Elite Sevens last week. And it is Reid with the kick. Wide of the upright, certainly had the legs. But good response from the Wild Dogs, and it's game on here, Archie.
It's pretty game on. I still think, kickoffs are key, and Shogun seem to be setting nice and early with the front forward. So they've got a lifter on the left side. But it'll be exciting to see him on the first kickoff for Wild Dogs. But yeah, I'm excited to see what more Shogun can offer, to be honest.
Reid hangs it up. Good lift. Freddie Reader with the take. Good work from Zender Walls. Frostwick, leg it. Looking to bounce off his man. Good defence from the Wild Dogs, but too eager from Ali Reid. Good high press from Petrosi, but Shogun getting away. Look at the pace from Adam McLean. Great acceleration. And Shogun have a third. Goodness, the game just getting away from Wild Dogs. Adam McLean with the score. And he'll look to add his own extras here. Oh, what a performance in this first half. Archie from Shogun. Kick-off target, but still fantastic work from McLean.
Yeah, it's great. As he said before, the whip for the lift on the left side as well, or the left side of the pitch for us, but the right side of the pitch. But yeah, no, a great another kick-off for Frosty. Frostwick has gone for the right side now. It's exciting to see if they can get up for it.
Good contest again from Shogun, but it's almost Kinnakinalau's ball. Said Shogun keep a hold. Here is Perez. Perez taken down by Petrosi. Looks to rip it away on the 22, does well to dislodge possession, but McLean keeps a hold. Over goes Freddie Reader. Dug out by Perez. It's just beyond Frostwick there. Bit of a mix-up. And it's been snaffled up by the Wild Dogs, but a knock-on there. Well, Miguel Reyna just coming together there with Froswick, and almost a mistake, a rare one from Shogun, but they get it back in the end.
It was rare. I think they were looking for that switch, weren't they? So Frostwick was looking to get that on, but I think it was miscommunication in the middle of the park there. I thought he was going to pass it to himself, to be honest with you.
Could have just done the little flick dummy, but instead it's a scrum, and it pops out again for Rowan Frostwick. To the short side goes Reader, looking for his second score. Great turnover. Fantastic work on the deck, and off goes Kinnikinnilau. Showing the dummy, lifting it up for Petrosi, coming together with the referee. Lily lofts it over the top. Good grab from the sky by Ali Reid. And on the edge is Josh Law. Lily. Jamie Light. Big step off the left boot. Looking to get through Xander Walls. Flung back inside. Petrosi does keep a hold and releases to get the offload away. Kinnikinnilau again flicks it back. Bit of space here for Aitken. Aitken bumping through two defenders. Good counter-ruck from the Shogun. Eventually Petrosi gets it away. Kinnikinnilau steps off the right. Nasser Kinnikinnilau beats the last defender. And the Wild Dogs have a second score right under the post. Nasser Kinnikinnilau has been on the Sevens circuit longer than either of us have been alive, I'm fairly certain, Archie, but he is an absolute goat of the game. On his relevant honours sheet, that's all they call him as well, the GOAT, the greatest of all time. And on half-time, he has got the Wild Dogs back into the contest. Kinnikinnilau with a fantastic little run. Nice offload from Luca Petrosi as well. And it's game on here. The Shoguns have come to turn it over, but they are not having it all their way.
Yeah, it's exciting to see. High fives all round in the Wild Dogs camp. I think they'll be happy with that first half, definitely. I think you might have rustled a couple Shogun feathers going into the second half, hopefully.
Yeah, Wild Dogs had a great tournament down in Harpenden. Shogun have turned up for their first leg of the Lit Super 7 series, looking to compete from the very start. Second half still to come here in our first game for the men's elite competition here at the Bury Sevens.
The cars are currently parked in a restricted area, and if you don't collect them and move them within the next 20 minutes, I've been informed they will be towed. So, for the owners of the full Forest Green Blue YD15 LHK and Black Gold BT19 BHN, please return to your cars and move them straight back. Otherwise, they're going to be towed for the next 20 minutes.
Or is he starting it and is it an apprenticeship?
No. So he was going to do the degree, but through the year he's decided actually to get a job. I don't want it, which he was trying to get before he went to university.
Remind me what he was computer science.
No, he changed it to engineering.
Right.
Now he's got an apprenticeship with McDonald, a good big engineering company in Cambridge, doing engineering. And he'll get a degree as well.
So where will he study? Where will he part-time? Where will he study? In Cambridge?
No, he's actually in London.
It's going to be kick-off for the Wild Dogs. Shogun need to get things going here. Wild Dogs are set and ready. Sort of South African-based Sevens side. That's certainly the idea of the Wild Dogs. They play with the spirit of South Africa. Their shirts are adorned with various Afrikaans phrases and sayings alongside their numbers. And it will be Ali Reid who will kick us off. Shogun flat to the line. I'll look to get another lift. Arch English alongside me for this game. And it's 17-12 that the Shogun lead. But that's an opportunity gifted to them, really, Archie. You can't afford to do that against the Shoguns.
No, definitely not. Look, they thrive on different opportunities like that. Sorry. So it'll be exciting to see. Oh, he got Eton up there.
Rayner taking on Kinikinelau. Spanish international to the short side, interception, and off we go. There's cover for Shogun, so they'll have to fling it back inside. Lovely shape on that pass, but the bounce is undone light. That's not fair. The bounce of the ball rarely is, but it's Wild Dogs now with a bit in their teeth. Off goes Jamie Light. Oh, just bumps off Frostwick, but there's cover again for Shogun. Petrozzi, long ball over the top, and here goes Kinikinelau. Petrozzi on the wrap, looking to get on the outside, and the Wild Dogs surely are going to level things up here. Ushered into the corner by Adam Hall.
So yeah,
but that's 17 apiece by my book. Oh dear, I think it's been a forward pass. Back on the 22, 22 dropout it was called. He was forced off here. Petrozzi complains to the AR, the whistle's gone. I think it was a forward pass. So we're going to have to come back for a scrum. Well, that was a bit mad there. I can't believe that it wasn't a finish in the corner. There we go. So the call was forward pass by the AR. He let the play continue. Petrozzi thought that he had been ushered into touch, which he did not agree with. So Shogun took the 22 quickly, but they've got to be pegged back here for a scrum. And everyone can take a breath. For the first time in its second half, Archie. What a start for the Wild Dogs.
Great start for Wild Dogs. The energy in that camp must be pretty high at the moment. I mean, that's pretty gutting, to be honest with you. I'd be pretty happy, or gutted if I was in that Wild Dogs team right now to put up a lovely try like that and then end up in a Shogun scrum.
17-12 it remains, 5 points in it here between Shogun and the Wild Dogs, who throughout the series have grown into a much better side. What an offload to find Frostwick. Not sure how they got it away there, but Frostwick's making great yards. Stepping back inside goes Jon Geberos, another Spanish international. Direct from Shogun, and they break through again. Alex Garrett. Try score for the Shogun. Garrett goes over. It's a big physical figure in midfield. And from one end to the other, Wild Dogs thought they'd levelled it up, but now they go 22-12 behind with a kick still to come. Disappointing for the Wild Dogs, Archie.
Yeah, I mean, great second half start for them. Just a bit disappointing. Obviously lost a try down the end, and now they've just had one against them. I couldn't think of the word. But no, yeah, I'm a bit lost for words still on the decision there, to be honest with you, on the forward pass. So I'm a bit confused on that.
I'm not even sure which pass it was that was forward, but the AR spotted it and he was in a good position to do so. Frostwick adds the extras. It's 24-12 now. Wild Dogs need to shape up here. Deep kickoff. Well taken. Big step off the left boot and a big fend as well. Strong carry by Alex Eton.
when you sort of say things like, well, no, that's not.
Direct again from Dan Lilly, and he wins the penalty. And here goes Lilly, skipping away. Well, he's put them under pressure there, but fantastic work to evade from George Williams. Stanton, dragged down by Rayner. Oh, it's been spilled, and here goes Shogun. Frostwick to deck, but they're under pressure here. Rayner, Alex Garrett, flings it over the top. What a ball from Garrett to send them on their way.
Oh, he tripped himself.
Oh, he's just gone down in the turf, but Geberos back to feet, swinging away from line. Goodness me, a run-in for Joan Gebreros, the Spanish international, put in by Garrett. What a ball over the top. But yeah, someone in the trees brought him down.
Sniper had him there. He managed to get up there and carry on going. But yeah, he made that very difficult for himself.
I think that's just about sealed it then for Shogun. More action for the men's elite competition. It's the Godfathers who have the hint of an outside chance of still contesting at the top of the table in the next game. They're going to take on the Kaviti Rugby Academy in a game that they'll back themselves to win. And then we return to the men's open where Bury St Edmunds are back on the field, the home side. Here comes Shogun, who may have sealed it with that win, with that last score, sorry, but the kick hasn't gone 10 yards, so a chance for the Wild Dogs to finish the game with a flurry. It's a good performance from the Wild Dogs. Again, they've grown so well into this series. Here goes Williams. Williams! Oh, he's through! Williams is going to race away to score. He's got Rayner in pursuit, but Williams will dot it down. His official height on the Wild Dogs team sheet, just 5'6". He's got a few more inches on that, but who needs height when you have rip-roaring pace like that to skirt through the midfield? And it's a score for the Wild Dogs. 24-17. It remains, so more than a score needed, unfortunately. Converted one. Might just level it up. But it's a big ask against this impressive Wild Dog side. Substitution being made, so time off for now. And we're missing a ball at the moment. It's in the palms of Eton. And now the try scorer, George Williams. And what a game it's been. What introduction to the men's elite division for Shogun. Ali Reid, fantastic kickoff. And it's just been taken out of the sky. Eton on the wrap, trying to turn it over. Quickly over the ball, fantastic turnover by Josh Pascal Reynolds. Eton, Williams. Take the space is the call from the touchline, but Williams gets it on the wraparound because Shogun are hunting. Little dab in behind. Ingle. Oh, Garrett gets away. Here is Garrett, weaving inside and out. Flicks it off the deck as well. Oh, and it might be a breakaway for Shogun. What a carry that is by Josh Golden Clark. And he's back to his feet here. It's going to be a second score for the Spanish international, I believe it is, Joan Gebreros. What an offload by Golden Clark. Active on the series already. Back at the Manor Sevens in the men's open. He's made his return to the Super 7 series and sealed it for Shogun. But what a game. Archie, the rugby of the highest quality, exactly what we've come to expect from the elite division on the lit Super 7 circuit.
Yeah, that was an exciting game. Obviously, that was for me first game watched today, and yeah, that was high class. Hopefully, throughout the day, it's going to be exactly like that. I'd be pretty excited if I was watching as well.
More elite rugby up next. The Godfathers take on Kaviti Rugby Academy. I leave you in the capable hands of Will Shepherd and Archie English for that one. Next game live here at the Bury Sevens, the final leg of the Lit Super 7 series.
And then we also have a lot of great places and go and get some beautiful food just at the top. The Sappers pig roast,
As in welfare sort of
pizzas,
coach.
Tony's answers,
Yeah. So
Green
you've
King
got
have their own
to
bar, and there's even
we're talking. No,
fancy party being currently set up at the fancy about. Now, the next 3 games taking part at 11 o'clock. On pitch number 1 we have the Godfathers. That's the Godfathers, a charity-based team raising money for young people suffering with cancer.
And I said to
The
her,
Godfathers are taking on Kaviti
job
Rugby Academy,
are on repeating lead time.
Fijian only rugby academy here in the UK.
And
So that's on pitch number 1, the Godfathers versus Preseli Rugby Academy UK. Pitch 2, we have Apache taking on the Royal Air Force, another of our fixed teams for today's
they're willing
elite
to give it to
competition.
me, knowing
And
I'm
finally
a
on pitch 3,
reason
we have the Vaquita Hammerheads.
Just waiting for the final assistant referee to jog his way over to this near touchline before we get ourselves underway in this next men's elite game in the competition. It's Godfathers with the restart, sending the ball high into the sky towards Kaviti Rugby Academy, who spill it backwards and it ends up in Godfathers' hands, and they are straight on the attack, although that is a huge counter tackle and just what Kaviti needed to stop that promising attack from Godfathers, scoring right from the off. They're back outside the 22 now, Godfathers, and they're going to have to work their way back to the left. Just keeping that ball alive rather than going into the ruck, and a little bit of confusion in midfield, but it might well work out for them out the back door. And deciding to go for contact rather than spreading it over to his winger. Now they're just about to run out of space and end up throwing the ball into Kaviti's hands, who will look to come back at them. They just need to get their line organised themselves. Over to that far side now and just slowing things a little bit. Not for the first time in this game. Only a couple of minutes in we see a player lifted off the ground but returned to, returned safely. It's good to see, and then the tackle beaten here, and cool as the support comes in from Derry Duadua, and he is going to go up towards the 22. Seatbelt tackle on him there, so penalty to Kaviti Rugby Academy and a yellow card shown. That looks to be Cole, who's heading towards the side there. Is it Martindale? So either way, it is Godfathers reduced to 6 men for the next 2 minutes, and Kaviti calling for the scrum. Promising position here for them.
Yeah, it's exciting. I think the first minute of this game dictate the rest of the, well, set the tone for the rest of the game, I think. So there's big bangs, big hits and a lot of flare passes, so I think it's going to be exciting. It is at the moment. My heart rate's pounding, to be fair.
Flair, physicality and a bit of pace, that's what we want in Sevens rugby. And here they go through Wate Cooley. There's a huge amount of strength flung over to this left-hand side. There was a bit of an overlap, but the step in and the weave out, and it's going to be the opening score of the game. Waisaki Laulaba is the man to go over for Kaviti Rugby Academy. First points on the board, and the kick to come.
Turn the defender inside out there. That was exciting to see. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see the rest of this game. This is actually, I'm absolutely love this at the moment. The Wild Dogs need this win though, because I think they can keep in contention for the series win, because it's really close at the moment, which I haven't seen as tight before, because it's anyone's tournament, this one. So kick to the wits. Yeah, just on the left side.
Yeah, kick just not coming round enough in the wind. It nearly did, but a 5-0 lead for Kaviti Rugby Academy a few minutes into this one. And standing in centre field, it's Ballet Solomone who will put in the restart towards the 22. Godfathers started off very strongly on their own kick. Now they've got a little bit further to go. Kind of ran out of ideas in their first possession. It's tough to keep your mind on exactly what you want to do when you've got 7 big Fijians bearing down on you, all eager to put in a massive hit. And just see him weaving out of that one there. Godfathers now with a lot of space, but they need to avoid getting themselves isolated through Finley Davis on this right-hand side. He's done well to hold himself up there, but he is taken over towards the touchline, and the flag does go up. So a big tackle coming in from Sekopi Korulevu is going to force our first line out of the game.
Ref calling it to speed up a little bit there. They're taking a bit of time, aren't they, to make all their substitutions. Still arguing over. There we go. Still getting them to go. Look a bit confused, all of them, to be honest with you. No one knows really what to do.
It's quite good game management this from Kaviti Rugby Academy. They got the lead. They then took a fair bit of time taking the conversion, and then again on this line out gives themselves a chance to a real breather, make some subs. Look at that step. Impossible to work out which way Pauliasidao was going to jink next, but penalty is given to Godfathers. So inside Kaviti territory with 4 players to the right-hand side. The opportunity to set something up. It's Davis again, bearing down on a 22 and a great offload, and this will be the opening score for the Godfathers. Luca Holloway in under the posts, and that positioning means they are likely to take the lead here. With Kaviti Rugby Academy only have added the 5 on their score. Really nice try, that one.
It was a great try. The offloads moving around, moving the ball. They're moving the defence really nicely now, and I think they've definitely got into the feel a bit more of when they did on the first kick-off. They need to just starve the Kaviti team of the ball, because they're killing themselves by staying not in possession at all, and they're just giving the other team more opportunities, Godfathers are. So they need to just hold into that ball and then move it a bit further, which they're just doing well when they have the opportunity to.
Putting their bodies on the line to get that score. Martindale got absolutely sandwiched by 2 of the defenders. Still got the offload away. Davis then the man to fire through the middle and set up the try-scoring run. Again, big step from Dow. The show and go, and then straight up the middle, easy as you like here. And it's going to be a very comfortable run-in over the line. So a second score for Kaviti Rugby Academy, this time from Ted Matter. Fairly similar position to the first one, so they'll hope maybe a little bit further in. They'll hope to be able to add the extras on this occasion. 10-7 right now. Becomes 12-7 to the Academy at half-time. So 2 scores from Kaviti Rugby Academy, just the one from the Godfathers. That second one there worked beautifully, straight up the middle.
Straight up the guts. No doubt, he just put his head down and went. No show and slow there, it was a show and go, that was class. Yeah, he gassed it all the way through. I thought he was going to be caught around the 22. Can't remember who the chaser was in defence, but no, yeah, it's exciting to see. So this game's very close, which again, it's all physical, all good rugby, and there's a lot of flair going on in this game so far, which is exciting to see. But yeah.
Godfathers 7, Kaviti Rugby Academy 12 at half-time.
Three games currently taking place on pitches 1, 2 and 3. Here on pitch 1 we've got the Godfathers taking on Kaviti Rugby Academy. Kaviti Rugby Academy in the light blue. We also have on pitch 2 Apache taking on the Royal Air Force. That's on pitch number 2. And on pitch number 3, Vaquita Hammerheads in search of a series championship taking on Vaquita Fiji Warriors. Don't forget you can follow your team on the Tournify app. Just download it on Android or Apple. Go to your app store, download it, and that will give you all the Oxford scores, standings, and all the details of what time your team play around the world. Second half of that kick-off. These games are all part of the men's elite competition. Which will be decided
Godfathers
today.
7, Kaviti Rugby Academy 12. As we look towards the second half, Godfathers still with a mathematical possibility of taking the entire Lit Super 7 Series title here today. They're 15 points off the lead in 5th place in the standings. They need results to go their way. They need that to start with a win in this one. Taken by Kaviti Rugby Academy. The offload goes backwards off the Godfathers, so still Kaviti are moving forward. Counter ruck comes in from Godfathers. Penalty to Kaviti. They're going to take it back, almost back to the... In fact, no, the try's been awarded, sorry. I was looking at the other flag, thinking the try line was a little bit further back. So try scored Kaviti Rugby Academy. They extend their lead out to 17-7. Kick to come. No luck on that conversion, even though it was a nice strike. 17-7.
Bit of a fadeaway kick, that one. But yeah, no, the breaking tackles, they're just running live and direct, to be honest with you. I think that's what's going to break this Godfathers team down. They're a big physical side. They see the kick off now, see if they can get another. Oh, look at that. Spoofed it to the left. Godfathers, that's what they need to get into the game again. Starve the Kaviti team of the ball a bit more, which is exciting to see down the right side now.
Opportunity here then with a tap on halfway and a good offload, and still they go down this right hand side through Martindale, who's been a part of everything good from Godfathers so far, and that is an absolutely stunning little chip ahead and a try for the Godfathers that they will put straight into their highlights reel. Wonderful stuff from them. That's them back into this, just 5 points behind now. Conversion scored as well for good measure by Adam Waldron. He's played for China Sevens and showed every bit of that class and expertise. He was involved twice in the build-up and then the recipient of Martindale's chip ahead to make it 14-7 to with Godfathers trailing by 3. And Waldron will put in the restart. It's Godfathers' turn now to hook it and cough up the free play for Kaviti Rugby Academy. Ballerz went left. Over to Yasel Thoko. Pick and go from the ruck. Slammed into the earth. You can see how dry the pitch is today with the amount of dust there. This is going to be a sin bin.
Just showed him that cheese for not being 10 there. That's slow mistake from them. That's the sort of stuff that's been killing them all year, to be honest with you.
Cameron Tikoko off to the bin. And with only a 3-point margin, Kaviti Rugby Academy have to defend with 1 man down. That was looking well set up, but Max is going to have to come back there. Kaviti Rugby Academy let off scrum, almost 10 metres inside the Godfathers half now. All options over on the left-hand side for Kaviti. Stable scrum, stable delivery, on they go. All the forwards stacked now to the right, having stayed where the scrum was. Good step back inside and still nice weaving run. Oh, how's he held on to that one? Incredible stuff. Maybe the offload wasn't the right option at first, but secured it in the end. Just slowing it down now. The goose step almost coming out of the wardrobe. calling for more numbers round on that left-hand side so that he's not isolated over there. Ballerz. Penalty as Godfathers over the ball, not releasing the tackled player. A chance for Kaviti to play quickly. A little kick through. This is going to work. The strength to get over the line from Korolevu. He put in his own little kick, just stubbing it through. Bounced up for him. And it was a real wrestle after that, but always going to end up in favour of the Fijian.
Lovely one-handed pick up there. See if we can get off the kick off this time, or the goal kick. Hey, got it. Nice. Straight down the middle.
Moving the chains, moving the points. 24 of them now for Kaviti Rugby Academy. A 10-point lead over Godfathers, who certainly felt they'd got themselves back in the game, and were it not for a forward pass, could be the leading team. Yes, it is. They face another restart from Kaviti. This one longer, and still, though, unable to land legally inside the confines of the pitch. So again, we will have a tap on halfway. Again, Godfathers go to that right-hand side, but a wayward pass thrown by Martindale.
Finally given forward. Finally given forward. I thought they were, you're not going to let that one slip.
Tricky, tricky pass there off his left hand, and just not able to get the control on it. Nice spin, but fading forwards.
The lines official didn't let that one slide away. But yeah, scrum now. Let's see how they can do it. Big scrum.
It's a big part of the platform that led to their previous score for Kaviti. This time they do stay, working their way over to that open side, committing men to the ruck. Just getting a bit confused with the position of the referee as well, but now coming through, strong carry. Laulaba, real physical presence. Over now to that far side. Stutter step, great offload, keeping this momentum rolling forwards as Cooley powers into the defensive line. Another offload, this one into the chest of Josh Lever, and that means it goes backwards for the Godfathers and ends up in their hands. Bit of a fortuitous moment for them. Big out the back door offload, and slight accidental obstruction by Jack Perrins, but that will help the Godfathers. Nothing for the referee to be worried about. Loose ball. He's done well. Has he got the pace now to turn and burn and find his teammate going down the left-hand side? Max Hokard. And the try is not awarded. Lost forwards over the line, so the referee calls an end to this one. Godfathers 14, Kaviti Rugby Academy 24. And Archie, a real physical match-up there between the two teams. Kaviti in the end able to take the honours in this arm wrestle, but the Godfathers, they did show a reasonable account of themselves.
Yeah, it was physical. Physical, good passing. It was, to be fair, I think this game really represented what Sevens was about. It was hard, physical match. There was a lot of offloads, a lot of flair being played, and yeah, it's exciting to see.
So Godfathers 14, Kaviti Rugby Academy 24 in this one, and we will be back with you very shortly for another match from the men's open competition. Burney's Ballers taking on the hosts, Bury St Edmunds.
Burney's Ballers are currently second in the Group A, taking on Bury St Edmunds. The home team looking for their first win. That's Burney's Ballers taking on Bury St Edmunds at 11:20 here on pitch number 1. Pitch number 2, again in a men's open, a Group A game between the Sappers and Fine Rugby Now. Fine Rugby Now currently leading Group A. That's at 20 past 11 on pitch 2. And then the Group B men's open game between the Sappers and Ongar Sevens. The Sappers 2 versus Ongar Sevens, both still looking for their first win of today's competition. That's going to be on pitch number 3. The bars are open, the food is cooking, and we get a chance to keep abreast of the lines as well upstairs in the upstairs club bar. So what's going on? Again, for more details, check the Tournify app. You can download that to your phone or device. That will give you all the scores and the fixtures and the details for your team.
Burney's Ballers kicking downfield to the home favourites, Bury St Edmunds, who will have first use of the pill in this one. We saw that physicality in their opening game where they weren't able to come away with the result they wanted, but using that strength to good effect once again, and nice dancing feet here as well. On they go through Billy McGraw. Oh, huge hit coming in from Tig O'Hagan, the captain of this Burney's Ballers side, and he's managed to get the turnover as a result. And now Tabo Vaca continuing to go. Well brought down. No easy feat that. So if you feel that the players on the pitch look a little bit smaller than they did in the last game, we haven't zoomed out on the camera. We just have moved from the men's elite to the men's open. And this Bury side, I'm told, made up of a lot of their second team players. An opportunity for them to impress on the first team pitch here. In the iconic green and yellow kit. Missile thrown over to McGraw on this left-hand side. The old don't argue. Sticks out that strong hand, and again we see it coming in from Harry Barnes. McGraw with a good ruck. Sent Millard back flipping, but it's going to be a changeover here, and it is going to be the opportunity for Lucky Ellis-Jones to run it in. Weaves his way inside the sweeper, and he will go all the way under the post, so completely against the run of play. Burney's Ballers are the first team to put some points on the board here.
Yeah, the gas man there, he just opened up. Where did that come from? I wasn't expecting that. And down the left side by Bury, as you said, it was a great opportunity for these young lads to show off to the new coach here for this season as well, to show what they've got. So yeah, this will be a great opportunity for them as well.
Burney's Ballers 7, Bury St Edmunds 0. The opening moments of this one. Burney's Ballers just taking their time to get their line set, get some water on. They had to do a lot of defending in that one, and then they just stood back and watched Ellis James sprint his way to the whitewash. And more accurately, I suppose say the red wash. Pitch needing red lines on it to make sure they stand out. Seems to be some debate as to whether or not that restart landed in field. Ultimately, that's what the referee's going for. He's not assisted by official ARs in this one, unlike in the elite competition. And you would have thought maybe, given that Bury are the home side, that there might have been a few more people in the stand suggesting that that one had gone out on the full. Hand being stuck out there, looking for the interception, but not in the opinion of the referee. Ben Hatch is sent to the bin. The overlap will present itself for Bury. Didn't quite have the juice in the tank to go all the way there. So working the ball through the teammates. Good rucking in from Ben Hatch's brother, Joe Hatch. So it's Ben Hatch in the bin, it's Joe Hatch on the pitch and getting the turnover. Distribution, a little bit untidy, but it's gone backwards. Play will continue, and with a man down, Ballerz are going to score again. Just escaping the clutches. It's Millard. Second try for Ballerz. And just as with Ellis Jones before him, Millard will dot down under the H. Teammate Joe Hatch running in, looks to take the conversion himself. Well, no, Millard is going to take it.
So the bomb squad's just ran on. Look at the change they've had there. Big lads running on now. Hopefully that'll make a difference for this Bury side. The defender on that last try as well, he ate a lot of, I think he ate a lot of dirt as well, so I think he needs to brush his teeth out with a bit of water after that.
True commitment from this home side, who, as you say, Archie, ring the changes in an attempt to stop the rot. 14-0 down at the moment. Another restart that goes way over to that far touchline. That one definitely out on the full.
Jamie likes parents.
So a tap for Bury on halfway. They have looked promising with ball in hand. It's just about keeping that possession through the phases. Big first up run from Bowden. Now to this near side, and again happy to take contact. Ben Brooks. Advantage for Bury. Oh, big player on big player. Tabu Valka with the tackle.
Come on, the boys! Well up, Brooksy!
We'll come back for the penalty.
There's a chip and chase on the go now. No sweeper.
And it looks like
No sweeper.
referee's just
Beautiful.
told Ben Hatch that he's not yet able to come back on because it was a penalty rather than a stoppage, with Bury deciding to go for the kick to touch, 15 style, down into the corner. Hatch is able to come back on. So both sides with a full complement of players and a 5 metre line out. Well, we see a driving maul.
They tried to do a 5-man line out. There we go.
The underarm chuck, and it's not worked out, although the ref's calling them back. That very nearly was real danger for Bury, with Ty Gohagan finding himself with ball in hand. But half-time called. Burney's Ballerz 14, 2 excellent breakaway tries scored under the sticks. And Bury unable yet to find a response. That was their best opportunity as the half-time whistle bared down upon them. So they will go into the break scoreless and with all the work to do in the second half.
Zoe's always told me. Zoe's been doing silver. Yeah, I'll come back up over here. Do the half back. Nah, nope. You want to talk shit, we're going to do this thing. I like to take calm down. Zoe told me before, like when I was in all for a long time, like, hey, I don't need to know everything that you're doing. Like, don't be professional. Like, I don't really know what you guys are doing. So I always get that down. Sorry, fat. And I've never done it. But I'm like, you guys have an outside? If I went to the part of it, yeah, because
that Reese?
Come on, Reese! Big dogs in the house!
Dude, that 17 shirt's too damn big. He gets hot in a knot. Oh, yeah. Oh, I get it.
Second half to come in this one. Bury with the restart, and as I mentioned, the work to do. 14 points down. Strong take from Joe Hatch. It's not releasing, and
Gas him, Reese! Gas him!
sorry, straight off the feet actually is the call from the referee. So Bury with the penalty, and once again going for the kick to touch. Beautiful torpedo.
Yeah, straight in the clubhouse as well. Bar staff had to bring that out as well.
Bowden might have a 2 on his back, but that's beautiful kicking from him. And this line out has worked better for Bury. Just a few metres short now, so they try and work out the best options. Pick and go, and the offload to the biggest man on the field in a Bury shirt. That will be their opening score here. Billy McGrath over for Bury.
Yeah, it's exciting there. I think it was at Hurley the first half. They both got number 1 on their back. But yeah, big lads on the pitch now. I think they've definitely found their feet with the maul tries and just hitting it up front. They're playing against Sevens players, but they're 15s players liking it. So I think they're just going to use their physicality to beat them up, to be honest with you.
And a huge kick as they attempted the conversion there. It had the length, it had the height, it just didn't quite have the line. So 14-5 is how it remains for the time being in this one. But Bury on the board, and that's the most important thing. As you say, Archie, starting to figure out what their strengths are against this Ballerz side.
Not kickoffs.
That's not been a strength for, well, for most of the teams we've seen in the last couple of games, unfortunately. A real tendency to hook it over that far touchline. And Ballerz will just take the time here to walk it up to halfway. No need to rush this. The chip and chase and the women's team warming up at that far try line are going to have to hurry themselves off the pitch. Just about managing to save that from being a total disaster. No one injured in the end. That try is scored for Ballerz, so they move 3 tries to the good. And a kick coming in from Joe Hatch. Bury just not able to tidy that one up, Archie.
Yeah, I think the flick out of the back there was, I think it might have been one of those brain fart moments, to be honest. But the yeah, no, you know, they're tightening up well, but I think maybe the fitness side of things are coming into it now. Definitely for the Beavers side, the Bury side seemed to make all their changes in the first half. Through inexperience, maybe that might have been what happened there. But I think yeah, Beavers are looking good now, where they're just you know, setting the tone, sending the kick nice and deep there on the right side. But we'll see what happens in the rest of this half.
Bury with numbers to that right-hand side, going route 1 first of all, and then just collared there, Harry Barnes. He is going to win the penalty. Too high if you're pulling a man down by his collar, and it happens a second time, and this is going to be another sin bin for the Ballerz. Aaron Dyer trying to plead his case, the referee having none of it. So Ballerz once again reduced to 6. They were able to hold out the last time they had a player down. Bowden over the ball, he's going to look for his speciality. No. He knows that that was what the Beavers were expecting, so on this occasion, Finn Russell style, he taps the penalty, he runs left himself. Slightly less distribution than Finn Russell though, and the pick and go. The point to the sky from Harry Barnes. He's worked hard in this one for Bury, adds the extras himself as well. So 21-12 now.
they're using their physicality, aren't they? That's what sets the tone for this Bury side. They're using that physicality to push off these Sevens players. They're really small to them.
Here we go, a restart, stays on the pitch, goes deep downfield to O'Hagan. Looks to see where his best options are. Tricky to find them when you've only got 6 players on. And now over to Tabs on that right-hand side, pulls it back for Hatch. Hatch, he's spent a little bit of time in the bid himself, so fresh legs, he decides he's going to kick forwards. And the Bury player isolated here, perhaps aware of the threat bearing down on him, not able to take that ball cleanly. Lost forwards, scrum to the Beavers.
Bonzi, you're looking fit, mate.
Change of personnel in that scrum. Joe Hatch sent in. Tig O'Hagan brings himself back out to first receiver. Just the 2 players out of the scrum for Beavers. Neither of them are going to get the ball because Bury have put in an excellent shift there and win the penalty. Again, Bury 15 style. And on they go through the hands. And it is once again Barnes in possession. The 2 try scorers for Bury attempting to link up on this near side. The ball ends up going forwards. And the escape for the Ballers just as that was building really nicely for Bury. 21-12. Time still there. If Bury can put in the same shift at scrum time as they did just moments ago, the ground they gained off it, they would easily go over the line from here. O'Hagan to feed. Maybe mates, that is. Penalty once again for Bury. Well, you called them the bomb squad. I mean, they're doing exactly what the Springboks do. We can hear that collision up here. Both players straight back to their feet, which is great to see. A huge hit put in. Ball went loose as a result. Ballers come away with it. O'Hagan now on the break. 2 players on him. Wrestled to the ground, thrown judo style. And Tabu Vulavaka still going. Caught from behind in the end. Who's there for the Ballers to get this one out? Ball is out and it's cleared up by Bury. And then ball's out once again, and it's Beavers' turn to poach their opposition's ball. And just easing his way through the middle is Millard, his 2nd score of the game. Once again, presents him with the easiest possible opportunity on the conversion, although he manages to nudge that one underneath the crossbar. So this one is going to finish 26-12 to Burney's Ballers. 2 very contrasting styles of play in that one, Archie, and in the end it was the team playing the 7s that won over against the team playing the 15s, but good to see the different approaches.
Yeah, it was good. It's exciting to see definitely some 15s lads getting their necks in the scrums. You can definitely tell that some of them are props in 15s. When it comes to those 7s boys, scrummaging isn't their main thing, but dancing around is. Clearly dancing around works on that game.
So, Bury falling to their 2nd defeat of the day here on pitch 1. But certainly doing enough there to get the home crowd behind them. Really impressive display, even if it finishes Ballers 26, Bury 12.
Competition, we have Vaquita Hammerheads taking on Akuma Sabi Panthers. That's on pitch number 2. And then back to the men's open. Group B game between the LU7s and the Carnegie Crusaders. That's on pitch 3, starting shortly. Don't forget, if you are feeling peckish, you can wander up to the top. There's lots of options for you. There's Apaches doing chicken and chips and various options like that. And then we've got Green King Pizza. Spices with attitude. So you're going to get yourself some nice pizza, margaritas and pepperoni, that's the kind of thing. Plus, all the bars are open. And of course, we've got the Ferry Burger Shed serving some delicious barbecue fare. So the Liverpool and Southampton are here on pitch. Number 1 is going to be Lilian Amazon versus the Hammerhead Sharks. Lilian Amazon playing in the white. Starting from left to right.
Another game from the women's elite competition, live here at the Bury Sevens. It's the champions from Harpenden, the Lilian Amazons, who are kicking us off here against the Hammerheads. But it's the Hammerhead Sharks, not the Vaquita Hammerheads, who are fighting to defend their title. It's the Hammerhead second side. A lot of players first time competing on behalf of the Hammerheads here at this competition in their beautiful second strip of orange and white. And it's a good carry to get things going here for the Hammerhead Sharks, and the Sharks driving on here under a bit of pressure from the Amazons. Go! Penalty goes the way of the Hammerhead Sharks. Good start for them. Lilian Amazons, they need to win this tournament, and they need Shogun to slip up elsewhere if they want to possibly overturn the table as it stands and give Hong Kong the chance to sneak in. Lovely ball through the contact by Lucy Sotia, and then it's free down the left-hand side for Asanita Nabatu. First score of the day. Nabatu goes over. And, well, this Lilian Amazon side, they're such high quality. Good start by the Sharks, but they're going to be under pressure in this game, Archie.
Yeah, the physicality that the other team bring will really show the Hammerheads girls. Obviously, they're a scratch team, so there's a lot of new faces in that Hammerheads team today. I know Jim Osborne's been scrambling, trying to get 2 teams out for this tournament today, which is good to see. He managed to get 3 teams out, but yeah, this Hammerheads side looking great in the grenade orange kit as well.
It's a fantastic kit. Over on the pitch behind us, the Hammerheads, their leading side, take on the Akuma Panthers, who were beaten by the Boom Beavers earlier this morning. Lilian Amazons another kick-off. They made the final in Shelford, beaten by Shogun, and then they beat Hong Kong in the final at Harpenden, and they forced another turnover there from the kick-off. And it's Charlotte Savu. Coro around the outside. Varinasese Coro racing into the corner, getting away from Hall. What a lovely finish that is from Coro. And Lilian Amazons running their second.
Just fended off shots like there's no tomorrow, though, wasn't she? That was class. Yeah, she managed to push off, what was it, 2 defenders, just push them literally to the ground as well, so it's great to see. But for the Hammerheads, not great to see.
Well, the Lilian Amazons are based out of the Lilian Amazons Rugby Club in Fiji. They've got plenty of support as well from the Kaviti Rugby Academy, who operate at the same club. And as you can see on the support staff there on the bench, populate that club. Second try, and I think this is going to be a long, long game for the Hammerhead Sharks against perhaps the best side in the series. Real challengers to Shogun. A big shame they weren't able to compete at the first leg in Oxford. Here comes the chase, and it's a big shot off the kickoff from Eleanor Semese. Eleanor Semese, though, gives away the penalty. Quick tap from Proctor. Good shape on the pass from Hall. And a bit of space on the outside for the Sharks for the first time. Good tracking, though, from now Batu. And they're going to drive them towards touch here, the Amazons. Ball goes down. The Sharks play it away. They're playing with 6 players on the feet at the moment, the Sharks. Another big collision in midfield, that time from Laisa Seru. Down goes Sydney Mead. Little pick and go from Hall. Again, the physicality of the Amazons shining through in defence. It's a real tussle at the breakdown. It's pick and go from the Sharks. Flicked off the deck, nice offload. Taken in by Mead. Oh, what a shot. Biting at the right time there, the Lilian Amazons. Nabatu rips it away. Sotia, lovely offload, one-handed, 2-on-1. If they can find the space out wide, and it's a foot race to the line that Varinasese Coro will win. Second try for her today. And the Lilian Amazons have 3. A little bit better from the Sharks, especially as they were playing with 6 players there. But once it was turned over, it was one-way traffic, I'm afraid. And the Lilian Amazons are doing all they can to challenge Shogun and Hong Kong, who are in the other group, Group B.
Yeah, I think they'll be the same.
And good to see the Hammerhead back to her feet as she leaves the field. But that will take us through to half-time, a rapid-fire first half. It's 3 tries to 1 in favour of the Lilian Amazons. And they looking good to top this group at the moment. In the Women's Elite competition, we'll be back for the second half in just a few moments' time. Live here from the Bury Sevens.
I think that must have been a very powerful
Rapid fire half, and even quicker half time, and the Lilian Amazons are straight back underway, and they're riling their way through the Sharks here. It's a fantastic carry from Eleanor Samesi, all the way beyond the 22.
Ahmed's side are all caught up on that left side, aren't they, on the pitch, or the right side of the pitch, or from our side.
Still direct they go, the Lilian Amazons. I think the pass should have gone there from Nabalagi. Thankfully she wins the penalty on the deck.
Yeah, somehow all the Hammerhead ladies, they had everyone outside the 15 except bar 1, so 6 players up there. Usually in training camps they tend to stretch the field quite a lot, so you can definitely tell it's a newer team. They're still getting to know each other's names coming into this this game.
And they've been picked off by the Amazons for a 4th try. I think it might have been Reveille Wales right on the right-hand side. But regardless, it's a 4th try. That is the quickest half-time I've ever seen in the game of Sevens. I think the referees are doing all they can to try and catch up, because we were a tiny bit behind going into this game following a couple of stoppages in the early morning session. So talk us through the coaching staff out there for the Sharks at the moment, Archie.
So I believe it's just Jim Osborne, so the director of rugby, the owner of the team. He's out there with this the Sharks team today, so we've obviously got different coaching staff. A few pedigrees. So last weekend at Harpenden we had the GB player Isla Norma Bell, and come down to coach as well. But here's a kick-off, looking for the offload down the right side. That's
the Sharks making good yards off the kick-off. High tackle is the call, so the chance for them to tap and go. On to the mark comes Orla Proctor. But it's Adkins who gets us going. Adkins. Proctor. Good hands across the face. Little show and go. Trying to get on the inside there. Sophie Shams. Driven back hard. It's another penalty.
They've just been dominated physically, aren't they? The Hammerheads aren't being able to offer anything because they're using their quick pace, but they're just being smothered every time they get the ball. I mean, as I say that now.
Yeah, chance down the break for the first time. Oh, what a tap tackle that is to deny Charlie Hopkins. And the Lilian Amazons do have it back. And it's Sotia looking to craft a way through. Oh, good Lord, Sotia has just absolutely manhandled a Shark. Lifted off the deck. I should say woman-handled. Great physicality from the Amazons. They've shown it all tournament. Not held there. Straight back to their feet and still going. And now they're in behind, but they're a long way from home here. Merawai, Nasilla brought down inside the half. There's Sharks all over the ball. Great defence in the face of such physicality as we've referenced here. And Hall is back underway, drawing another penalty for not back 10. And I think it's a quick yellow card there as well for Asanita Nabatu.
He didn't give it.
In fact, no yellow, just a pen. We've seen those given a few times as the shot comes in. And look how quickly they are over the breakdown as well. Shams forced to pick and go. Dumped to floor again unceremoniously by the Amazons. Droge, interception. Picked off by Nabalagi. Great offload through the contact. How on earth did they get that one away? Another ball and another try surely here for Laisa Seru. I think that's a good call as well, because Eleanor Semese was certainly in the way. Great effort from Sydney Mead.
He's definitely getting caught there as well. The gas lady there was definitely catching her for the defence tackle again. Yeah, so that was a great call from the ref, I think.
Sydney Mead taps and goes inside the 22. Mead going straight up the jumper of Sotia and bumping off Nabalagi. Much easier said than done. Good offload. Another big fend. Sharks matching the physicality here. Good offload as well from Orla Proctor. Little dummy from Burr.
They're trying to match that physicality side, aren't they, now? They've realised, I think a bit too late, that they can also use a handle.
Amazon's barked by the referee, needs to get back on side, and that's the penalty. Hands on the deck, off goes Shams. I don't think she was back 10 there either, but the referee's going to let it play this time. Lovely hands. Oh, flashed across the face from Burr, but put down. Well, a great second half performance from the Sharks, under pressure from a really high quality Lilian Amazon sides, but they're on the winning side again, the Amazons, looking to top this group, and a good performance from them.
Yeah, it was a great performance. I think the physicality side of them really shows going into the second half. But I definitely think they should have had 2 yellow cards going into that as well. Bit tough call from the ref from previous games we've seen. Not being 10 is they're being very strict on it. They're throwing the cheese at them straight away. So yeah, I'm surprised two Amazons didn't walk then as well. So yeah, we'll see if we go into the second half if it gets more does move them around a bit.
Well, it's one of the quickest games of Sevens we've seen so far today. We've flown through and we caught up the schedule. So there's going to be about 5 minutes or so until our next game here on pitch 1. It's Oxfam taking on the defending champions of the Lit 7 series, the British Army. Well, we're back under control here. I was wondering how they'd flown through that game so quick. The half-time call, the Lilian Amazons thought it was half-time, and the reason I thought it was half-time, Archie, is because they were getting into their half-time drill where they face away from their own try line. They do their deep breathing. It's the traditional half-time drill for the Amazons, and they did it during a stoppage. We are now at the break, and in fact, where I thought they'd worked so hard to make up the time, we're actually pretty delayed here, and we have still got a half to play, so we're back under control. The Amazons have got more points to put on the board. Oxfam were onto the field as the whistle went, so they thought it was game over as well. They've had to retreat back beyond the try line.
I was partially confused as well because I saw a couple of them shake hands, so I think some of the players were as well confused as well as us.
Well, there we are then, back under control here at the Bury Sevens, and it will be kick-off for the Sharks, who trail to the Lilian Amazons.
Kick-off now, Hammerheads. See if they put it deep, straight down the middle. They obviously saw an opening. See if we get a physicality side from the Hammerheads now. Big bang there, big shot. That's what we want to see from the Hammerheads side.
Better, but a penalty as well. Goes the way of the Sharks. It'd be great to see them get on the board here against this Amazon side in the second half that we are now in. Direct again, which is brave against this Lilian Amazon side, but it's a very good carry from Izzy Burr. Stripped in contact, and the Amazons, we know they can counter. Oh, lovely offload. How on earth did they get that away? A question we find ourselves asking every time they take to the field. Charlotte Savu is going to dot down to score.
Ahmed's team there just biting in to the last man. They're 3-on-3, and then 2 of the players jumped in to opens up an opportunity for the Amazons to score more there. So they need to just figure out a way to fan out in D especially. Yeah, for the kick now.
Varanasese Koro nudges it over. And I think it was the fine work of Sinate Nabatu who set up that score. And the Lily Amazons go marching on. Again, it's such a shame they weren't able to compete in the first leg in Oxford because they would be toe-to-toe with Shoguns. Instead, they're off the pace on 34 points to the Shoguns' 42 coming into today, and with 20 points on offer. I believe if Shogun make the knockout stages, they are out of sight of the Amazons. It's only Hong Kong really who can chase them down. They share Pool B. We'll see more of them later on. For now though, it's the Sharks with a lovely ball that might see them in behind. Good carry from Mooney. And to the short side they go. Soft hands from Shams. Suddenly they're in behind here. Pass had to go. And finally it does, but it's a offload that hits the deck, unfortunately. Oh, shrugged off. Still going here, the Sharks. Hopkins to ground. Shams. Look at the high line from Nabalagi. Good work to evade it.
Just got caught there, definitely.
Shams finds another offload. Oh, slipping the net for the first time. Nabalagi looking to make the tackle. Good work from Matilda Hall. It's still the Sharks battling on. There's tired bodies out there. It's been a long old period of play. Another big hit. Sharks are well set. Little snipe again. Nabalagi wraps her up. Proctor goes direct, takes on 2 defenders. Droge is in support, and they keep it alive. Quick pick and a big fend. Proctor, oh, what a shot. Right on the line to dislodge possession. Good attack though from the Sharks, the best we've seen from them.
Yeah, it was great. They're actually, running live, like direct lines. They're using their physicality now, so they obviously realised that in the first half that they could actually do that. Just now it needs to be their defensive work to be worked on as well. Tighten it up in the midfield just to make sure they don't get slipped through using the Amazons for the physical side as well.
Conversation between the referee, AR and referee on field about, I believe, the height of the tackle from the Lilian Amazons. But in the end, just a knock-on given. So, scrum is the call. Good territory, though, from the Sharks. We return to the men's competition after this one. The British Army taking on Oxfam. The British Army defending champs. Leaders coming into this leg. If they win this tournament, they are champions, but big opposition, like the likes of the Shoguns to come. Free kick, turnover for the Sharks. This is their best chance of the game. It's a close run thing for Sydney Mead. Scores for the Sharks. Quick tap, good finish. And a try on the board for the Sharks. Hall will add the extras, but I think this may bring us finally to the end of a game that seems to have had 3 halves. The first was all the Amazons, that little middle period where the Sharks turned on the physicality, and then this second half where they've really improved.
The third half.
The third half. Hammerheads always win the third half, eh, Archie?
Exactly that. I thought it was over there because the Amazons started high-fiving, so this might be in quarters. I think we're playing this one in.
Welcome to the 4th quarter of this Women's Elite competition, where the Amazons take on the Hammerhead Sharks, and Sharks kick us off. What a nudge that is. Beautiful shape on the kick, cleanly taken. A little step off the right boot, so casual from the Amazons, and chucked through the contact by Sotia. What a fine bit of play from Sotia, but the ball went down and the Sharks come away with it. Oh, covering tackle from Baroness Sese Coro. Knocks it on.
I mean, the Sharks are really expecting the physicality of this game. They've definitely got into it thinking they can dance around like when they play usual Sevens teams and other events they do, dance around playing against other Sevens players. But the Amazons here, they've just clearly brought the physicality side of this game. They're bringing on bigger players each time. So I think the Hammerheads definitely feeling more worse for wear than they wanted to this morning.
Into the latter stages of this one.
You just message me like, oh, is this peak? And he's got like.
Here come the Lilian Amazons feeding the scrum. Ooh, a little short line. What a line it is! Great weight on the pass. And it's going to be another score. Goodness me, that was delightful Sevens. And the Lilian Amazons have another try. I think that time it was Nabatu, who will have final say. So a good performance in the face of serious opposition from the Sharks. But the Amazons have smashed it again, of course. And they taste victory in the women's competition again. They need to go the whole length here and beat the likes of Shogun in order for anyone to have a chance of catching them. But up next, it's the series leaders coming into this leg. The British Army looking for another win on the tour against Oxfam.
They're going to go to the Sevens rugby tournament and series. It's a combination of 5 different events.
Oh, they got the
men's and women's elite champions here.
Oh, they've done this like they're giving the baby the other day. Yeah, they're holding the baby like this.
Here on pitch number 1, we have Oxfam, Nextlot, taking on the current defending champions, the British Army. That's pitch number 1. The British Army will be playing in red, will be playing against Oxfam.
Yeah, we're third right now.
Then the Group B women's elite game between Shogun Rugby, who are currently looking to win the women's elite championship today. They're taking on Wild Dogs Alpha. That's on pitch number 2.
Hong Kong haven't won.
Shogun Rugby taking on Wild Dogs Alpha.
Up next then, another game for the men's elite competition. The British Army, who are the defending champions and the current series leaders on the Lit Super Sevens Tour. And they're going to kick us off here against Oxfam. Hung up for Jamie Diamond and company to chase. There's a good take from Howard off the kickoff. Lift off the deck by Penfold. Oxfam shocked everyone and topped their group in Shelford. Fine performance from them. They battled hard in Harpenden, but the Army are the favourites here. The favourites almost crumbling here. Good carry from Connor Holcroft. Former Ipswich schoolboy. His former teammate Eduardo Todaro starred for England under-20s yesterday evening. What a pass over the top! And it's going to cut open the British Army. Back comes Penaya Taguti. Important defensive work from the British Army. They've managed to strip it as well. Penfold, it's loose. Howard. Holcroft. Stepping off the right boot and on the inside. Fast feet from Holcroft. And off he goes in behind. Just the sweep and a beat. Apolosi Wara wraps him up. Flicked off the deck again. Wara back to his feet. Lateral at the moment. And a hard press from Diamond, who just about brings down his man. Penalty for Oxfam. The British Army under pressure here. Off goes Howard again. Holcroft. Penfold. Penfold almost slips through. Just tapped back there by Penaya Tagutu. And I think the British Army do have it. And we know how well they can counter. Brought down by 2 in Oxfam colours. Knocked on. Penfold has it. Second knock-on is going to slow the game down for now. But I think it's going to be a scrum for Oxfam. Will Shepherd back with me. What a start to the game.
Absolutely frantic stuff. Big defence in the end by the Army, as you would expect from them. But a great start from Oxfam Nextlot. They are not intimidated by the size of the men they are facing. In a promising position on the pitch now.
British Army need to top the group, need to get through the quarters, the semis, and win this tournament, and then it's lights out for anyone else on the tour. If they make the final, unless it's the Hong Kong they're up against, I think they may secure it regardless. All they can do is win every game. But they're under pressure here from Holcroft and Oxfam. Nice offload over the top. Beautiful hands, and they will be away for the opening score. Wow, what a start for Oxfam. There's the chat in the midfield from Kama Dranivesi, just calming us all down because they've got a long way to go here. But Oxfam, what a great performance from them so far.
Hell of a start, really electric as they work their way from the base of that scrum over to the right-hand side. Simple as you like. And they are first on the scoreboard. Can they extend that with this kick? That's a stunning conversion, 7-0.
What a nudge, 7 up then, Oxfam, who were beaten by the Preseli Barbars. The British Army victorious over the Boom Beavers. So if they win this game, the Barbars and the British Army will fight for a top seeding in the pool. But a long way to go here because they already trail to Oxfam, and Holcroft's going to get us back underway. Preseli Barbars against the Army, of course, was the final back in Shelford, and the Army victorious then. Preseli Barbars, though, went one step further last week. And it's a lovely work down the right-hand side, just shrugging off the first defender, and then back on the inside for Dranivesi. What work from the army? Koravuka off the deck. Tawana Yavalala.
Shots, Jonesy.
All the way wide for Seva. Stepping off that left boot of his, Seva. With support from Onisivoro Niyagi. Yone Koravuka, penalty. Koravuka with the quick tap, weaving inside and out. Yone Koravuka, put down. This Oxfam side full of representatives from Bury St Edmunds. So home favourites here, but a high tackle. It's going to be a penalty try, and I think a yellow card as well. High on Josiah Seva. Penalty try given, and a yellow card. He was scrambling back there to take down Seva, who was falling, but high tackle right under the sticks. I don't think you can give it anything else, Will.
No, correct decision from the referee. That safety has to come first. And just incredible commitment from this Oxfam Nextlot side to try and hold out the British Army, and then just edging a little bit too far over, putting in that high tackle. British Army back in the game, 7-7.
Oxfam are practically the home team here in this men's elite competition, with so many of their players hailing from Bury St Edmunds Rugby Club and other Suffolk-based sides. But there's the kickoff, hung up by Dranivesi. Good contest in the air, but here's Pennifold. Breaking the first tackle, Pennifold. Can't get away from Nayagi. Good pressure on the breakdown, but too much. It's William Kingston who's drawn the penalty. William Affleck. Wide still, and here goes Kingston on the edge. What a shot! Peter Radakadru, former Fijian international, put in a huge shot there.
Is that Will?
And you could hear from the crowd on the far side, they didn't enjoy that one bit. Thankfully, there's movement from William Kingston. Goodness me, the referee's got a call to make here.
I think everyone around the ground here at Bury felt that hit. I certainly did up here in the commentary box. Very glad to be here, not down on the pitch in Kingston's boot. The referee is now ready to make his decision. He consulted with his assistant referee, calling in captains from both sides, and the man who made the hit.
Well, there's the call from the captain, Nayagi, and Will Affleck in the centre there for the British Army and Oxfam. The high tackle is the call. I think we're going to see a card here, and it's yellow. And Peter Radakadru can't have many complaints.
No, he can't. He was very high as he went into it, as was the attacker, and so there's only one outcome.
So both sides down to 6. The British Army level at 7 apiece after an unbelievable kick found the post for Oxfam, and then a penalty try got them level again. Preseli Barbars will take on the British Army in a repeat of the final in Shelford in this group stage. And they are within touching distance, Preseli Barbars, of the British Army in the pool table. Hong Kong and the Hammerheads also in amongst it in terms of the overall league table, which will be decided today in the men's and women's elite division ahead of that showcase tournament down in London, the standalone tournament. Kingston able to walk off the field. And a penalty. British Army down to 6, as Oxfam are as well. Bit of parity restored in terms of the numbers. Here goes Howard. Pennifold. Oh, it's a good tackle, and it's dislodged possession. And the British Army, here they come again. Unstoppable on the counter sometimes. This time they've been slowed down, so they're going to take some contact out wide there. Koravuka over in support. Good carry from Seva. Whipped across from Dranivesi. Kaisen Ivalu. Nayagi onto the outside, looking to take on Pennifold. Onisivoro Nayagi forced to free the hands. Kama Dranivesi. Just ducking under the tackle of Hallcroft. Good support from Nayagi. Here's Rosa Ratabua, Tawana Yuvalala. Oh, Johnny Koravuka down. Back to his feet, Koravuka. Tawana Yavalala. Bit of space in the midfield for Dranivesi, who steps around one. Dranovesi up to the 22, options inside and out. Dranovesi, oh, looking to find Izireli Kasenevalu, who puts it down. Well, when they get going, the British Army, they look so dangerous.
Yeah, pouring forwards there in numbers. Really good control for most of it. And they just perhaps held onto the ball a little bit too long before giving the offload. Slowed up really nicely, though, to ensure that he had those options, as you said, left and right. In the end, scrum to Oxfam. 6 changes for the British Army. Oxfam restored to a full complement of 7 players. But, well, that's a great option to have at this level, to just switch your whole team out. Yeah, I'm sure they're not going to lose any ability here, any level of expertise, but it's a tough first shift for the boys that have just come on. A player down now.
Here come Oxfam, who head to the edge. Little hitch kick and a fend just to see off Penaya Tagutu. Straight over the ball go the British Army. There's a bit of space out wide if Oxfam can find it with the man over. Across come the Army on the drift defence, and they've done well to deny Oxfam any space. Oh, it's upright from Tagutu. Nice ball, and now they're in behind here. Big man out on the edge, put down by Peter Waka. Oh, offload back on the inside, intercepted by Banuve. Banuve looking for options. Here's Diamond. Puts in the big fend, looking to free the hands. Diamond picks out Apolosiwara. Penaya Tagutu, direct, puts in a big handoff, but Holcroft straight over it. Penalty Oxfam. What a turnover. What a time to do it, Will.
So popular with the crowd here. They have got them behind them 100%. And they're going to need that momentum as they power their way now into the British Army half to set this one up.
Big Ray Williams with another carry. Here's Rory Black. Ring. Driven back this time by the British Army. Big ship from Semesa, Banuve. Just bounces up for first receiver. Chipped in behind, there's no one home. And it's a foot race. Holcroft taking on Salu. And Salu just about gets back. Viliami Salu now onto the outside. And then takes off the handbrake through the centre, looking to free the offload, but it's as forward a pass as could possibly be. And that will take us through to half-time. Goodness me, what a contest. Oxfam are challenging the British Army in every facet of the game. They have this ability, Oxfam, to just flick a switch and suddenly outperform anyone they're put against in this pool stage. Defeated by the Preseli Barbars earlier, but at the moment, in touching distance of the British Army.
Yeah, the contest of the day so far, I'd have to say, Wilf. And I thought the British Army were potentially going to go the length there. They had that broken field player they love so much. The offload a little bit too casual. Brings an end to the half. Can't wait for the second.
7 minutes still to come in this huge game in the pool stages of the men's elite competition. Series leaders, defending champions, the British Army. 3 points clear of Hong Kong coming into today. Need to go the length to secure their title. British Army are still very much in the fight here with Oxfam, who have battled so hard, Will, in that first half, and they've got 7 minutes to maybe cause a huge upset and hand a gift to the Preseli Barbars.
This would be a huge upset, and yeah, Preseli Barbars looking to go back to back after their win in the National Pub Sevens. They would absolutely love to see the British Army upset here.
And the kickoff has gone straight into touch. So a gift for Oxfam. Quick tap just shy of halfway. And here's Affleck. All the way across for Blenkinsop. Affleck on the retreat. Moving laterally, Affleck. Big ball over the top, put down. Affleck hands on head. I think it was drifting forward regardless, but indeed forward pass it was given as. Ambitious, but you've got to play like that against the British Army.
Yeah, the pressure, though, that the Army were pouring forward with in defence just told in the end a rash attempt to throw the ball over to that far side. A platform now for the Army.
Scrum for the British Army. Koravuka in midfield with Seva outside him. Kama Dranivesi at first receiver. Dranivesi. Yone Koravuka. Seva, one-on-one. Skipping his way through, stepping inside and out. Seva finds Koravuka on the outside. Oh, he's just fallen, inches short. And then through the breakdown goes Kama Dranivesi. Made hard work of that, the British Army, but they have got another score, and an important one as well. Good scramble defence from Oxfam, but it wasn't enough. Kind of caught between two minds there as to whether that was selfless team play not to try and reach out for the line and dot it down, or whether it nearly cost them the score. As it was, power just straight up and over through that ruck gets the try in the end. Rubber towards the post by the try scorer, Dranivesi. Now, Preseli Barbars in the dead ball watching on here. And Dranivesi's going to kick us off here as well. Happy to take the sting out of this second half after going further ahead.
So straight after the whistle,
British Army lead. Can they hold on here against Oxfam? Oh, it's almost up to the 10, but just short. Good take from Peter Radicadru in the end. Unneeded. So a chance for Oxfam. Ollie Blenkinsop.
Two of his mates played, so Clicky, they quit. Then the other one...
Big carry out wide. British Army bring him down. Blenkinsop. Williams up to halfway. Not rolling there. Not enough effort made. It's juggled in the end, but a quick tap from Black. Blenkinsop. Keeps a hold. Black in support. Rory Williams just about gets it away. Great carry through the tackle of Tawana Vilala. Oh, but a penalty. That's disappointing. And the British Army will counter here. It's a 4-on-2. Oh, late hit. Won't matter. Step inside. Dranivesi looks over the top for Koravuka. Back inside instead for Israeli Kasenevola. What a try that was by the British Army. So quick to counter. Kasenevola this time who goes over.
Someone taking over?
That's so many options there, the Army. They were always going to score.
Yeah, brilliant work on the counter there, and I think, you know, Oxfam was so frustrated by giving away that penalty when they were just looking promising that they never had a chance of getting themselves set to try and shut that one down. Options were there, left and right once again. They went left and under the sticks.
In a game that's been tighter than we perhaps expected here, that might be the try from Israeli Kasenevalu, which secures it for the British Army. They've still got the Barbars to face in this really tough pool. Apache, on the other hand, who were also chasing the title, they had a much easier draw. Hong Kong as well, with a winnable group. Quarter-final stage is going to be really exciting with the elite division on the line. Kick-off to come once the physios have left the field. Here comes kick-off for the British Army. Hung up by Apolosiwara. Deep and cleanly collected, but look at the line speed from the British Army. Good ball inside to Affleck. Down.
we're going to P4.
But a knock on, I think, in the contact there, spares Affleck's blushes.
Food on and
Almost panic stations for the Oxfam side, but British Army didn't respond. I think they knew it was a knock on.
Yeah, I almost wondered what Oxfam were doing for a moment there. They were so casual about that ball bouncing back over their own try line. Thought they were about to give away a score to the Army, but as it is, they've got their scrum, centre field. The Army, I'm sure, will pour forwards again now.
Pennifold to the short side, looking to take on Diamond. Slips off the tackle. Pennifold on the roll. Tagutu just about brings him down. Pennifold straight back to his feet. Oh, that's a harsh decision. And he's going to lose another 10 yards as well. Well, referee says he was held there. That's tight.
Yeah, tough call, but the momentum really now swinging to the Army.
Apolosi Wara. 10 yards for back chat. You're not going to get that out of this very disciplined Army side. Here is Wara. Salu out the back. They pull it out the back again here for Tagutu, who's going to side through. Oh, he's put it down. Penaya Tagutu knocks it on over the touchline. A sarcastic jeer goes up from the touchline in the Merrifield stand. Hand on your head, Will. That was a tough one to watch. Did all the hard work.
Yeah, it was tough to watch. I mean, that would probably have been their easiest try that they scored, the way they just wove around the outside. Yeah, never like to see a ball come loose like that close to the line.
Pennifold with a good carry. Williams. Good carry, Williams. Driven towards touch. Up goes the flag. A few drops of rain beginning to fall here. We're expecting a little bit this afternoon. It's held off for now. But the sun is still shining down on the British Army's title hopes, with another victory here to go 2 from 2 in the pool stages. Hard line from Benuve. Salu whips around the outside. Salu still going, looking for the corner now. Finally needs to find a pass. It's picked off the toes and then put down by Peter Wacker. Twice the British Army have missed out there. Thankfully, in the end, it won't matter for them. But the British Army not infallible in that game, and the Oxfam with a good performance.
Certainly not infallible, and Preseli Barbars watched pretty much every single minute of that, so they will take a lot of learning from that into their clash against the Army, and I think it will give them some confidence as well.
Boom Beavers defeated by the British Army. Preseli Barbars beat Oxfam in their opening games in the pool. This is the game to set up that decider between the Army and the Barbars later on. It's Boom Beavers taking on Preseli Barbars.
IPA Super 7 series. 3 more games coming your way, kicking off shortly. Here on pitch number 1, we're going to have the Preseli Barbars all the way from Wales, and of course the last winners of the previous Super 7 series event. They're taking on the Boom Beavers on pitch number 1. So Preseli Barbars from Wales taking on the Boom Beavers. That's here on pitch 1, starting shortly. On pitch number 2, also in the men's elite competition, and currently chasing a series title, Hong Kong China Dragons. They're going to be taking on the women's school Marauders. That's on pitch number 2. The Group B match for the men's elite competition, and the other Group B match for the men's elite competition between the Stunts and the Tsunami Assassins, kicking off on pitch 3 imminently, also 2:20. Remember, all the bars are open, you can help yourself to a drink, grab some great food. We've got pizza from Green King Pizza, chicken and chips from Panthers, ice creams from Japanese, coffee, and of course for the players, don't forget ice packs at physio, massage, all free, all included. So if you do need an ice bath or a massage for your dad, you head over to the Super 7 Series tent just to the left of the family. Keep on enjoying the rugby here in Bury St Edmunds.
Another game here hung up by the Boom Beavers, taking on the Preseli Barbars. In with a shout of the title after a great performance over the last 2 legs. But they'll need to go the whole hog and hope the British Army slip up before the final. They've got a chance to inflict a defeat on them later in this pool stage, which they share with the Army. But for now, it's the Boom Beavers. And a big right foot step from... the Boom Beavers here. Here's Hewitt. Almost away. Boardman in support, but Hewitt's driven towards touch by the Barbars. Oh, it's a bit of loose ball. And the Boom Beavers have started brightly here. Hewitt. Reese. Bauer. Here's Zhang. Bonsu on the edge. Looking here on the outside, Bonsu called back. Here is Leo Zhang. Hewitt. It's direct again. Lucas Blue that time. Hewitt. Preseli Barbars into the breakdown. Hands on the deck. Penalty. What a start for the Boom Beavers here. Seb Reese. Zhang. Bauer. Bonsu. Dummy, which the Preseli Barbars haven't bitten into. So there's plenty of tackles flying in. It's backwards all the time. They're knocked on by the Barbars. So here's Boardman. This time it's a good turnover by the Preseli Barbars. So we will come back for a scrum. Well, in our last game, where we had almost an upset when Oxfam took on the British Army, the Boom Beavers have started brightly against Preseli Barbars here. Despite the fact that those 2 sides we just mentioned, Boom Beavers and Oxfam, were both beaten this morning. They're keen to turn it around.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show this sevens format. You're never dead, you're never out of it. If you start off with a poor display but turn things around afterwards, you can be right there in the mix at the end, and that's certainly what the Boom Beavers are looking for now.
Hewitt steps off the right. Almost there. Bonsu. Zhang. Reese. Accelerates through the hole. Reese puts in the fend. Fantastic covering tackle. Flying across comes Jack Craig. Oh, what a hit. And a high shot too from Leo Zhang. Goodness me. Leo Zhang, I think, is going to go to the bin here, unless the AI has anything different to add. Good turnover, though, by Preseli Barbars. Good defence from them.
Very good defence, and they had the whole pitch that they were looking to run into in the attempt to go coast to coast. But I think the chat here is possibly as to whether they go red or yellow. I mean, it was a big high hit and didn't look to have a wrap as well.
He did bend, though, at the hips, Leo Zhang, and the Preseli Barbar man looked to be falling, and red card is the call. Goodness me. Leo Zhang will take no further part in this contest, and it's up to the organisers whether or not he has another part to play in this tournament. But Boom Beavers will play the rest of the game with 6, and surely that is a let-off for Preseli Barbars, who didn't start the game as they wanted to, but Jordan Coxley, the captain, makes some good yards. And there'll be space all over the park now for Preseli, and some dancing footwork's going to see them through. What a run this is. And they're going to go the full length as well. Goodness me, what a finish. Aaron Arthur. Well, the crowd on the far side, the bench for the Boom Beavers, all a little bit in shock there. And the worst thing to do when you go straight down to 6 is to concede. Good finish, though, from Arthur.
Yeah, he just about had the gas in the tank at the end to get there. Put the ball down just over the line. Sets up this conversion from wide outside, but the worry for Boom Beavers will be that this is a familiar position that they'll find themselves in for the rest of the game, with that man down for the whole length.
Not a good player to lose, Leo Zhang, as well. Important figure for the Boom Beavers, who are staring down an early exit. With a defeat here, they'll join Oxfam in the plate. Well, it's the player of the tournament, Lloyd Wilkins, from the Pub Sevens, who's going to kick us off here. It's another fantastic kick, and Davis is after it. Good take this time by Seb Reese. Here's Hewitt. Lucas Blue. What can the Boom Beavers create? Take it on Coxley, brought down. Good clear out from the Boom Beavers, but they haven't got many on feet here. Hewitt, Reese. Steps on the inside. Dragged down by Potter. Hewitt, quick ball for the Boom Beavers. Sam Sharky Bauer. Blue, puts in the fend. Good offload for Bauer. Testing the Barbars here, down to 6. Bonsu. Swung to deck. Slow ball. Reese, Hewitt, hitch kick, almost through. Driven towards touch, Coxley puts him to bed. And a little bit of handbags after the boot between Coxley and Hewitt. Unhappy there. And the last thing the Boom Beavers need now is a bit of ill discipline. Coxley did certainly show him his number there with a tackle.
Yeah, a real throw. Something you'd be more used to seeing in a wrestling ring, perhaps, than on a rugby pitch, but it's drawn pretty much the entire team in from both Beavers and from the Barbars. In the end, the referees do manage to sort things out, calm them down. We'll get back to some rugby.
I think a conversation with the AR again involved. He's been busy on the far side. More action for the men's elite competition up next when the Hammerheads, who are also in the running for the title, are in action. I think both captains, Coxley and Boardman, are going to have to have a word here. But what do you do when it's the captain himself who's involved in the scrap?
Well, I guess that's where you use the line, "You ought to know better," which is a pretty tough one to hear, isn't it?
Shake of the hands, brief as it may be. And I think we're going to start with the Preseli Barbars line out. Wilkins will throw. Barbars already up by 1, and a red card has seen the Boom Beavers in trouble, and Wilkins looks to inflict further damage. Offload, forward pass. Good run from Lloyd Wilkins, but he will not progress any further for the Barbars. Boom Beavers, despite conceding straight away after going down to 6 players, have performed pretty admirably in the latter stage of this first half.
They have, they're certainly in it, and I mean, it's amazing to think there's only been 1 try in this game. The amount of action that has happened, the amount of talking points there are, it feels like a game worthy of 3 or 4 tries at this point.
Here we go then. Boom Beavers stack up down the right hand side here. Hewitt, Bonsu. Oh, Bonsu just looking to take on Ned Bennett. Brought down in the end by Amir Jawar Wolsey. Blue to the edge. Boardman inside and out. Up to halfway, Boardman still going. Turnover for the Barbars. Preseli have it back. Quick tap, they waste no time. Bennett on the edge, but here's Potter. A real live wire in midfield. Switch for Wolty, who finds an offload. And off goes Guto Davis, who finds another pass for Wolty on the wrap. Davis and Amir Jawar Wolty link up in the centre and score a second for the Preseli Barbars.
Lovely team try, that one from the Barbars. Just struggling to make the man advantage work in the last few minutes. It eventually tells. And you can see that the Beavers a little bit dejected by that one. Hands on hips, hands on knees, sucking in the oxygen now.
I think it's going to be half time off this kickoff. Preseli Barbars score twice. They lead by 10 against the Boom Beavers. Leo Zeng's red card may have spelt the end of their cup ambitions and their outside chances of competing in the series. Preseli Barbars, though, like the British Army, who they share this group with, are still very much in the running in the final leg of the elite division of the Lit Super 7 series here in Bury.
Yeah, because I was.
Kick-off here for the Preseli Barbars. And they lead by 2 tries, 10 points up on the Boom Beavers, who are down to 6 for the foreseeable after a red card for Leo Zheng. It's the first red card on the series, Will, so I'm not sure how it will affect the rest of the day. Regardless, I think Boom Beavers will fall into the plate if things stay as they are. Good kick-off and a good tackle from it, and the Preseli Barbars have it back straight away through the cat flap, and one more pass should do it. Little show and go. Oh, Bennett was free on the outside, but beautiful soft hands. They're going to see them over regardless. My word, what a score. Gruff, tough, I think it is in the end, who gets over. But that was a fantastic score. Free-flowing rugby.
Sumptuous stuff, exactly what we come to watch Sevens for, working it all the way to this near touchline, and then that created the space as the Beavers' diminished defence was stretched too wide. The hole was back inside the middle and they went straight through it. Good score from Griff.
3 times Welsh champions in consecutive years, so they crossed the bridge into the Super 7 series, and after a shaky first leg they have turned it around, and in this 4th leg they are challenging for the title. Could knock the British Army down to 2nd seed in their final pool game, but for now they're confirming their place at the top of the tree. Contact in the air, penalty Boom Beavers. Half chance for them to get involved in this fixture here. Another penalty, 2 in quick succession, Will. Chance for them maybe with 6 to get themselves into this game. Hewitt, double tackle, dragging down Hewitt there. Here's Bonsu at the base. Hewitt just releases straight through his own player there. I'm not sure how he was expecting to get away with that one.
Yeah, tough call there. I mean, it was the right thing to do had he not been piggybacking one of his own players.
What a step. Twice on the inside for Elliot George. George back to his feet. Dug out and carried on by Bennett. Bennett keeps the hold under pressure from LJ Ekendal. They've got a release now, the Boom Beavers. Tough. Stepping back on the inside, Preseli. Wrapped up by Sam Bauer. One pass more should do it. Little hitch kick, sliding in to score. Great finish from Lloyd Dennett. And the one-way traffic we expected has continued to flow in one direction here.
Yeah, I mean, that was just numbers. That was just numbers. 7 players playing against 6. The overlap on the outside and simple rugby. I mean, a coach's dream, really.
Hammerheads take on the Air Force up next. Hammerheads, who put 24 on the Fiji Warriors. Apache scored 26 past the Royal Air Force, so they'll be backing themselves there. It's a tough group again, with 2 sides competing at the very top of the ladder here in the Elite Division Elite Super 7 Series, Apache and Hammerhead. So they'll need another win after their plate victory in Harpenden kept them afloat in the standings. They were leaders after round 1, after Belgium excused themselves from the competition following victory in Oxford. They need to get back on track and go the full length here if they want to overtake the British Army. Barbars, another team in with a shout, hooking it up and cleanly taken by the Beavers. Ekendal. Good take. And now the handbrake comes off. Beavers up to the halfway. Strong challenge. What a carry by Mac Walsh. Bonsu over in support. To the short side they go. Nice offload through the contact. Ekendal brought it down inside the 22. Preseli scrambling. They've still got numbers though, because of course Boom Beavers still down to 6. Here's Seb Rees. Rees, lovely offload. He's there in support. Bonsu, numbers to the left. Strolling in goes Mac Walsh for a score. Now, again, down to 6, still managing to create. That's a good score.
I mean, they've created a two-man overlap on this near side there with the way they played. So physical from halfway upwards, then nipped it back inside, went a little bit more deft. That offload really did a lot of work for them, didn't it? And a well-deserved try.
Good effort from the conversion as well, slotted from way out on the left-hand tram line by the try scorer. In fact, that kick must be credited to LJ Ekendal. Well, the Royal Air Force and the Hammerheads poised in their final moments. Can the Boom Beavers get another on the board? Ekendal just hooks it in the wind there. It's going to bounce up really unkindly for the Barbars. In the end, it is back and swung away by the Welsh side. Wilkins. Great acceleration through contact. But Ekendal makes the tackle. Wilkins at the base. Walty. Another strong carry from Will Jameson. Craig looks to get the ball away. It comes loose. Oh, it couldn't pop up for Wilkins, so it's Ekendal instead. Wilkins fended off. Last-ditch defending from the Barbars. Ekendal. Bonsu. Steps to the edge. Bonsu brought down. O'Meara with the clear out. Good read in defence by the Barbars. Wrapping up their man. Straight over the ball. Penalty. Amir Jiwawalti with the steal. Tapped by Jameson. Off goes Potter. Good delay on the pass. And this will seal it for the Barbars. What a tackle. Across comes Walsh. What a line that is. And straight through the centre goes Will Jameson for a final score.
No. Is it the team?
Well, that'll bring us to an end here. The early red card spelt the end, really, for the Boom Beavers, and Preseli Barbars pressed home the advantage and have 2 from 2 in the group stage. Up next, the Hammerheads themselves looking for a second victory. They take on debutants here in the final leg, the Royal Air Force. It's the next game live here from the Lit Sevens Super Series final leg.
Pitch one just finishing with a win there for the Preseli Barbars all the way from Wales. As we continue, 3 more games starting shortly for you here at the home of Europe's largest sevens tournament. This is the Green King IPA tournament, and of course it's part of the Lit Super 7 series. So the largest series of rugby sevens in Europe, taking place right now. So the men, the 20-1 games are as follows. First of all, in the men's elite group G, we have one of the guest teams for today, the Royal Air Force, taking on one of the teams hoping to win the whole series, the Vaquita Hammerheads. That's kicking off right now on pitch number 1. Vaquita Hammerheads currently 3rd in the series, and they're taking on the Royal Air Force. Pitch 2, we've got the Group C game between Shogun Rugby, currently top in Group C, also in the chase, and they're taking on Godfathers. And then on pitch 3, White Dogs Apache are taking on Kaviti.
So the Royal Air Force making their debuts here at the Lit Super 7 series in the final leg. They're taking on the Vaquita Hammerheads.
All the food stalls are open.
Archie English alongside me for this one. And Hammerheads are with an outside shout of taking the title here, but they're going to have to go the full length here in Bury St Edmunds.
Yeah, it'll be a difficult day for them. So, you know, as I said before, it's a close league this season. New coaching staff, captain from last season, Charlie.
Hung up from Cam Shine at the kickoff, and it's just been knocked on there into touch, but I think actually it's the cruel bounce that did it for the RAF, so line out for Hammerheads.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was watching that kickoff. But yeah, new coaching staff at Hammerheads, so it's exciting to see that it's working for the men's team as well. Great break, great steal from the line out there as well.
So here come the RAF parking. Alfonso Makutu parking again, throws the big dummy. Dug out by Shine. RAF looking to play with a bit of intensity after defeat to Apache earlier today. Big miss pass and then volleyed into the crowd. So we're back where we started again with a line out for the Hammerheads a little bit further up the field. Good start from the RAF. Great strip they've got as well. This sort of camouflage with the red and blue as well. Line out this time does go for the Hammerheads, and it's flung right into the pass of the on-rushing Luke Uru, who can't keep a hold. Nervy start for the Hammerheads.
Yeah, I think it is. Harvey there, he's actually from Olney, where the team is based out of as well. So he's one of the, he's one of the Jim Osborne's lads that he brought in from his home club as well. So it's nice to see he's in the team. But yeah, very nervous start. I don't think the nerves have got to him yet.
Dug out by the RAF. Here's Cam Shine again. Parking. Alfonso Makutu. Oh, what a step from Makutu. Finds a parking on the inside. Uru wraps him up. Shine over in support. Boxall. Swung wide by Cloud. Good delay on the pass, and the RAF are in behind. Off goes Kieran Jenkinson to score the first. Good setup by Ben Collins. RAF score. And Hammerheads, they can't afford to slip up here, because the RAF, well, they've still got the Fiji Warriors to play later on, and if they beat them, Hammerheads could be exiting early here.
Yeah, it's a difficult start for the Hammerheads. They obviously don't want that at all. For them, they cannot have any mistakes today. And he got it over the post as well, so it's a great kick as well.
What a nudge. Hammerheads have still got Apache in their rear-view mirrors. This is a tough group. Shelly Barbars and the Army together. Hammerheads and Apache, that's 4 of the top 6 all inside 2 pools and on the same side of the draw. Good kickoff, well taken. No tackle made until the 10 metre, so Hammerheads with a chance to attack. Oh, wonderful work. It's Brass getting on the inside. Fantastic work. Or it's Uru. Harwood. Smith steps on the inside. Matt Smith, one to beat, just the sweeper, shrugs him off. Matt Smith goes over to score.
Gave it the old show and slow there, managed to get a bosh in it as well.
Wow. Lovely finish. And fantastic work. My mistake as well. I think it was Ariva Seravatu who made the great break down the centre as well and set it up for the Hammerheads.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, he managed to get off, dancing around, dancing, prancing. It's actually nice to see. Now the Hammerheads, I think they've woken up finally. Look, are waving at us in the box as well.
So Hammerheads level things up 7 apiece here. And it is Uru who's going to get underneath this. One bounce, it's going to stay in field. Uru gets a touch, grub it on, but straight into touch. No chance for Callum Cloud to get after it.
I'm surprised the ref didn't give a penalty there for tackling him off the ball, because he wasn't going for the ball at all there. So I'm surprised the line official didn't catch it either as well.
Tristan Harwood with the throw. Options are plenty. Uru to pick out. Good track by the RAF. It's been stolen, but it falls back for Harvey Dench. And Dench, ball on the inside for Harwood, who's going to race away and take the Hammerheads ahead. What a try. As you said, what an offload as well in there to pick out Harwood.
Yeah, it's great from Harvey. I think he's, as I said before, he's the only boy within the club as well. So yeah, it's nice to see him tearing up for Hammerheads in a Hammerheads shirt again.
Vaquita Hammerheads, defending champions on the women's side of things, looking for their first series victory here in Bury St Edmunds, and that's amazing because they are very much in a shout of the tournament, despite never winning the cup. A couple of plates and some strong appearances at Oxford have got them in amongst it. Offside from the knock-on from the kick-off. Hammerheads just swinging momentum their way here. Harwood, Uru, Dench. Big show and go from Serevatu. Flicks it out the back door for Dench, who slips the net. Dench will score another. Relentless from the Hammerheads. And before half-time, they are 3-1 up here. What a great performance from them. In a crucial game, they cannot afford to slip up in pursuit of this lit Super Sevens title.
Yeah, they're all looking really relaxed. From that first try they let in, there might have been a blip in the, in the whole game. Well, for them, their mindset anyway. But Hammerheads, they all seem to be very relaxed. High fives usually going round. No one's too blowing either yet, so it's looking good.
And they made the final in Oxford, beaten by Belgium. They made the knockout stages at Shelford and won the plate at Harpenden, which kept them in with touching distance of the British Army. But they've got to go the full length in order to overtake them on points difference here. Cam Shine wrapped up in midfield by Ariba Serevatu. Cloud. Alfonso Makutu whipped inside by Collins. Good shot from Dench. RAF keep it alive. Collins steps on the inside, put down by Harwood. Short side they go, but it's beyond Makutu. Flag goes up, it'll be a line out for Hammerheads. RAF have their blushes spared by the half-time whistle, but a fine performance from them. They deserve to be in front here, but the RAF have looked dangerous and they have to quell any fight back in the second half.
Yeah, it was good. I think the Hammerheads, they're still high-fiving, staying relaxed. The RAF side looking very strong when they've got the ball, but they've just been starved of the ball. So as soon as they get it back, then they start looking to get to the wides in the 5 channels. But Hammerheads are doing well to cover that across. So we'll see how it goes in the second half.
Second half still to come, but the Hammerheads in front will see their group mates, the Apaches, on this field up next, looking for another victory on the elite division of the Lit Super 7 series. Hammerheads lead at half-time against the RAF. Deep kickoff by the Hammerheads, and Dench is straight after it. But here come the RAF.
Back end RAF on the right side of the pitch now, stretching it. Or right side for us on the pitch, left side for them. Big shot there. Messing up the ball slightly.
Indeed, it's a little bit loose for the RAF. A tackle from Junior Delai. Shine. Oh, all the way left to right. Looking to stretch the Hammerheads. Dench again involved. Another tackle from him. Oh, Delai catches him in midfield. They're holding him up here, and I think the RAF are going to lose out. Turnover. What a moment. And it's going to be a scrum for the Hammerheads. Good defence at the start of this second half.
Yeah, it's great. They're pressing. They're obviously, that's what they spoke to in the second half. They were giving them the RAF too much time, moving them around the pitch a bit more. So now they're pressing. Now they're making them make decisions they don't want to make. So it's looking good so far.
Scrum for the Vaquita Hammerheads. In charge in this game after a couple of quick tries before the break. Delai whipped over the top. Nice step off the right boot, and look at the pace from Louis Burns. Not the first time on the Super 7 series that he has ripped away like that. Bit of a weapon out on the wide channels for the Vaquita Hammerheads, and Louis Burns adds to his tally in this tournament.
Yeah, the Eton Manor. He's a good player. He was played the Celestial Sevens. He was tearing up there as well. A few clips of him went pretty viral as well. So it's nice to see maybe some more coming here as well. Luke Uru, not usually the kicker, but he made the kick. Like to see that.
Uru, not from far away as well. Formerly of Colchester Rugby Club, who did share a division with Bury briefly a couple of seasons ago, from North Essex. Deep kick-off, well taken by Makutu. High press from the Hammerheads. In goes Saravatu, and then it's been dislodged. Mavakula came away with it for the Hammerheads. Big show and go, and a big bump, and the offload on the inside for Amanasisi. Mavakulu brought down, flicked out the back door by Saravaku. Still on here, Delai races away. Junior Delai on the board again, another who's had a prolific session on the Lit Super 7 series this season.
He's played every tournament this week for Hammerheads, I think, this year, except British Elite. So he's definitely a marquee player for Hammerheads this season. Yeah, he's looking very knackered out there. He's doing a lot of work this season, so he deserves a little rest here and there.
But he's not going to get one just yet, as a couple of changes are made. The kick is wayward. Another kick-off to come, though. Amanasisi, Mavakalua puts it up. I think just a touch of a knock on there from the Hammerheads. So, chance here for the RAF, who win a penalty. Whipped away by Cloud. Shine. Over the top it goes. Bit of a Hail Mary. They're going to take on Uru one-on-one. Nice little switch. On the roll goes the RAF. Oh, slipping through. RAF break the line. Lovely ball back on the inside from Parkin. Kieran Jenkinson forced wide. Oh, on the spin. Jenkinson sees off Ollie Beach and scores. Nice finish. Lovely move. One of the tries of the day for the RAF.
Some use the LT and the RS button to do the roulette on that one. That was nice.
Little Berber spin with ball in hand. And the RAF get on the board. Shine to add the extras. I don't think it will threaten the Hammerheads at this stage. But it's a great conversion as well. 14 points for them. Kick-off to come from Cam Shine in the RAF to this near side in the commentary box with the wind swirling. Clouds underneath it, and he taps it back excellently well. Adam Ford. Boxall. Missed pass over the top. Makutu steps off the right. Caught by Hayward. Shine. Good read from Begbie. But off goes Collins. Sam Boxall. Cam Shine.
Walking them back now, Hammerheads. Walking them back now. They need that press, need that RAF, need that hard running line. Oh, they've just turned it over.
Stolen by Nabakula. And Uru on the turn. Uru gets away. Beats the tap tackler. Uru to the 22. Hunted down by Angus Lang. But Luke Uru just about gets it down to certainly seal it for the Hammerheads.
I definitely thought the sniper had him halfway through when he got to the 22.
He's in the tree.
He's been away somewhere. He's been hitting a few people here and there, but yeah, Luke must have had a bit of debris hit him, and then they managed to jog it off. But yeah, he's taking the kick now again. So
No stranger to the St Edmunds turf here, Luke Uru, and he has perhaps the final say of his game as he rolls off. Still a chance for the Hammerheads to go further in front. Amanasisi Navukula to take the kick. It's contestable, but it's up from Collins, who is laid out by Sam Begbie. Straight back to his feet, Collins, and here's Cam Shine in the midfield. A sea of purple and white all around him there. Navukula penalised. Oh, and almost away here on the spin. It's Sam Boxhall again. Cloud, Shine, Collins. Takes them on and frees the hands for Alfonso Makutu, who is put down again. It's big Sam Begbie again involved, and he has put an end to the contest. Final score here. And it's the Hammerheads who take a firm victory into their final game. A big old shootout for the top of the pool with Apache. Exactly what we'd like to see. Of course, Apache have a job to do first against the Vaquita Fiji Warriors. So that's our next game then. More action from Group D. 2 from 2 go the Hammerheads. Can the Apache, who are also chasing down the title, match them here with another game live in just a few moments' time from pitch 1 at the Bury Sevens, the final leg of the Lit Super 7 series.
So here on pitch number 1, Apache, who are currently leading Group D in the men's league, are taking on the Vaquita Fiji Warriors. That's on pitch number 1, Apache, current Group D leaders, taking on Vaquita Fiji Warriors. Apache also with the chance to take a series title, so important game for them. The pitch 2 game in Group A has been given as a win to Bury St Edmunds due to the Sappers withdrawing. And then the Group A men's open game on pitch 3 between Fine Rugby now and Ballerz is an important clash of the 2 top teams in Group A to see who finishes top. So that's on pitch 3 now, the Group A men's open clash between Fine Rugby now and Ballerz. Don't forget the bars are open. There's some great food to be had as well. Up on the top, you can go and have some delicious pizza from the Green King Pizza, backed by Pakistan after a successful Harpenden project. There's also Apaches, samosas and chicken and chips and all sorts.
Well, that is true, yeah, but I've been up and down. I didn't know you had a thing with him.
Apache to kick us off. They're looking to match the Hammerheads and go 2 from 2 in the group stage and set up a pull-decider later on this afternoon. Hung up by the captain, Max McCarthy. Oh, and it's been tapped back. But it's fallen for the Fiji Warriors instead. Good work from Tom Mayo. But the Vaquita Fiji Warriors can play instead.
We went on a...
Lofted over the top.
Like 8 o'clock.
Figitoga taking them on. Chukwamenka over the ball. Gives up the penalty. Nice little hitch kick from Feno Figitoga. Passes loose. Regathered by Matt Bowers, who has to pull it out. Here's Zach Chukwamenka. Off he goes. Lifting it in the inside for McCarthy. Takes 2 to bring him down. Straight over the ball goes JT Anthony. Chukwamenka fires it through the hands and he's going to win himself a penalty.
Showing the cheese, showing that cheese tipping over the horizontal there. Finn Parker's been screaming it the whole time down the right side as well. The Fiji Warriors are just overlapping, pressing in the middle, so Apache can stretch them out here as well.
Yamanisi Konawai is sent off. Ball over the top, looking for Adam Colbert. But it's into touch. Quick line out. They said Vaquita Fiji Warriors just looking to go quickly. They'll be held back instead. No chance for Fiono Karai to show us what he can do. This is probably one of the strongest Apache teams we've seen all competition. The right time for them to do it too in the final leg.
Yeah, they're usually trying to put in 2 teams through most tournaments anyway, so it's nice to see they've actually combined both teams and decided to make a super Apache.
Let's see what this final form of Apache Warriors have to offer. High line from JT Anthony. Figitoga forced to clear. McCarthy in the backfield. Max McCarthy has Parker outside him and he's going to use him here. Finn Parker one-on-one, steps around one, beats the second, beats the third. Finn Parker's cut through half the team and dots down to score for Apache.
Finn Parker there using the 5 Ds of dodgeball. If you know him, you know him.
Well, we had Harry Parker on comms at the Elite Sevens where Apache were competing earlier and had a lot to say about his namesake. They go around tournaments pretending they're related. I'm not sure who's worse off from the two of them. But it's Parker of the Finn variety this time. He slots it. And it's McCarthy who adds the extras. Apache up by 7. And we've played the whole game in the Fiji Warriors territory so far.
Yeah, it's nice to see Apache actually pressing with the ball. They're starving the Warriors of the ball, and when they do have the ball, they've been when the Warriors have had the ball, Apache just been walking on, pressing them every time, so they haven't had any opportunity to do any magic with it. That's why we've seen them kick the ball at random times and give terrible passes.
McCarthy hangs it up high into the overcast sky. Chukwamenka's after it and puts in a thunderous shot on the 22. Fiji Warriors still playing with 6, of course. Good offload to try and free up Figitoga. But under loads of pressure there. Adam Cobbler trying to win a penalty there, but too keen. So quick tap for the Fiji Warriors. Chukwamenka wraps up his man. Little pick and go from the Vaquita Fiji Warriors, but the Warriors lose out. Fantastic turnover on the deck. Chukwamenka with the quick tap. JT Anthony, Parker. Parker steps off the right boot again. Unstoppable. Finn Parker on the double. Apache lead. Surely by 14 with a kick to come.
GB, are you watching? Get Finn Parker an honour.
Get him on the plane. Of course, they brought a development side, GB, to Hamburg in recent weeks. A couple of graduates from the Celestial Sevens tournament in that side. A couple of GB caps here today along with Shogun. They used to be really keen on the Super Sevens tour. But, I'm sure they'll be watching back a few of these clips in the near future. Finn Parker with 2 scores in this game, and Apache on their way to that big group decider against the Hammerheads later on. Spilt off the kickoff, and it pops straight up for Luke Havels. Warriors off their feet, so they've got to leave it alone. Cobbler, beyond him, little show and go. Does pick out JT Anthony, stepping off the right boot. Off goes Anthony, options on the outside, and he will feed Luke Havels for a simple score.
3 dummies and a pass there, I think it was. Dummy, 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 then it went suddenly. But no, that's class. Apache, they're just looking insane at the moment.
This is one-way traffic here at Bury St Edmunds. Touchdown right into the corner by the St Joseph's College board. Max McCarthy hammers it over for a 3rd converted score. They lead by 21. What a turnaround it would be for Apache, who haven't even made a final yet at the Elite Sevens, but the Elite Super 7 series in the Elite Division. But their consistent performances have put them within touching distance of the British Army. Back on 36 points, I believe, coming into today. But a full 20 will take them to 56, and they could well top the table. Big hit from Kingdom. Penalty. Again, a couple of hits just a little bit too high. Here's the tap. What can the Fiji Warriors create? All back on the inside. Good delay on the pass. Now they've got a man over here. Taking on Tin and White. Good work through the breakdown to keep the play alive. 3 on 2, hint of it. Nice offload through the back door. Away goes Koronowai, back onto the field. Swung inside by Malanabil. Oh, flying into the breakdown. What a shot. There's one man over for the Fiji Warriors. Little hitch kick, looking to take on Anthony. What an offload, stepping off the right boot. Yamanisi, Konowai. Ball's got to go, there's so many over for the Fiji Warriors. Kingdom into the breakdown. Frees up the ball, it's loose. And McCarthy looking to hack it through. McCarthy somehow comes away with it. Fantastic defence. Ewan Kingdom, formerly of Bury St Edmunds, now captain of North Walshingham, forced that turnover. Boot to ball. And Apache on the chase. Well, it's just one-on-one here, gathered by Figatoga. Getting outside of Ballard, but Ballard's got him. Very casual from the Fiji Warriors. Another loose offload though this time, and Anthony's after it. Well, this first half descending into chaos. It's loose. It's been regathered by Bowers. Well, it's Tom Mayo in the end.
I think the Fiji Warriors look a bit worse for wear out there now. They're definitely knackered. They've knackered themselves by doing this, crazy stuff, trying to bang people and, take the Apaches off the ruck. So it's clearly, take some mileage off them for today, definitely.
A well-needed rest at half-time then for the Fiji Warriors. We're down by 28 points. Tom Mayo, the most recent scorer. Second half to come, but I think Apache are on their way. And they will top the group on points difference for now, with Hammerheads on the horizon. Still 7 minutes for them to add more on the board.
Like with your brother, you can't ever imagine. Look up to Australia. You'll be alright, aren't we? I don't know.
It was all a bit odd. God, I don't know how that comes from.
That's something. Well, I don't know. Maybe.
Say, no, I don't want to go. But clearly, the time they went would have impacted certainly the doing A-level. It is odd.
But then, like I say, who's to say I'm not? But it's just how I feel that at the end of the day, I'm the one who brought these children into the world, and regardless of their age, I still have responsibility for them until they turn around and say,
yeah, enough stuff.
Not that much. I don't know. Like James has gone away this week. I phoned him up Thursday because I hadn't heard anything from him since Sunday. So I just phoned him up to see how he was. I'm not in their pockets, they're not in mine. But if they want me, I'll be there. And
Where's he gone?
he went to Scotland to work.
Oh, yeah, he said, yeah. Oh, I thought you went away on holiday.
No.
Oh, Kitty was the holiday with Daisy. I know she's but every winter, her in mind every time until she doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Well, we were just discussing Apache selection policy at half-time, Archie, and you think it's a good way to go in these long old tournaments?
I think it's good. Apache, they do have a lot of, off kick-off there. Great pass to Max there. He's captained the side really well this season anyway. He's screaming at his team from the back of the field. You can hear him talking from up in the commentary box, definitely.
McCarthy off the deck. Swung inside from Adam Cobbler. That's a big jump step and a big don't argue. And away go Apache. What a carry by Louis Natal. McCarthy with numbers down the short side. Missed pass over the top. Good take from Matt Bowers. Bowers, round one, swung towards the touchline by Fiona Carrow. Good feet from Cobbler. Natal, back on the inside, stepping off the right boot, accelerating over the 22. There's good cover for the Fiji Warriors. Penalty advantage, quick tap, let's roll on with it. Again, it's Cobbler seeing off one and teeing up another score for Chris Ballard. Apache ruthless, and they've started the second half as they ended the first with another score. So again, they are in the running here, Apache. They're about 10 points behind the Army. But if the Army slip up at the quarter-final stages, or indeed at the semi-final stages, and Apache go and get the whole 20 points, they'll fly to the top of the lead. Hong Kong and the Hammerheads and the Preseli Barbars also the closest challengers, with the Godfathers with an outside chance if they go the full length. It's all to play for in this men's elite division. Much closer than the Super Series last season, where Germany wrapped it up with a leg to go. The British Army champions on the Lit 7 series as well, I think a leg before the final day. So the combination of the two series has created such a tight contest. But that kick is straight into touch, and a gift for the Fiji Warriors.
And a gift for the other team as well, or the other pitch. They've got another ball.
The Sappers taking on the Leeds-based Sevens side, the Carnegie Sevens behind us. And we will await new balls, please. Very apt with Wimbledon rolling on. You caught much of the tennis so far, Archie?
I haven't actually had a chance to watch it, to be honest with you. But I'm looking forward to. I'm definitely watching after this.
Cam Norrie back on for the GB side in the days to come. But this is a little bit more like Djokovic against.
I'll be more into the Formula One this weekend as well.
Well, don't talk about that. That's boring. Off go Fiji Warriors up past the halfway. Penalty Apache. And it's very much straight sets for Apache so far. Still looking to drive on here. Heading towards the outside goes Mayo, searching for a second score. Tom Mayo's got it. Touchdown for the score. And this is domination for Apache. Archie, I want everyone to know that you waved down to your friends at Apache and they didn't wave back.
Yeah, that's quite sad. I was just waving to them all and none of them even looked. They're all very focused.
Laser focused, as you can tell by the scoreline here.
I'll just cry about it later on, this one.
Just keep it off the live stream.
Oh, sorry.
Well, it's going to be Finn Parker to take the kick-off this time, with Louis Natal on the chase. What a kick it is! Oh, just overcooked. Just catches us here on the commentary box in the end. So another bit of free ball for the Fiji Warriors in the latter stage of this second half.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Yamanase Korowai to the open side. Big step off the right boot. Show and go! Almost through. JT Anthony wraps him up. Dislodged on the deck. Good defence again from Apache. Looking quite ruthless here. I think the quality in this final leg, with Shogun arriving, Apache have brought their best team. Wild Dogs, we saw earlier, brought a really good team, even if it hasn't been their day so far.
It's looking exciting, to say the least. It's you know, last leg of the series, it is exciting to see all the teams putting up the stops. I think it's because it's such a close league this year, so it literally could be, it's pretty cliche, but anyone can win it.
As many as 5 or 6 challengers still within touching distance, mathematically, of the title. Anthony to his knees, back to his feet. And they make it onto the outside again. It's going to be a Mayo hat-trick in this second half. 1 try just before the break and 2 after for Tom Mayo. And they will seep out the seconds here. Tom Mayo has another. And I think that is lights out in this fixture. What a performance. Back comes Tiernan and White to take the kick. And we're still playing here. But it's fixtures like this. You wonder why Sevens is only 14 minutes long. This is why.
Yeah, Finn Parker kicking again. Doesn't usually kick, but he does the old 2 Nike socks. Stacked, really high kick there.
What a take from Matt Bowers. Anthony Slipping through again. Desperate to free the hands. Great offload. Off goes Ballard. McCarthy puts on the handbrake. Draw and give the call, and that's exactly what they do to put Louis Nattau into the corner. And our regular programming continues with another Apache try.
Apache looking sharp today. They'll be a tough team to beat further down the line.
Ewan Kingdom was speaking earlier that they have a really good feeling about this Apache. They think that this is their tournament to win. They do enjoy the turf here at Bury St Edmunds. They've enjoyed their first outing on the live stream here with a huge victory to set up the group decider against the Hammerheads. But if you're a Hammerhead watching on there, it's pretty worrying stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Apache side again, you know, they're looking sharp, they're looking slick. You know, they're all looking fit as well. So no injuries coming into this, and it'll be nice to see the Hammerheads versus the Apache game later on today. So that'll be exciting to watch.
More action from the Women's Elite competition. The Lilian Amazons having another crack, this time at the Boom Beavers. Should be a harder challenge than their last, but still an opportunity for the Lilian Amazons as they seek a top place in this group and a chance to upset the Shoguns as they race towards a title in this Women's Elite competition.
This is a battle for second place in Group A of the Women's Elite competition. So Lilian Amazon taking on Boom Beavers. That's on pitch number 1 starting shortly. We also have the men's Open Group B game. Another battle for second place in Group B. That's between the Crusaders and the Sappers 2. That's on pitch 2, the 20 past 1. And the other Group B men's Open game between Ongar 7s and the leaders of Group B, the LU 7s. That's on pitch 3 at 20 past 1. Remember, you can download the Tournify app. That's the Tournify app. For more details on your team, where they are on the leaderboard, and what their next games are. Let's download the Tournament app for more details. Here on pitch 1, we're going to be kicking off with Lilian Amazon playing in the white, kicking from left to right, and then we've got the Boom Beavers taking them on there in the purple. This again, for second place in Group A of the Women's Elite competition.
So with our attention moving back towards the women's competition, it's a big hit we see put in there by Lilian Amazons. Boom Beavers struggling so far to get out of their own half. Now, in fact, with a player down, they do get the penalty awarded by referee Enioma Anamalici. And their player back to the feet, which is good to see. Full complement still on the field. Quite narrow both sides, searching for that ball in the ruck. Goes Grace Clevering. Again, slow at the breakdown. which is giving Lilian Amazon the opportunity to get up in the Boom Beavers' face every single play. A huge hit there, carrying them back towards the line. Physical presence showing early from Amazon, who will now chase this kick. It is going to get away a little bit further away from them than they'd have liked. It's a nice bounce for the Boom Beavers. Good step there. Santi Nabitu and manages to get the offload as she hits the 10-metre line, and over halfway and all the way to the house is going to go Charlotte Savu for the opening score in this one. They've defended the opening 2 minutes, have Lilian Amazon, and then as soon as they get hands on the ball, it only takes 2 players to touch it before Savu goes over for the try, and gives Lucy Sotia plenty of time to walk up and set herself for the conversion. She takes from behind the sticks. Over it goes, 7-0. Rather a lot of players from the Boom Beavers on the pitch at the moment, running the water on. Probably trying to collaboratively come up with a plan to break down this Lilian Amazon defence, because it was mighty in that opening salvo. The restart hangs nicely in this gentle breeze we have today. Wrong option there from Amazon, trying to hack the ball through, so Boom Beavers do keep possession. Worked all the way to the left-hand side through Harriet. Again, narrow around the ruck. Chloe Broom looking for options, pulls it back, and it breaks down in the end, lost forwards just as it gets to Clovering. So Lilian Amazon will have the put in at the scrum. If their tackles are anything to go by, I think they are going to power through this part of the game as well. Had a stable scrum, not actually driving through too hard, and in the end a loose pass. Varo Narisi Kuro has done really well to pick up that loose ball and turn something for the scrapyard into something for the highlight reel. She's going to convert her own try as well. Vara Nisesi Koro makes it 14-0 to Lilian Amazon. Did have a speck of rain a few games to go, but as you can see now, the sun is really starting to force its way through the clouds. And that's what we want for Sevens. Nice dry rugby and the summer sunshine. A good take off the restart from Eleanor Semise. Up to the 22 already are Lilian Amazon. The pick and go from Seru. She is caught by the defence. However, they were offside. So penalty with Seru over the ball. Oh no, she's tapped that. Thankfully though, for her, it has gone back through her legs. No knock on. Play continues for Lilian Amazon. All the way through the hands to the centres, and now on to the wing. And this will be a third score. It's really one-way traffic here as Koru goes over again. Last time straight through the middle, this time up the right flank. Still able to get round behind the posts, which means it's a maximum 21 points from their 3 tries so far. Boom Beavers really struggling to find an answer. All of Lilian Amazon stacked to the left-hand side to chase this kick, which was sliced to some degree and ended up going quite straight. However, knocked on by Beavers, which means Amazon do take possession forwards. They have the advantage, which has been used now. This one pulled back. to Sili Sila. And on to Nabitu. It's Nabitu who set up that original try, chasing back after the Boom Beavers kick. On this occasion, she shifts from creator to try scorer herself. 4 tries. 4 conversions as that one just nudges its way inside the post. And a perfect score, you have to say, for Lilian Amazon in this opening half. They lead it 28-0, having defended through the opening couple of minutes. It's then all been Lilian Amazon on the ball and scoring the points.
Yeah, it's not the highest bars
Boom Beavers very briefly with the ball back in hand here to get us underway in the second half, but I think that might be one of the few times they touch it in this half, as Lilian Amazon start as they left things off in the first half. Eleanor Semise scoring the simplest of tries, caught from the restart, offloaded, round she went down the right hand side, arced her way in towards the post, and the 5th try for Lilian Amazon in this one. Lucy Sotia with the toughest conversion attempt of the day so far for Lilian Amazon. Just to give you an idea of how accomplished they have been in this one. No problems with it. 35 points up for Lilian Amazon now. Again, choosing to stack the one side with all their chasing runners. That's a good catch and return off the restart from Boom Beavers. Issy Noyner-Smith managing to get into space on the right-hand side. Sadly for the Beavers, that possession doesn't last long. Amazon back on the ball. Quite tight at the moment, but there are options wide, and that blitz defence opens up a very big hole that Beliso Mane was always going to run through. Just trying to maybe overcomplicate it a little bit here, Lilian Amazon. And they lose possession. This actually does give Boom Beavers an opportunity if they can try and break here, but a big tackle put in on Millie Kuhlbeck. Then we see Cox absolutely flung back. In fact, the referee's just going to call a halt to proceedings. Millie Coolbeck taking a little bit of time to get back to her feet. I think she had the wind knocked out of her as she was thrown to the ground. See her there gasping for breath. Great to see the concern shown by Lisa Seru from Lilian Amazon, just wanting to make sure that the opposition player is okay. The physio's on and with her. And I think a good call from Anna Milici to just pause this game briefly. Boom Beavers, 6 of them that are on their feet in a huddle, really trying to work out how to keep their hands on the ball. It's just an inability to maintain possession when they get it. They'll have the opportunity here. They were in possession when play was stopped, frantically so, given the nature of the tackle on Coolbeck. So this scrum will actually give them a more secure platform to start from, even if it is an extra 5 metres closer to their own try line. Ball comes pretty much straight out the scrum, and the loop and then the kick, and there's some good pace from Cox on that far side. Manages to grab a kick it back in again. Bit of a nudge between Naitui and the Amazon defender as the ball is spilt forwards. So, well, Beavers have made it to halfway. For possession returns to Lilian Amazon. Another big shift coming up in defence here for the Beavers. Just calmly waiting for the gaps to open up in front of them. And then the distribution sees Charlotte Savu from the latest name on the score sheets. 40 up now for Lilian Amazon. It's just a case of the attackers running their lines, holding their defenders, and then distributing out. 42-0. Couple of changes made for Lilian Amazon. Job well done for those players that are heading off to get an early drink. The restart will come towards us, camera side. Although not in the way Lilian Amazon would have hoped. That one caught by Boom Beavers, which means they do have to play it. Lilian Amazon were expecting it to be left and the tap on halfway. So play broke down for a moment. Advantage now for Boom Beavers. Cox again tries to drive her way through. Ball's out. Advantage is over. And some grubber kicking between Eleanor Samise of Lilian Amazon and Millie Coolbeck of Boom Beavers. Ultimately it ends with a penalty to the Beavers. The quick tap, wasting no time. They weren't 10, were Lilian Amazon, so this is going to be a sin bin. And really Beavers' best hope of getting some points on the board themselves is to only have to play against 6 women. Oh no, that ball just foxing the last woman and spilt forwards into the hands of Lilian Amazon, into the hands of Varanesesi Koro. And now Lilian Amazon bearing down on a half century. First conversion that they've missed. 47-0. The referee's checking his watch just to see how much time is left in this one. of Lilian Amazon go over one more time, they will get to raise the bat. Even with a player in the sin bin, they are still too much for the Boom Beavers to handle this stage in the competition. Just making sure that they do only have 6 players on the field. That restart hooked slightly, lost forwards as well. That will be that final play in this one, is ended with a knock-on off the restart by Lilian Amazon, but it was job well done quite a long time ago for them, arguably even in that first half where they led 28-0. They've added another 19 points in this second half to run out 47-0 winners in this latest game in the Women's Elite competition. That's more action from the Women's Elite as Hammerheads Sharks and Akuma Savvy Panthers will take to the pitch from Group A. Their match just moments away.
Both teams still looking to get their first goal. That's going to be here on pitch number 1. The Group A Women's Elite game between the Hammerhead Sharks and the Akuma Panthers. On pitch 2 we have the Hong Kong China Dragons, who are facing that series title, which is the Group B Women's Elite. That's on pitch number 2 against the Rugby School Marauders. And then on pitch number 3, Oxfam Wild Dogs Alpha, another Women's Elite game over in pitch number 3 for the Group B game. Remember, all the details are on Tournafan, the app, download it. You can see how your team is progressing. We're starting the knockout round shortly. Don't forget, the bar will open and there's plenty of food options as well, from burgers through to pizza, samosas, ice cream, and of course coffee. Enjoy the offer.
Let's go back on. More or less I am on. Probably more than that. Mate, sharp. You don't know what you're talking about.
Panthers to feed this scrum. Ball straight back out the tunnel. So it will be refed. Sharks thought they might have got themselves a nice, neat little turnover against the head. Rare in scrums these days, with most of them being fed well to behind the hooker's feet. And on to Charlotte Grace Mossier. They bring it immediately back towards the middle of the field through Erin Bradley. She's wrestled in the tackle, but the ball already away, back to Grace Mossier, who still goes. Shipping the ball out wide, all the way to their final woman. Margot Katerier is going to go here. She had so much space on this near side. And what's more than that, she had the pace as well. So Margot Cherrier with the opening score, and she will attempt the kick as well. She duly converts the try for a 7-0 lead. That restart is going to go over the head of everyone from the Hammerhead Sharks. Eventually Matilda Hall getting round to it. She's well tackled, just short of the 22-metre line. The Sharks immediately out. And it's really just a foot race now. Izzy Burr up to halfway. She's got the support coming in from Millie Helly Hammond, who will run it to the house. So 2 tries in a single minute, 1 from either side. Millie Helly Hammond will also look to convert her own score to tie this game back up. Not able to add the extras in the way that Cherrier was for the Panthers. So that means Panthers do hold a narrow 2-point lead. Matilda Hall with ball in hand. She's going to have to kick this restart into the wind. So she goes low, but even there, you see it holding up slightly on its way to Cherrier, who wins the penalty. And Panthers immediately calling for the scrum as the physio runs on to administer a little bit of aid to Cherrier. The assistant referee coming on as well, just to have a chat to explain to the referee what he saw. The backs from the Akuma Savvy Panthers just taking the opportunity to have a little chat away from the breakdown. Still just waiting here for the physio to finish checking over Cherrier. Looks to be some concern about her head and neck, which of course takes precedence over anything else. Plenty of action still to bring you throughout the day here. It's this final round of the Lit Super 7 series, and both the men's elite and women's elite competitions reach the business end after an excellent season. And we will have games being played every 20 minutes all the way through to the men's elite final at 7 p.m. The women's elite final preceding that at 6:40. Lots to be written into the history books before we get to that point. Not for the first time this game. The ball coming straight back out when fed into the scrum. Panthers will try another time. And in fact, this one is won against the head. Really good stuff from Sharks. It gives them their first opportunity to start playing from inside the Panthers half. And unlocking the defence goes Helly Hammond once again, but only after a forward pass into the breadbasket. So play called back, and we will have another scrum where Panthers will hope to be a little bit more secure on their own ball than they just were. That ball fed almost straight out the back of the scrum to make sure they did hold on to it. Nice and deep and wide this attacking line, which allows them to ship the ball all the way over to Mosia on the far side before the defensive line get up and make the tackle. But in the end, they've done a good job forcing play out over the touchline, and the quick line out allows them to attack straight away. The tackle shrugged off, rebelling, knocked backwards. And Helly Hammond, she's going to go again here. Well executed try, all coming from that quickly taken line out, just the right side of halfway. And then they score on the other side of the field. A big part of it was as a result of the carry from Sydney Mead. She knocked her opposite number, Ibelling, back onto the ground. Matilda Hall, now the latest to attempt the conversion. Unfortunately for the Sharks, she's no more successful than Helly Hammond had been after their first try. Which means they have a narrow 3-point lead at half-time, 10-7 to the Hammerhead Sharks. Hammerhead Sharks, who have come from behind to lead in this one, 10-7. With the team to get us underway, Matilda Hall, long and flat with the restart, over the head of Ibelling, who picks it up around about her 5-metre line. She's already made about 10 from that point. And the offload to Morsia, who has pace to burn, and she is well clear of the chasing pack to return the lead to the Panthers. 2 points ahead now, and you'd expect that to be extended to 4 with the conversion. It's Ibelling who started all of that off, collecting the restart, which initially looked to put the Sharks in the ascendancy. Panthers did really well to create something from depth, only needing to use the 2 players, Ibelling and Charlotte Grace Morsia, to go the length of the field and get a second 7-pointer. 14-10 they lead now. A little bit of time taken for the restart to happen, as it was Ibelling who knocked over the conversion. He then had to come all the way back to take the restart. Well collected initially by the Sharks. Lily Mason then running into contact. It was a bit of a wrestle, and in all of that, she did lose the ball forwards. Panthers scrum. Ibelling to feed. And out towards that right touchline. Already inside the 22. Mossier is there. Ibelling at first receiver. On now to Mooney. And keep it moving to this left-hand side. Mason linking up with Drodge. Mossier. One more, and a big hit. Really good defence from the Panthers. Maddie Major absolutely slammed into the ground. She's back on her feet, back involved now, and maybe she would rather she hadn't been, because she slammed a second time, and this one has left a more lasting impression. Hammerhead Sharks do come away with it, but the physio back on the pitch for Maddie Major. So for now, Sharks are 7 running against 6. They're keeping it a little bit too narrow there. That's allowed the Panthers to get in and over that ball. So even with a player down, managing to do the job, and the Sharks way too narrow here. And if it wasn't for that wrestle that they've just put in, then they could well have found themselves exploited round on the flanks. As it is, it's Morgan Mooney, pretty much through the middle, just beating the outside shoulder of her defender to get the latest score for the Panthers. Apologies, that was Porhan Hamo who went over for the score. Liv Cuthbertson. Lauren Abelling adds the extras, 21-10 now. Good try from Cuthbertson, good conversion from Abelling. Abelling just sets herself for this restart. Ball spilt backwards by Sharks, but they maintain possession despite Charlotte Grace Mossier's immediate attentions in defence. Little break from the ruck, lost in contact though. Struggling now to find that momentum that got them 2 tries towards the back end of the first half, and in fact they're going to concede another here. Maisie Riddell, the latest to go all the way for Akuma Savvy Panthers. A hug for her efforts as Liv Taylor takes the ball under her arm to go and add over the extras. 28-10 now. And what seemed like quite a long way back for the Sharks now seems a fairly impossible path. Just not been at the races in this second half. Belling sees lots of space towards this left-hand side. The restart can't quite go as far as she wanted it to. Really good strength this from Charlotte Hopkins. She's been dragged towards the touchline, fought her way back in, and this has helped create a little bit of running now for the Sharks. Held up in the tackle. This is Porhan Haimo. And she gets the turnover, holding Sydney Mead up. And so scrum to the Panthers. Got a few scrums in this one. One of them did rattle the Panthers, but ever since they've been fairly solid, and they break down this right-hand side now. It's through Cherrier, the original try scorer. Turnover was then made by the Sharks. They win the penalty as well. Into contact. Almost breaking through. Counter ruck coming in from the Panthers. Sharks deciding to go down the short side, giving their players and Orla Proctor quite a bit of work to do. The offload, in it comes. Mason carries forwards up to halfway. Narrow. Not many options. Bumps off the defender. There is an overlap. If the hands are freed, they are eventually. The bouncing ball not able to be taken cleanly by Hopkins, and that will be that. So a first half rally from Hammerhead Sharks had put them in a lead at the break, but ultimately they come up second best in this one, 28-10. Final score, Akuma Savvy Panthers march on, Hammerhead Sharks some work to do. Immediately we see the men's team straight onto the pitch. I can tell you we're bringing you the British Army against Preseli Barbars up next. That is going to be an absolute mouth-watering clash. Do not go anywhere.
Kicking off in and around 2 o'clock here on pitch number 1. It's the battle for dominance in Group A. And that's where the defending champions, the British Army, will be playing in red. And they're going to be taking on our Welsh Wizards from the Ballerz, the Preseli Barbars. The Preseli Barbars who won the Harpenden SEVENS just a few weeks back. So this is the battle for the top spot in Group A on pitch number 1 starting now. We also have the other game in Group A on pitch 2 between Beavers and Oxfam Nextlot. Oxfam Nextlot, of course, are the local Bury St Edmunds team. And then finally, pitch 3, we have the Marauders taking on the Stunts. That's the battle for third place in Group A.
It's the British Army who get us underway in this one. Preseli Barbars, side that have come across the Severn Bridge. They watched every minute of the British Army's last match, where they narrowly did eventually get the win. And looking to build from deep here. Space on this near side. Just hits the brakes. Allows the Army defence to close in, and really good counter-rucking is going to win the Army the turnover. Right, in the end, not releasing is the call from the referee. They seem to be allowing the Army a fair bit of leniency at first. Penalty to the Barbars, and it's going to be a sin bin. Rosa Ratubua Tawanayana Vulalala heads to the bin. Preseli Barbars with the penalty. Working this short side. Stutter step. Up to contact goes Callum Coxley, vice captain of this Barbars side. They're looking to go back to back after their win at the National Pub Sevens. Good offload. Space on that far side. Is there the pace to go with it? Flung backwards. There was no ruck. There is no offside. Nyagi able to get himself involved. George wrapped up by multiple defenders there. Does mean that the Army's quite narrow right now. Do Barbars have the pace to get this width going? It is into the hands of Callum Coxley. He will go the length. He will get the score. The opening one in this one coming from the vice captain. It's Barbars who take first blood.
It's great work from Preseli Barbars there, isn't it? You can see them trying to identify that space, keeping the phases going. Then, as you said, Coxley then eventually able to stretch his legs, and a great first score.
Kick to come for the Barbars. Oh, just clipping the very top of the right-hand upright. Elia George with the conversion, 7-0 Preseli Barbars. I knew this was going to be a hotly contested match. Now our first opportunity, no, I was going to say to see the Army on the ball. It's a wonderful restart, and it's going to be an even better try. Aaron Arthur soaring high into the air, colliding with the defender, flicking it back inside, and Guto Davis goes all the way. A second score in just a minute from Preseli Barbars.
That's wonderful from Preseli Barbars, isn't it? Huge credit there, Aaron Arthur. What a leap that is. And we always say it, don't we, in Sevens, the kickoff is one of the most dangerous attacking weapons. We've seen it there. Wonderful finish. Brilliant start for the champions from last time out.
Last time's player of the tournament, Lloyd Wilkins, looked to add the extras. It just faded to the right-hand side with the wind that picks up periodically here at Bury. The lit Super Sevens banner on the far side under some real stress right now, as are the British Army. What can they do? They find themselves 2 tries down already, 12 points behind. Their first opportunity on the ball here. They will ship it almost the full width of the pitch. Seva. And now they win the penalty. Back up to full strength after that early sin bin. And that's a hand in there. Guto Davis, he knew as soon as he felt the ball ricochet off, the position of the hand was not going to be seen upon too kindly by the referee. And so for the second time, a hand in the pocket and a player to the bin. Army looking to strike back, now they've got the man advantage.
They do, and they needed something, didn't they? Because Preseli Barbars have been wonderful in his opening minutes. You look at sort of errors, and that is an error because he didn't need to put the hand in there that can gift opportunities back to the opposition. This is a huge one now for the Army. They need to make these next 2 minutes count. They need to get at least 1 score, ideally 2.
First scrum between these two. British Army to feed. Space on the blind side. In the end, they don't need to worry about any of that. They win the penalty at scrum time. Quick ball. Already up towards the 22. Will the offload come? Yes, it does. What a score this is going to be for Jone Korivuka. British Army straight back into it. As soon as they had the man advantage, they exploited it expertly. And it's Korivuka who goes over for their first score.
It's just what the British Army needed. It's wonderful, well executed, identifying where Preseli Barbars are a man light and then getting the hands going. That's what we've seen from them throughout this series. First time we've really seen it in this match, but with that conversion, they're now right back in the hunt.
Just 5 points between the two now. Of course, British Army, they did start slow in the last game that we saw them in on pitch 1 here at the Bury Super Sevens event. Good chase off that kick from Onitavoro Nayagi. It's a real presence in defence for the Army. Barbars just managing to hold on to it at ruck time, set themselves a little bit of a platform. Good stuff here from Amir Chua-Walti. All of the Barbars over to that right-hand side. Attacking a telephone box at this point in time. But they win the penalty. Go quickly as well. The Army are not 10. This is going to be another penalty, I would imagine. It's the referee letting it go. Chua-Walti, again, he takes it up over halfway. The kick put in. Wilkins chasing after this one. Oh, and it's just set up so nicely, allowing him to step back inside and distribute to Ned Bennett, who will go in under the posts. Third try of this opening half for Preseli Barbars. And this time it's Ned Bennett.
It's an absolute killer, isn't it, for the British Army, right on the half-time whistle. And that's what you can do with 6 players on the pitch. Great offloading, brilliant interplay. Wonderful score from Preseli Barbars. They're in the ascendancy here at the break.
They certainly are. They'll hope to preserve that momentum through the team talks here. They lead 19 points to 7 at half-time. Preseli Barbars 19, British Army 7. As the referee gets us back underway. This mouth-watering clash from Group A, the men's elite competition here in Bury. And Barbars making the best of that broken play to get themselves all the way into the British Army red zone already. They've made a bit of a mess of that though, so they find themselves back on there on the British Army 10-metre line. Ned Bennett just doing well despite the attention of multiple military men. Up to the ruck goes Potter and feeds it out. No options on that left-hand side, so back they come to the right, and a break from Bennett, just busting through. He scored just before the half-time whistle. He will be the first to score in this second period. The British Army, who came here hoping to seal the series, and are now facing a very stern test from Preseli Barbars down in this one, and this could be crucial for the entire season.
It certainly could, and it now looks, doesn't it, like Preseli Barbars are going to end up winning this group, so it makes that avenue into the knockout stages so much harder for the British Army. Ned Bennett deserves huge credit there as well. Pirouetted, came out of that tackle, looked up, pinned his ears back, nobody was there, and his side are right back in the ascendancy yet again.
26-7. A high one here. The Army just dealing with that bomb well enough to come away with it. Racing round to the right hand side went Salu Salu. Great offload. This is more of what we expect from the Army. They've struggled to gain a foothold so far, but they're up to halfway now. Big long passes for hitting the Jets, trying to move the ball forward. Being held up here. Release called by the referee, so the Army can carry on. Tackle not made. On goes Banuve. Wara finds a little hole through the middle. Places that one back. Just dishes it up on a plate for the Barbars. Get the crucial intervention. What can they set up on this counter-attack? The kick coming in. Players from both sides herring after it. Wara for the Army wins the race just ahead of Jones. Penalty to the British Army. And Wara looks to be in some pain there.
Oh, it's a big hit, isn't it? You could see no malice intended. He's just lost control at the end, just gone over the horizontal. Good to see the player back up on his feet, but it's a really good option to kick in behind from Preseli Barbars. They've got the score advantage. The time is on their side. It just pins the British Army back here, forces them to have to try and conjure up a little bit of magic.
What have they got up their sleeve? Deep into this second half. Deep down in their own territory. Fighting. Extra yardage on the far touchline. There is the overlap if they'd straightened. Steps back inside, but a good tackle made on Tagutu. At the moment, the Barbars are marshalling the Army pretty nicely until, not for the first time, a hand comes in at just the wrong moment. Aaron Arthur, the latest to go to the bin.
He just didn't need to do it either, did he? It's given the Army an opportunity. We saw how quickly they were able to strike last time they had that player advantage. I suppose the one good thing for his side is it has killed another 10-15 seconds or so. But the Army are able to try and advance here, and let's see what they can try and conjure up down this short side.
A real physical contest between Tagutu and Jack Craig from the Barbars. One-handed play from Nal Luloa. Craig again, right up in the defence, in the face of the attackers. And the Army are struggling to make headway here. In the end, Apolisiwara thrown over the touchline. A Preseli Barbars line out will follow. And it might be a player down, but they are doing the job.
Oh, they're hunting in waves, aren't they? It's so good to see. But the Army just look a little bit confused with ball in hand. They're just not quite on the same wavelength at the moment. And you could see there, they were searching around. Wara was trying to find that pass, just didn't come. And as we said, Preseli Barbars, they're matching up 2 players here and getting the ball back each time. It's wonderful defence.
The early kick off the top of that line out, and it's going to work out perfectly for the Barbars. They're going to go to that far left corner. Ned Bennett with the hat-trick score when he dots this one down. Happy to just burn as many seconds as possible. That a top draw Sevens try.
Oh, fantastic. If you want to see a textbook Sevens try, that's it, especially with a player down as well. And I think, well, Preseli Barbars, they've scored twice now when they've had a man in the bin. It shows how connected they are as a group. And again, it's that kicking option, trying to get the speedster in. And it's wonderful play, brilliant pickup. And they are fully deserving of what is now looking like a commanding victory.
31-10 with the extras not added on that occasion. It was a tough kick. And right on the touchline. The Barbars really now can just manage this game out. Expected it to be a bit tighter between these two. Again, a high restart. And into the hands of Benuve. And a break now coming from Benuve and the Army in the offload to Jamie Diamond. He will score, but it will be too little, too late for the Army. Flings it straight back. Salu will look to add the extras here.
Again, fantastic score. It's all come too little too late, but that's the threat that this British Army side are able to pose when they get things right. And they're going to be disappointed they've not come away with the victory here, but there's lots of things they can work on going into those knockout stages later. They're going to have to do it the hard way if they're going to want to take the series title. But I think this match is all about Preseli Barbars. That was an absolute clinic, both defence and attack, and fully deserving of that victory.
31-14 is how it ends in this one. So the British Army needing to put the pool stage behind them and focus on what will be a slightly rockier road through the knockouts if they are to go all the way and secure this Lit Super 7 Series title. Looked to be theirs. So the end of this one in the men's elite competition, and we turn our attention in just a moment to Hong Kong, China and Tsunami Assassins.
3 games coming up. A clash at the top of Group B in the men's elite competition. It's the Tsunami Assassins taking on Hong Kong China Dragons. And the Hong Kong China Dragons playing in the blue and red. Heading to the right. Number 2, we've got the men's elite Group C game between Kaviti Rugby Academy and Shogun Rugby. Again, 2 of the top teams there in Group C. Shogun currently leading Group C. And finally on pitch 3 at 20 past 2, the Godfathers are taking on the Wild Dogs Alpha Pack. It's a match to see who's going to finish third in Group C. Message out to all players. Remember, we do have 3 ice baths and also a physio tent if you want to get a massage in the background. Keep hydrated and look after yourselves. Those services are there for you to use. Enjoy the rugby.
Well, we're going to come all the way back to halfway. That restart beating absolutely everybody to the dead ball line. And so Hong Kong, China will take the tap on halfway. Seb Bryan goes right, and then his supporting runners go left. Elliot Quinton up over the 10. Bryan finds a bit of space on the outside through Burra. Very content to play from one side of the field to the other, Hong Kong China early in this one. And a lovely volley coming in from the Tsunami Assassins. And they will have an overlap on that left-hand side. Straightens and takes the contact instead. Penalty to Hong Kong China. And straight through the middle. Seb Bryan. Well, is he going to have the pace? No. Oh, that trip might have worked out for him, actually. He was being caught at a rate of knots by Finlay Matthews. Just tied up his own feet. In the end, that allowed him to offload the ball, and the try does come for Hong Kong China.
It's probably one of the best trips you're going to see, isn't it, all series. Fair play, though, he's worked it out. He got his head back in gear quickly, found the offload to Quinton. It's the threat that this Hong Kong China side pose. They're 2 from 2 in this group as well, so they're looking to seal top spot. Really good start.
Quinton with the score, Matthew Rickard with the extras. And a moment that it looked like Seb Bryan was going to want to forget actually becomes one that Hong Kong China are only too happy to remember. 7-0, they lead. Let's restart. That's a good bit of air time. But the break is going to come here. It's going to be an immediate score back. Alex Edwards.
I guarantee that's what they say. Oh, British Army dominant.
With the try.
My throat, my nose, I can breathe.
He's done a wonderful job there, just soaring into the afternoon sky, plucking that ball, hits the ground, and then all the way.
Well, the hair was flowing, the feet were flowing. It was a wonderful try to get his side right back into this one. A needed response, and like you said, unbelievable effort in the air to get through. Great chase at the end. There's some real pressure coming on him from that Hong Kong China defender. I think it was Murray Brechin that was chasing back there. But a wonderful finish. Good work, good awareness of where he was on the pitch, and his side are back in the mix.
The conversion slotted to tie us back up at 7-7. There may be a few incorrect numbers here in the Tsunami Assassins side. Numbers we've been given go 1 to 12. The numbers, as you can see on the pitch, go 1 to 99. So we'll do our best to ID the players for you. Really high restart. Spilt slightly backwards, but works out for Brendan Neal. Carrying it into contact and managing to gain ground despite the attentions of 2 defenders. Again, back to this near side. Sandwiched. Big tackle coming in from Asiri. Just looking for options. Trying to draw the defenders out. Julien Beron. There are still more Hong Kong China shirts on this left-hand side, which is why Rickard arced his way back to the left. He's still involved, and he's just going to get away here. Will he have the pace to go all the way? We asked that last time. It ended up in a trip. Thankfully, Rickard is able to keep his feet and find his way to the line to restore Hong Kong China's lead.
Kept his feet, kept his composure really well. If you're a Sevens player that's watching at home and you want to see how you can beat that defender when they're chasing you down, that is the perfect example. Just constantly changing the direction of the running line, constantly keeping that defender just an extra inch away from you to get that finish, and the conversion as well. They're right back into the lead, and it's a really brilliant individual effort.
14-7 now, Hong Kong China. As Biron waits for a ball to be returned to the pitch in order to get this game back underway. Tsunami Assassin Sevens also as perplexed as everybody else as to where the ball is. There is a ball in the hand of a ball boy over on the far side, so weren't really aware that it was needed on the pitch. We do now eventually get it. The referee stopped time in this one, despite us already being a little bit behind the schedule. That one's just going to sneak over the 10-metre line. It was expertly knocked back. Hong Kong China are coming again. On now to this left-hand side, and Rickard, who's been involved in everything good so far, as far as Hong Kong China are concerned. He'll play it to the right. Beating that first tackle goes Elliot Quinton, and making good ground after it as well. Rickard over to Biron. It's an excellent attempt to stop him going over. Charlie Rawlins, the big hit. He has given the penalty away there.
I think he's given it as a try actually in the end there. Juan Osono just seeing a little bit of a gap and well, I was going to say popping it down, literally battering it down, body and ball into the ground to get the ball for his over for his side. Great finish. And again, there, like you said, Rickard is starting to pull the strings beautifully here, getting things going, and Hong Kong China are now starting to accelerate away in this one.
Yeah, quite right, Harry. I thought he was just short of the line. It's these slightly faint lines with the dry pitch. It's able to be seen by the referee, and that's what counts. And so Hong Kong China extend their lead by another 5 points, and will take that healthy lead into the break. We'll be back in this one in just a minute. As we await the second half, time to belatedly introduce and say hello to Harry Scott Munro. Harry, thank you for joining us for this one. Massive day of Sevens action still to unfold in front of our eyes here, with both the men's elite and women's elite titles to be decided.
They are. It's great to be here. Got stuck in a bit of traffic on the way, so I'm glad I made up for a bit of lost time. But like you said, wonderful occasion. It's been a brilliant series across the board, and well, looking at the way some of the results have gone today, we're in for a little bit of a grandstand finish come the final few games of the day. So really excited to be here. Quality's been amazing so far today and across the series, so can't wait to see who comes out on top this afternoon.
Tsunami Assassins get the scrum after that Hong Kong China restart. Slightly scrappy play, and now they find themselves going backwards, and now Hong Kong China have the ball, and Rickard, just a forward pass in the build-up. Otherwise, that was going to be another score for Hong Kong China to add to their 19 points to 7 lead. As it is, Assassins just hold out.
Great work again, and so unlucky there. You could see exactly what Rickard wanted to do. We've mentioned him so many times in the first half, really reveling in that role as the playmaker. But just hands coming a little bit forward there, ball flying off the hands a little bit forward and try denied. But look at the way they're coming in at the scrum. Doesn't matter if they're making an error, because then they're making up for it instantly.
Penalty right in front of the posts, options either side. Buron, he's got Rickard outside. He goes one further into the hands of Murray Brecken, and that will be the 4th try for Hong Kong China in this one. Simple stuff from them in the end.
Yeah, really simple stuff, isn't it? But looks easy, takes a lot of hard work to execute that, a lot of minutes on the training paddock, making sure that you're all in sync, all in line, and yeah, looks simple, really isn't, but they're putting on a clinic again.
A match that looked for all money after the opening 2 scores like it was going to be a really tight affair. It's turning into a bit of a domination from Hong Kong China. They move now to 24 points to 7. This restart has a good chance of being reclaimed by Hong Kong China. Harry Chubb does really well in the end to hold on to it. And we're going to have a penalty here against Hong Kong China. Joseph Knight it is, who is sent to the bin for dissent. Really appealing at the referee at ruck time. He's not having any of that.
No, a slap down there on the 9 as well, so cynical double whammy, and his side just didn't need him to do it. They've been so far in the ascendancy. They've given the ball back here to Tsunami Assassins, and now they've got 2 minutes to see what they can try and execute, and with a ball like that, they've got a good chance.
24-7 lead can disappear in a matter of moments in this game of sevens, and that is what the Assassins will be trying to do. They've got real pace here, and now it's on to the try scorer, Alex Edwards. All the way up inside the red zone. Long pass. Steps back inside, and he's done well, has Joss O'Keefe. Now go back to that short side. And bursting through, second try of the game for the Tsunami Assassins. May well not be enough given the score that they are chasing, but they'll still have a man advantage after this kick is taken.
They certainly do, and having drawn that match earlier in the day, points difference could be really important for them. So a great score, an important score. And yeah, like I said, they've still got that player advantage. So if they can get another one here, match has probably gone away from them, but it just puts the pressure on the teams below them going into those final group games.
And that kick just isn't going to have the legs into the wind. It goes. And actually that feels like a very quick sin bin period as Joe Knight is brought back onto the pitch. So his side, it concede 5 points during that. Straight back on now. A little bit of a scuff on the restart. Allows Pyle plenty of time to launch himself into the sky and take that one. Knight, what can he do now that he's back on the pitch? Well, he's done really well. Fighting his way through 2 defenders, gets the offload out to Brecken, and on go Hong Kong China now. It's Buron on that far side, and then player with a replacement jersey takes it on some more. Throwing themselves into this contest. They're not satisfied with their 12-point lead. They want more than that. Dylan McCann, the latest to run at the white shirts in front of him. Buron with the kick. It's just going to beat Oliver Pyle, former Hong Kong Sevens international, to the corner flag, but we will come back for the penalty.
Really good play again, isn't it? Yeah, I agree with you. I thought that yellow card period seemed to go incredibly quickly. Might just be how time seems to fly a little bit quicker up here than down on the pitch side. But again, we saw it in the last match, didn't we? That kicking option just to force the defence to have to turn and go backwards. They've got the penalty as well, so it was a free hit. And if they get another score here, then that's game, set, match on top of the group.
Starting run from James Key. Quick at the breakdown of Hong Kong China. Brecken and back inside. Oliver Pyle will go over. 10 years since he won the Under-16 Player of the Year. He's now dotting himself down over the line to really ice this game for Hong Kong China.
Oh, it's a great finish, isn't it? Again, it's just that interplay, that offloading game, and that ability when you're in the tackle to look around, see what options you've got coming on, And yeah, we saw 2 brilliant passes there, great finish, and that's game, set, match, and good night.
Dylan McCann will add the extras, and that will be that. 31 points to 12. The final score. Hong Kong, China taking the honours in this Group B clash. Tsunami Assassins, after the opening couple of minutes, weren't really in it from there on. So they will be back to the drawing board and see whether they can find a way out of this group with their opponents from the other side of the world. And our attention will turn back to the RAF and to Vaquita Hammerheads, who are just about to make their way onto the show pitch here at Bury, here at the final round of the Lit Super Sevens series.
And there's also a chance to win prizes on our rodeo pool. That's all your friends in the Gladiator style events up there. 3 more games coming your way. So at 20-3, 240, we have 2 games from Group D in the men's elite competition. The first one is the battle for 3rd place between Vaquita, Fiji Warriors and the Royal Air Force. That's on pitch number 1, starting shortly. The Royal Air Force taking on Vaquita, Fiji Warriors. And then over on pitch number 2, the battle for dominance in Group D of the men's elite competition. Apache are taking on Vaquita Hammerheads. That's a proper Group D matchup on pitch number 4 between Vaquita Hammerheads and Apache. And finally, the women's elite competition, Group A. Again, both teams unbeaten. And the women's elite competition on pitch 3 between Wild Dogs Alpha and the Hong Kong China Dragon Sevens. They're both on 6 points with 2 wins apiece. Again, the battle for dominance in Group B of the women's elite competition. Only a few games left before we'll be heading into the knockouts. Check the Tournify app for more details. You can see how your team is doing, where you are in the leaderboard. And remember, we will be crowning the elite men's and women's champions here today at Bury St Edmunds.
Fiji Warriors and the RAF are the latest 2 teams to face off in the men's elite competition here. And barely have we got ourselves underway, then Fiji Warriors will find themselves a player down. Quite sure what the decision was there as to why the player was sent to the bin, and fortunately we don't have his number on the team sheet either. But what it means is that RAF have a man advantage to start this game. Bit of a rare position to be in. And they're looking to unlock the defence with that extra man already. They've not had to have a ruck since that. But in the end, the only thing that can beat them is the touchline. It's gone out by Fiji Warriors though, RAF maintaining possession. There is the overlap. If they put in the missile ball, which comes all the way to Alfonso Makutu, and then lost forwards, Fiji Warriors will have the scrum. I think it might have been Taione Kurao who's gone to the bin for Fiji Warriors.
Yeah, it's a little bit scrappy there from both teams, isn't it? Fiji Warriors, it's exactly what you don't want at the start of the game, losing a player, but the RAF again, you can see what they're trying to do, spread the play, but they've just got to be a little bit more careful, especially with this wind picking up. No need at this stage to play those Hail Mary balls and giving away the scrum penalty here as well. They've given, well, nearly given Fiji Warriors a chance to attack, but the referee got himself in the way. Little smile, but now a chance for Fiji Warriors to set themselves and go again.
Starting from halfway, one player down. 2 RAF players in to make that tackle there, which will just even up the numbers for a moment. That ball going backwards through the hands, now being kicked back, and it's going to find its way almost over the touchline, just kept in field. Huge hit coming in. And Fiji Warriors with absolutely no wit to use here. The kick put in and something created from nothing. So Callum Clode getting back for the RAF initially, and then Fiji Warriors, who are the big ones to do it. We're just trying to read the handwriting there. Harry, I don't know whether your eyes are better than mine on that one.
They aren't, sadly, but it's a great finish all the same. I think it's Conaleo who's gone in for the score. And you've just got to say, great work again. There wasn't really anything on, a bit of a nothing kick, and it's the thing, isn't it? A rugby ball does strange things with the bounce. He kept himself in the hunt, found his way over the line, and Fiji Warriors will be really pleased with that one. The RF, though, they'll be disappointed. They had 2 players back there, and they still weren't able to stop him. But a good early score for Fiji Warriors, hunting their first win of the group stages, and looking like they're back up to a full complement near enough. So they've ridden that yellow card period really well.
I mean, that's absolutely textbook from them, isn't it? To go a player down straight on the off and then end up leading as they come out of that period. RAF, unsurprisingly, able to deal with the ball in the air there. Just working it back now. As the gap opens up, good pass needed here, and it was. And on goes Callum Clode, and no one is going to stop him on his way to the line. He nearly saved the try just moments ago, and now he's the one scoring it for the RAF and getting a little hug just for good measure as well.
Ah, brilliant finish from Clode there, wasn't it? The RAF, when he was feeling the need for speed, bursting down this near side touchline, flying over, and exactly the response his side needed. You can see, again, both of these sides, that conversion skews to the right of the uprights, really want to test each other on the outside edge. They're not quite earning the right to get there at the moment, but when they do, and that's the first time we've seen a side really earn the right with their passing ability, they're deadly.
So again, we just await the ball to be returned to the pitch here. The conversion was kicked well out, and I think that might be the reason that van alarm is going off. So the owner of the white van would like to go and unlock it, as the RAF are looking to go 2 from 2 here. Plenty of time to bring the ball over. That's a little bit of miscommunication in the end by Joe Parkin and Alfonso Makutu, which no doubt was increased by the big hit being put in by Fiji Warriors defence. And that one, just when they needed to assert some control, the Warriors cough up possession with the knock-on.
Well, if we were playing basketball, you'd be saying it's unbelievable ball control there to control it and bounce it off the floor. Sadly, for Fiji Warriors, we're not. We're here at Bury St Edmunds playing sevens, and a great opportunity for the RAF to hit straight back. Again, what I was saying there a minute or two ago about both sides slightly forcing it, trying to get to the width, you could see it there from the RAF. They've got the opportunity here, and they spread themselves really wide again. They'll out the back pass. Now can they make it count?
On to Parkin again. Makutu Parkin with pace on that left-hand side, kicking at the dust as he goes, such is the speed he's putting onto this, but the blitz defence from the Warriors, and then a huge hit to the head, and a halt will be called to proceedings here. Doesn't look like Animalici's too worried about the hit to the head in terms of a bin, but he is giving a penalty to the RAF.
I think that's the right call. Again, no malice in it, but just a little bit out of control coming in there. And Fiji Warriors, they need to cut these errors out because the RAF are coming forward in waves. That looked like another high shot. They've got to be so careful here not to fall foul of the referee, especially now with the RAF going again down this right-hand side.
It is Collins who will get another score for the RAF, battling his way through, a couple of players on his back, but the strength just to power on towards the line and get the latest try for the Royal Air Force.
Great power, brilliant finish from Collins again, and exactly as we were saying, this is what happens. You get the ball back, but you gift possession straight back with a penalty or a knock on, and that's what Fiji Warriors have been doing throughout this first half, and they've been being punished by the RAF, and I think looking at this now, 2 scores to the good, it's a fair reflection of how this game has gone.
Yeah, they've had control almost throughout, just that one blip as the sin bin was looking to expire. Fiji Warriors able to go over in the corner, but since then it has been all RAF, and they will be the happier team heading into the break. Second half about to get underway. Royal Air Force 10, Fiji Warriors 5. Two teams looking to avoid last place in their pool. It's a really good take off the bootstrap by Collins. And now the RAF looking to play it back to halfway. Flicking back into Callum Clode, who really has been excellent in this game so far, and he's going to add a little bit more to his highlight reel, gaining good ground there before offloading to Jenkinson. And he feeds it out himself, does Clode. On to Parkin. He finds the space before being hit. And this will be a try for Adam Ferd. And the RAF lead extended 15-5 now.
Perfect start to the second half for the RAF, isn't it? And again, that's what we want to see them doing more, earning the right to go wide and then cutting back inside, using the pace that they've got and the power of Clode to initially get themselves into those positions. And then, yeah, brilliant finish by Ferd. And conversion still drifts wide though, so it is only a 10-point game, but much happier with that start.
I mean, since that first sin bin period, we haven't really seen Fiji Warriors manage to create anything that would suggest they're going to come back in this one, even if it is, as you say, only a 10-point margin between the two. RAF happy to spread the ball wide over the pitch and then come back the other way until they open up the gaps in the defence. Restart down onto the 22 near the touchline. Great step. Just a snag of the jersey. On go the Warriors. First time now that they've been in RAF territory for quite a while, and the offload game really helping them. Still they go. Wonderful pass back inside. Just too far ahead of the play. And the RAF have a real strong opportunity to counter here. Powering into contact is Lang. Back again to that right-hand side. They're really enjoying the running that they're able to find there, are the RAF. Again, it's Firth, the try scorer. Penalty, though, to the Warriors. They've just got to find some control here. I mean, it works for them when they bring pace, when they bring speed into their attack. They just need to be tidy with it as well. Good carry. That's Scrappy at the ruck. Claude kicking that one clear. And the RAF will be the ones who benefit from that broken play. A little bit of space. And Jenkinson is not going to need a second invitation. He will go all the way. And the RAF's latest try comes courtesy of Kieran Jenkinson under the post.
It's a good breakaway from Jenkinson, isn't it? But if you're a Fiji Warriors player, you're going to be tearing your hair out at the moment. You could see the last couple of minutes what they want to do, getting that offloading game working, and then they're just coughing up possession so easily, and you see the ball bobbling along the floor there. They're almost just imploring the RAF to get the ball instead of them. And it must be so frustrating because they're so close, but they can't quite get that conversion rate in, and the RAF taking full advantage. I think now, what's it, 20? I think you got that conversion, 22-5. I think that's a fair reflection of the way this game's gone.
Agree with you there, Harry. That's the RAF once again getting the better of that competition, maintaining possession from the restart. Stutter step from Makutu. Loose pass. But even there, Fiji Warriors, their defensive line just not up quickly enough to put any pressure on the RAF and potentially turn over the ball when it goes loose. Well held in the end by Cam Shine. Kutu, offload, called back by Anamalici for the forward pass. Here, maybe a scrum inside the RAF half. Could Fiji Warriors start something from here?
Well, I think for their sake, let's really hope they can. We saw, didn't we, a flash a few moments ago. If that last pass had connected, we would have been talking about one of the tries of the day. So they've got it in them, and they are going to finish bottom of the group now, but they need to get another score on the board, just do something in these last couple of minutes to give themselves a little bit of momentum, something to work with as they go into what will be the plate positional knockouts a bit later on today.
This scrum is going to be retaken. Both sides going up at the same time. And the RAF will be fine with this. 17-point lead, time ticking away. More than happy to catch a couple of extra breaths before play continues. And then win the scrum against the head. And they're just content to hold it up here. Try and draw the mistake from the Warriors' defence. Ball stabbed through, knocked backwards now. And it's Lang who gets to it first. Gets back to his feet as well. Draws in the Fijians, 4 of them around him, which means there's a huge overlap on the right-hand side. This pass could be the one to do it. They just need to hit the jacks. Arcing back inside instead. Ben Collins then plays distributor, and it will be the 5th try of the game for the Royal Air Force. Job well done here.
Job certainly well done. Really good interplay again, and we've seen they've been building throughout this match, haven't they? That's probably the pick of their bunch in terms of their team tries they've scored in this one, and they are going to get that win on the board. Make sure that they finish 3rd in their group, and they are fully deserving of this victory. They've ridden the wave, they've come through it, and they've just been really composed in those crucial moments.
Boxall slots the conversion to finish this one at 29 points to 5. The RAF happy to finally get a win on the board here today. As you say, they will finish third. Fiji Warriors consigned to last place in the group. Tough knockout ahead for both teams to take some pride from the day. We turn our attention to the Women's Elite competition next. Two teams are heading out onto the pitch, and we will be with you for that one in just a few moments' time.
Starting shortly here at Bury St Edmunds Rugby Club. All going to be in the Women's Elite category. First of all, pitch one, we have the Green Beavers taking on the Vaquita Hammerheads. That's the Point O fixture in the Women's Elite. And this is an important game for the Hammerheads. They could finish top if they manage to beat the Green Beavers here. That's on pitch number one. Pitch number two, also at 3, we have the Witherspoon Marauders taking on Shogun Rugby. Shogun Rugby currently doing very well in Group B. And for pitch number 3, we have the Akuma Sappers.
Underway then in the Women's Elite Group A. We've got Vaquita Hammerheads taking on Boom Beavers, and the Hammerheads are already making a break early doors. This is one of those massive historic matchups on the women's circuit. Louise Burgess picks that one up, plucks it out of the air and gets it back to Chantal Mile. Bit of a cheat code that, isn't it, when you can bring a GB7 star into your team. Hammerheads then are 2 from 2 in this big Group A. Boom Beavers 1 from 2. They've got the turnover here. An opportunity to try and launch an attack of their own. Pinning the ears back and continuing to fight into contact. It's number 6 on number 6. Mile eventually hauls down Nuna Smith, her opposite number. But now, here come Boom Beavers on that outside. Oh, huge tackle coming in, flung into touch. And just checking there that the player is okay. Big collision coming in. But we can see early doors, both teams so keen to try and play with speed and try and find those gaps and break down the outside.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting matchup, this one, between Vaquita Hammerheads and Boom Beavers. It's an early jump at the line-out from both sides. A little bit eager, and the result is a free kick to Boom Beavers, who went up second. And in fact, then it's going to be Vaquita who take the line out throw. Boom Beavers who win it. Knock it back. A little bit of a mess here. Some composure coming in the form of this run from Sophia McDonald. Good long pass there and a loop to try and find the extra woman on the outside. Millie Coolback. She had a good game the last time we saw Boom Beavers on this pitch. So it is there. The penalty is given away. And Vaquita Hammerheads surviving that first real attack from the Beavers.
They have, and you can see already defence dominating for both of these two sides. Lou Burgess picking the ball up now for Vaquita Hammerheads. They like to go from deep, but they're a team that try and suffocate you and then hit the afterburners like they're doing here.
This is going to be the easiest of tries for Jess Pruce and Vaquita Hammerheads. That's Pruce able to just slow down to an amble as she reached the 22 there. The try was really sealed inside the Hammerheads' own 22. She just went coast to coast, and she's now going to add the extras as well.
Our Swedish 7 star there flying over for the opening score, and that is exactly the way that Vaquita Hammerheads want to try and play the game. They allow you territory, they allow you time on the ball because they back themselves. The moment they get that turnover, blink of an eye, they're gone. And we saw it there. Great start from both of these teams, but it's Vaquita Hammerheads who have made the early move.
7-0 to the Hammerheads. And we'll kick this one back at the Beavers, who will be hoping that they can answer back straight away with a score of their own. That one goes backwards for them. Possession maintained and just kept in field. McDonald, for the first time, doing well on this right-hand touchline. Good interlinking. Broom, the captain now, caught in possession, lost forwards, and not really the response that Beavers would have wanted after the first score from the Hammerheads. Now we'll have a scrum just on the 22 and options both sides.
Yeah, it's not. You could see Chloe Broom just caught in two minds as to whether she wanted to try and reset the play or keep tracking across the field as her side were doing, and just an errant hand coming in, getting the turnover, getting the opportunity here for Vaquita Hammerheads. And they've not had the most strong, successful series they would have wanted, but they're breaking away here. They're flying through early doors, and it's Amelie Blériot who has gone over for the try. That is exactly what they needed here, keeping up their unbeaten start.
Simple stuff from Blériot. Really nice line that she ran, and Bruce will once again look for the conversion to maximise the impact that Hammerheads are having in this one. 14-0 they lead Beavers, and this match really still in its infancy. Beavers needing to find a response. Can't all be Sophia McDonald doing the work for the Beavers. Her teammates need to step up around her. Pruter's kick isn't going to go to 10, no. Had a little chance for the Beavers. Thrown in field to Nina Smith. And then Cox. Good play here. Over to the pace. And then wrapped up in the contact. And once again, possession will be coughed up. Once again, Hammerheads asserting themselves over the Beavers.
Oh, they're just hassling and harrying them every time they get the ball. This Boom Beavers side, they've got so many exciting players, the likes of Bluebell Nichols. We've already touched on Sophia McDonald, that they want to get the ball into the hands of. But they're just not getting the opportunities at the moment because, as we said, Hammerheads, they thrive on defence and then looking to hit the accelerator, as they're trying to do again here.
Oh, and just the last pass going astray, not able to take it in was Holly Walsh. Otherwise, that would have been the Hammerheads away for another try. Beavers will be relieved to find themselves feeding a scrum rather than watching another Hammerheads player run underneath the sticks. The defence up so quickly from the Hammerheads. In the Beavers, very little time to work their plays out, but they have done well, fighting forwards to gain a few more yards in the contact there. And then tight, too tight, allowing the Hammerheads to be straight there. Proust nearly forcing the turnover. Spilt forwards, and that will be half-time. A frustrating half for the Boom Beavers comes to an end, and they couldn't have asked for it to come any sooner, really. Hammerheads, the team in control.
Yeah, they are really good composed display from Hammerheads, and you can see there, we've talked about defence so many times in this match, but that's how they've got their opportunities. They've sucked the life out of the Boom Beavers attack, turned the screw, and then they've gone the length, and they've been two really well worked tries.
14-0 at the break. The Hammerheads hoping for more in the second half. Julie Dolezelova, the Czech Republic Rugby 7 side, to get us underway. That kick didn't go 10 initially, but does eventually bounce over the line and then finds its way into touch as well. So a line out for Boom Beavers. The last time we had a line out, we had a couple of early jumpers. We had one throw from the Beavers, one throw from the Hammerheads, and then a win against the head for the Beavers. Let's see if this one ends up being a little bit more conventional. And Beavers favouring the underarm throw into the line out, but it's not straight on that occasion. So the Hammerheads will be able to start this second half with possession inside the Beavers territory with a scrum.
Oh, it's a coach killer for Boom Beavers, isn't it? That you can see the wind is picking up, the gusts starting to come over if you look at the trees in the back of your shot, but they didn't need to go for the height, the elevation they did on that line out. It's easy ball back here for Vaquita Hammerheads, and they've been so deadly so far. If they score again, you feel like the game might be slipping away.
Yeah, there's only going to be so many more opportunities for Beavers to get themselves back into this one. That tackle looked well executed, but still the strength to carry on driving through. And the overlap presenting itself for the Hammerheads. It's just the final pass to Gray, former Harlequin, that went astray. Otherwise, they would have been in to that left-hand corner. Ball's going to be brought back here. The referee just having a little chat with Beavers before getting the line out set. So, not straight last time. Looking for better this time. It is played off the top. Chance now to inject some pace into this, to find a way back into the game. Cox slammed into the ground. Good strength from Eve Robinson. Penalty, Hammerheads.
That's the experience of Chantel Mile there, isn't it? We said it's a bit of a cheat code having a GB7 star in your team, but you saw it there. Brilliant turnover, straight back to her feet and launching this attack again.
Hammerheads, having gone one way, will work it back the other through Thornhill. Penalty, though, to the Beavers. Just as that attack was starting to build nicely for the Hammerheads. They take it quickly, do the Beavers. Mill not able to make the tackle. On again. And the break coming from Cox. It was Coolback initially who stood up the defender, found the offload. Cox dragged down inside the 22. Can the Beavers get there in enough time? They do. They win the penalty as well. Not releasing at tackle time is the call against the Hammerheads. Chance here. Best chance for a long time for the Beavers to cross, get themselves back into this one. Despite all the momentum with the Hammerheads, they haven't actually put a huge number of points on the board. So a try could have swung the game the other way, but not when you give away penalties like that. Meal come away with it. Referee just stopping the game here. Have had a head collision. But, that last chance for the Beavers, getting themselves up the field like that, winning the penalty, will give them some confidence, Harry.
It really will, and I have to say it's Chloe Broom that's down receiving treatment there. I thought Vaquita Hammerheads were quite lucky to keep 7 players on the pitch. It was Cynical holding on. Boom Beavers were coming forward in waves. She was the last defender, so that could have been a yellow card opportunity. Instead, see, they've gifted possession back to Vaquita Hammerheads, but yeah, like you said, that's the first opportunity they've really had to get the ball out wide. We've seen what they can do with that pace. So they're not out of this yet, but it's so important that they get the next score and then back it up quickly.
Experience of Chloe Broom, captain of this Boom Beavers side. Something that they will need to stay on the pitch if they are to have a chance of getting themselves into this contest. Unfortunately, it's the decision of the physio that it's best for her to make her way to the sideline. They are going to have to do this the hard way, the Beavers.
Nice though, her Saracens teammate Chantel Mile on the other side, just giving her a quick pat on the back, checking she's okay, making her way off as well. But Broom is a huge loss for this Boom Beaver side. She's not just the captain, she's the chief orchestrator in the middle of the parks, and now they're going to have to try and do things the hard way. Had to reshuffle the pack a little bit, and it looks like they've got Grace Clavering to step in at that first receiver position.
And the break coming in from the Hammerheads. It is going to be another try for them, and Ole Silova considered for a moment throwing that ball back in field to make the conversion a little bit easier. In the end, she goes over herself, and a well taken try, just coming from the scrum and the space that they had on this near touchline.
It's simple in the end, really, wasn't it? Nothing beats outright pace. A great finish coming in, and yeah, you sense that is game sewn up now for Vaquita Hammerheads. They're going to go 3 from 3 at the start of the group competition. A great conversion as well from the try scorer, so they'll be really pleased with that. Boom Beavers, probably the end of their opportunity actually to get into those semi-final positions. But this is a huge fillet for Vaquita Hammerheads. They've needed a result like this all series long, and they finally found form here today at Bury St Edmunds.
Bruce with the restart, Hammerheads with the big lead, and that's not going to help the Beavers. They're unable to take the restart cleanly. Coolback losing it forwards, and Hammerheads straight back in possession, straight back on the attack, and have the overlap here on this right hand side. Final pass just going over the head of Sonja Smolina, another of the Swedish representatives in this side. Good step back in there from Jenny Herring, meeting the first defender, forcing her way through the tackle of the second and the third. In the end, she had to be thrown to the ground by Cox in order to be stopped, but it's not going to stop the Hammerheads. Jess Bruce will go over for her second. Another added to the score for the Hammerheads, and really a comprehensive victory starting to be the picture that's emerging here.
Certainly is. Great finish from Bruce, but what about that strength from Jenny Herring? That's what you get playing someone that's an open side in the 15s game in your Sevens team. Pure power, takes 2 or 3 players to bring her down, and then from that point on the defence have only got another 3 or 4 left out wide, so there's space to find, and Bruce found that, took it brilliantly, and she's had an excellent game.
She's really bossed things, and I'm sure the experience on the international stage is absolutely key to her ability to manage this game as effectively as she has done. Just get some good backspin on that restart. Hammerheads, though, not chasing that restart quite as frantically as they might have done earlier in the game. They know this one is tied up. They know that it's a job well done. They can just take their foot off the gas a little bit, preserve themselves for the games to come in the pool. Cox looking to get the pace around the outside. Good offload from her there to find Burns. And ball lost forwards, first by Beavers, then by Hammerheads, which will bring an end to this one. A really good win for Vaquita Hammerheads. She say Harry going 3 from 3 in Group A of the women's elite competition, putting themselves in a very good position come the knockouts.
Well, thank you very much for joining us here at Bury St Edmunds Rugby Club. Number 1, Bury St Edmunds will be taking on the under 7s in the men's plate semi-final. So here on pitch, number 1, we're going to have Bury St Edmunds taking on under 7s.
Oh dear.
Looking to secure another match today. Number 2, SEVENS Edmunds RFC. And then the other semi-final of the cup competition is taking place on pitch number 3. The men's open semi-final between Fine Rugby now and the Sappers 2. That's on pitch number 3. Picking up a next one, will be green and gold. Taking on under 7 with the yellow blue Green King. This is the place in the top 5 of the men's group.
American rugby will go to pressure still once they realise they've got that. What do you actually do with that? Like, you literally can't do it. It's like grabbing each other.
So we are back on the men's open competition. Ongar Sevens taking on the home side Bury. Both of these two teams winless on the pitch. Bury did get a walkover win in their third and what was meant to be their third and final game of the pool stage. That put them in third in their pool. Ongar finishing bottom of theirs. A wonderful restart to get this game underway by Ongar that goes straight into the hands of the chasing attacker. They then win the penalty and they go quickly. Making their way over to left-hand side. The offload was well timed, but just not quite as well placed as it needed to be. Lost forwards, Bury escape. Still looking for their first opportunity to get the win in front of the home crowd here, which really is filling up nicely in the Merrifields Pavilion across from us. We currently don't have the team sheets for either of these teams, which is why I'm not going to be calling any names for the time being. Hopefully we'll get those as soon as possible so that we can do. And it's Bury who win the scrum and are able to get the ball out, but an interception from Ongar right on the line, right underneath the posts. It's going to open their accounts in this one. Wonderful try for them, poacher's delight. And they move into an early 7-point lead. Long restart, well taken, and the execution on the pass following up not quite as good, and so Bury with work to do, but stuff here. Big hit, forces the knock on, an attempt to play a little bit of football on the ground. Ongar coming away with it now. Brightly coloured pink, blue and yellow kit, can't miss them. Bury regaining possession, trying to unlock the gaps. Who have a number of bigger 15s players in their side. They looked to play some 15s earlier, but this is straight out of the top drawer of Sevens, right up until the ball was lost forwards. It's going to be a scrum to Ongar. Just managed to keep their sheet clean for the time being.
So unfortunate. There's something glorious, isn't there, about seeing a big man in full flight down the wing. Got this home crowd on his back as well, cheering him on, but last-ditch defence was huge. And I say, we're in the open plate semi-finals now for the men. It's the joy of the way that this 7 series works. There's still something to play for. You might finish bottom of your group, you might finish second bottom, but there's still opportunities to take home silverware. Ongar started really well, but for Bury, this is a chance to get themselves into a final in front of a home crowd.
Ongar happy to play this one confidently away from the scrum, but the attentions of the defence coming right in and being driven all the way back towards their line.
Go on.
So Ongar managing to make it out of their 22 before possession is handed over to Bury. We've just been told that with the other 2 teams in this plate phase of the men's open competition having to head home due to injuries, not being able to fulfill the tournament, that this has become the plate final between these 2 teams. So yeah, well, you were saying an opportunity for Bury to reach the final in front of their home crowd. They're already in the plate final. Now an opportunity for them to try and win some silverware.
Yeah, it certainly is. A bit of a strange way to come about it, but see, that is the thing. It's been a long, hard 7 series, hasn't it? So to get to this place, but they're going to want to try and get a win under their belts early doors. At the moment, though, they are not going to be able to do that because Ongar break away, streak down the field, and they go under the post for a second score. Bury have got it all to do if they want to try and lift silverware in front of their home crowd.
This is a bit of a turnaround on the day for Ongar, having gone winless in the pool. 3 games, 3 losses. Nice feeling for them to be stretching a lead up to 14 points now. 1 interception right in the line and 1 half field break.
Oh my God.
Bury now trying to find their way back into this one. All of their players stacked to that right hand side. The strength of Stephen Hurley. He's had an excellent day for this Bury side. So often the man to get them moving forwards, and he is on this occasion once again up to halfway now. Yellow card shown to Ongar. They will have to face this sustained, or this new spell of pressure from Bury. With a player down. On to Brooks. Good tackle made. Just slows things up, but penalty for Bury. Brooks. Long pass. And this is going to be a really nice score for Bury. Cutting back inside. And their opening try reduces the deficit.
It certainly does. It's a great try, well worked, and really good awareness of where he was on the field as well to cut back inside, get a little bit closer to the posts. Now we know these 2 sides are playing for a plate title. Conversions are going to be crucial to try and lift that silverware. Hasn't mattered too much though, because that one has flown not even to the right of the post, straight across the pitch, but his side are right back in the mix here now.
14 points to 5 in favour of Ongar at half-time. The referee just wanting to have a word with the Ongar captain. He suggested maybe he should have a word with the Bury one as well, so he's off to do that. And a 9-point gap between these 2 teams, with the extras not able to be added on the try by Ballerz. So 14-5 at half.
What's it now, 1-all? 2-1. Okay, who got it close? Yeah, come on, we got 1 minute. He'll call you in. I'm fucking idiot. Oh my god! Quick!
Come on, you Bury boys!
Back underway then in what is now the men's open plate final between Ongar and Bury St Edmunds. And Ongar in the bright multicoloured kit. Well, they were a player down, they still are a player down, but they are, importantly, as far as they are concerned, 9 points to the good. But they're under pressure here. Bury St Edmunds got that try right before the half, and they've put the pressure on now. They're forced the line out into drifting off of that straight line it needs to be on, and they've got the opportunity here from the scrum to try and hit back again. Try here and things start to get really, really interesting.
Ball bounces a long way back behind the scrum. So, if anything, gives Bury a little bit more space to run into. Hurley managing to unlock the defence a little bit and finding the supporting runner on the outside. Big pass into the first receiver, it's Ben Brooks. And on towards that far touchline where Billy McGrath would surely have crossed had the ball gone to his hands rather than his feet. He's not a bad footballer, but a better rugby player, so definitely better to have ball in hand.
Yeah, and they're unfortunate their final pass. It was a mixture, wasn't it, of drifting forward and a bit of a daisy cutter along the ground. That was a big moment. Ongar are back up to the full complement of 7 now. That was a big moment for Bury St Edmunds, but I love the way they're just trying to play this game. They know what their abilities are around the park. They're not trying to do anything flashy. They're just trying to truck it up, create the space, and then see if they can get it to the pace out wide.
Well, Ongar has scored 1 from deep already, but they're not going to be the ones scoring here. It's Bury who go over. A real mistake at the base of the scrum. Ball bouncing loose. Bury won the fight for it. And then the opportunity now to tie this game up.
Oh, that's a huge moment. Just switching off at the back of your own scrum. It's an absolute coach killer. And that conversion, well, that ball is sailing in the breeze, but it's sailing to the left of the upright and dangerously close to somebody's car behind the post as well. But we've got a final on our hands now.
1 conversion to the right, 1 to the left from Bury. So they are down by 4 now. 14 points to Ongar, 10 to Bury St Edmunds. They are well and truly in this one, and the support of the home crowd will surely give them that extra bit that they need to power themselves home. Loose ball once again. In the end, it's Ongar who get to it, and they win the penalty as a result as well. Finn Blair, the man to have gone over most recently for Bury, is now the man to make the tackle. Hurley managing to block that offload, knocking it back towards his own line, and then gathering and turning, running at the defence. It is going to be a penalty though for Ongar. Hurley disagreeing with the referee, but the referee feels that Hurley had the opportunity to release and didn't. Ongar working it back now. Barnes makes the tackle. Off their feet at the breakdown were Ongar. Penalty to Bury. Now Brooks. And on. And this will be a try for Brooks over on that left-hand side. And they will take the lead. A point to the good now.
Huge swing in this final, brilliant play, and they got it out to the big man galloping like a gazelle down the outside, puts his side ahead for the first time in this final. Conversion, well, that one not quite over either, so we've got a 1 point game, but that's a huge moment for Bury.
Of course, these last two tries coming since Ongar came back up to the full 7 players on the pitch, so really well earned by Bury. The momentum certainly with them. Once again, the restart, not easy for Ongar to take, and they find themselves already right back on their own try line. The pace of Finn Blair on the chase, putting the pressure on. Now they're trying to work a way out through this green wall, just meters from the line. The penalty won again by Bury. The cheers go up from the Merryfields Pavilion, and indeed from underneath us here in the commentary box. A popular decision made by the referee, and a big opportunity now. It is going to be Hurley powering his way, Matt Bowden powering his way to the line, the other big man on that side. And they take the lead, extend their lead now, 20 points to 14.
We saw a galloping gazelle go over a minute or two ago. That was a snorting rhino powering through, getting the try, nearly taking someone's windscreen out again. The kicks have been a little bit risky for those that decided to park their cars right behind the sticks. But that's a huge moment for Bury. They've extended that advantage, and Ongar so far have not had a response to this onslaught.
I think they've been a little bit stunned, Harry, by the change around at half-time. We didn't see this kind of passion, we didn't see this physicality from Bury in the first half. We certainly had seen it earlier in the day, and we're certainly seeing it now. Penalty here, though, to Ongar. A chance for them to halt the charge of Bury. Try and get some go forward themselves. They are outside their 22 for the first time in a while. Big hit, Hurley on the Ongar number 8. Bury have numbers over to shut this attack down. Ongar with the offload over the top, basketball style. Have they got the pace? Not quite, and that offload flung into touch. Every single decision now, every single gain by Bury, greeted with huge roars, bangs of the sponsor hoardings. The atmosphere really building nicely, Harry.
Oh, it is, and it's great to have this final early in the day is the way it's gone, but this is huge for Bury. There's 6 points to the good. Our clock, we're into the final 10 or 15 seconds. So can they hold out? They've given up possession. There's one opportunity for Ongar. Can they get the try? Can they get the conversion and silence this crowd?
That's the thing, as you mentioned there. It is a 6-point margin now, so a try alone is not good enough for Ongar. They would need to be scoring near the sticks. They would need to knock over that conversion. Do have possession from the scrum. Keep play alive. Slightly riskier offload is the second one. The third, even more so. They're going backwards. The fourth, so risky that it goes forwards and into the hands of Bury and Harry Barnes, who now marches forwards into the Ongar half. Straight off their feet at the ruck, surely Bury. The referee not giving a penalty though, instead awarding the knock-on against Ongar. It's going to be a scrum to Bury. I think they maybe got away with going off their feet at the ruck there.
Just a little bit, but you can hear the jitters down below us as well, the excitement in the crowd when they come forward. Clock is in the red on your screens. Reminder, we're not linked in to our referees, but Bury are getting so close now to sealing a remarkable comeback win.
Moments away from what will be a first win on the pitch of the day for Bury St Edmunds. They had a bye in their final game of the pool. Both teams having a bye through the semi-finals into this plate final. Doesn't matter how you get there though, the only thing that matters is what you do on the pitch in the final. And right now, Bury, if they can just hold out defensively here, have the opportunity to win the plate in the men's open competition here at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens in the Lit Super 7 Series. But this is going to be a try for Ongar. This all comes down to whether they can get close enough to the posts. There is still going to be an element of doubt in this kick. This is not over for Bury. It all comes down to the conversion. 1 point between the two teams here. The winners of the plate competition are Bury, but there doesn't seem to be the celebrations you would expect at the moment. The conversion missed. Conversion missed, and in fact, Hurley wanting to make sure for definite, no side has gone up to celebrate.
Well, I do wonder if either of these sides realised that they ended up playing in a final instead. I've got to ask that question. It's all quite amicable at the end there, but yeah, Bury have come away with it. 2019, looking at the scoreboard, conversion just doesn't quite go over. It was a great try, it was a poacher's finish. And I know you've got to get the ball down, but he had time, he had opportunity to get that ball closer and try and make that conversion easier for his side. But fair play to Bury, because they had to hang in there at times. And sometimes you win things by riding your luck, and they've certainly done that at the end. But once the crowd realise that they are the plate champions for the men's open competition, I'm sure there'll be a fair few celebrations in the clubhouse afterwards.
The referee just getting the signature of the on-guard captain to seal the results. But as far as we are concerned, Bury St Edmunds have, by a single solitary point, won the plate competition of the men's open here at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. Victors, Bury St Edmunds RFC. We have reached the knockout stages of the men's elite competition. We have Oxfam Nextlot playing Fiji Warriors in first quarter final of the plate. Oxfam Netlot, we got that stunning win earlier in the day. It's the British Army. Sorry, nearly got the stunning win against the British Army. In the end, the Army coming from behind to take that one. And it will be Oxfam Nextlot to get us underway. Kick coming in from Howard. And Fiji Warriors breaking immediately down that right-hand side. The offload ends up in the hands of Oxfam, but only via a knock-on. So we will have a scrum from Fiji Warriors. Good start from them, gaining lots of ground off the kickoff all the way up to the 22, and now have an opportunity to set something up from this scrum.
First time we've really seen it today from Fiji Warriors, isn't it? Just backing yourself straight from the kickoff, ball straight into the breadbasket. Wonderful break, and then that composure to pass inside, look for the offload when it was on, and there was that knock-on came in. Perhaps a little bit lucky it wasn't deliberate from an Oxfam side, but that's a much better start from Fiji Warriors.
It's Danny Taji Vaquitini who broke up that wing. Now using the open space that they had on the other side of the pitch. Hell of a tackle coming in from Oxfam. Loose ball. A couple of the players not quite sure what to do with that ball initially. In the end, we are going to have a line out. Oxfam to feed. We'll have a scrum actually, so Oxfam to feed.
So that was a brutal tackle that came in there, wasn't it? The winger trying as hard as he could just to get that little fend away and try and create the space. Instead, he ended up eating the grass, absolutely pummeled into the ground, and then a bit of a scrap on the floor. Seen this from Fiji Warriors a couple of times. The ball's on the floor, there's not really been a conviction to dive on it, try and hold on to it, and that's why Oxfam have been able to come away with the ball here.
Holdcroft with pace to burn. That's caught eventually just as he nears halfway. He wins the penalty because that tackle was very high, flung into the ground by his collar. And on now with more offloads. Go Oxfam. Hammered into the ground. And the tackle from Kanohai. And the ball just escaping the clutches of Ollie Ring will give Fiji Warriors possession. They then lose it forwards. The advantage is being played. George Howard stabs this forward off the boot, chases after it. He's not able to clear it up. Fiji Warriors now there. This game, seen possession swing one way and then the other. Neither side really able to assert the control needed to get the score.
Oh no, but it's great scramble defence from Fiji Warriors, isn't it? They needed to show a little bit more of that earlier today in the group stages, but we're seeing it there. And that's nothing rugby ability about that. That's just heart and desire to get back and try and keep yourself in the mix. They've done that, but Oxfam have got themselves up the pitch into a good position here. And Fiji Warriors, well, we've seen them break a couple of times from deep, but they found it quite hard going. So actually for Oxfam, in the grand scheme of things, they'll be happy with where they are on the pitch, even though they've coughed up possession. Be
even happier if they can cause Fiji Warriors to lose possession again, the way that both sides have a couple of times. And in fact, they may well have done that already. Herring down towards the line. George Howard is the man to clear up that loose ball, is the man to throw himself over the line and to open up the scoring for Oxfam Nextlot.
Oh, it's just a simple error, isn't it? You can see number 5 there down below, Fraser Wilson, just giving himself a bit of a slap on the head to say, what were you doing? Didn't need to chuck that pass, but huge credit to Oxfam Nextlot and to George Howard. He was the one that was quickest to the ball. Didn't really have to do too much once he managed to get his hands on it. But Oxfam, you said they were going to try and force Fiji Warriors into an error. They did that perfectly.
Conversion goes to the left of the post, so 5-0 in this one. It's Connor Holcroft. Get us back underway. Referee just urging the Fiji Warriors water carrier to get himself off the pitch so proceedings can continue. And that's a hit in the air. Leaping so athletically was Filitoga to take that one. And penalty rightfully given to Fiji Warriors. Another penalty to Fiji Warriors here. And this is going to see Ray Williams head to the bin. Oxfam Nextlot, they might just to score, but now they're going to have to face a tricky 2 minutes, a player down. Fiji Warriors on the attack. Just a slightly slow start to this play, and then they get themselves underway. Big run from Naisanamaki, I should say, sorry. It's over the touchline, play breaks down, and vital moments, vital seconds just ticking away as far as Oxfam are concerned with the player in the bin.
It's just really good play from Oxfam, isn't it? They didn't need to give away that yellow card, but they've responded well, just forcing Fiji Warriors out to the touchline. They know they've struggled to keep the ball in play and retain the ball when they've got themselves out wide. So they've done well there, come away with it. They're getting absolutely battered in the contact, but they're holding on to the ball crucially at the moment.
kicking this one downfield and herring after it. That's a good chance of winning the foot race. There's the man in the unmarked shirt, and indeed he has scored a wonderful try there for Oxfam Nextlot. A try from absolutely nothing. As you were saying, Harry, they were getting battered physically by Fiji Warriors. Decided to go for the kick just to relieve the pressure and created the chance, and he's gone and scored a virtuoso try.
It's a wonderful try, isn't it? And again, it's that thing that you don't really see too much in sevens anymore, putting the boot to ball, backing yourself, going through, and he's done just that there. Wonderful finish, great composure at the end to watch the ball, find the opportune moment to grab it and pounce on it, and his side will be delighted with that. 2 scores now to the good.
10-0 to Oxfam Nextlot. Fiji Warriors need to find some points to go with the physicality. Just managing to hold that one. So it slips down through his fingers of Kanahoy. A real calmness on the ball from John Seiko. Not rolling away there, the call against Nextlot. This gives the opportunity. Isaac Hanoi running through and winning the penalty as well. High tackle. Go right. Attempted rip coming in from Nextlot and Penfold. Didn't work at first, but they do regain possession now. Warriors having to scramble back to shut this attack down. The pick and go. Good offload as well. Good height from Kelly to get that one away. And now Oxfam Nextlot will score their 3rd try. And all of a sudden, Warriors have quite the mountain to climb back into this one.
They certainly do. I think that last 20 seconds of play is a perfect microcosm of the way this game has gone. Fiji Warriors have got themselves into positions to try and get themselves over the line, but they've just not had the conviction to make that final pass stick or break through. Oxfam Nextlot, on the other hand, it's not been the cleanest, but it's been efficient, and they've taken those opportunities, found the big men, found the men that can make an impact for them out wide. They scored 3 really, really nice tries.
3 lovely tries is the margin between these 2 sides at the half-time break. 15-0, Oxfam Nextlot lead Fiji Warriors. Warriors getting us back underway, and it's the most recent try scorer for Nextlot, who soared high into the air. Take that restart and start the go forward for his team in this second period. Looking to pick up as they left off. Good offload, double offload. Real nice linking up there. And unfortunately, it's by a player whose number we don't have. Alex Kelly, number 9, was involved, but we don't have the name for number 6. Although good play between the two. It's nearly created something as it was. Fiji Warriors who are going to have the feed for this scrum.
Try! Bye! Set!
Ball just a little bit behind where first receiver would have wanted it. He had to stop and check his run. However, it's not taking too much of the sting out. Initially, hand in there from Oxfam Nextlot. So we'll have another scrum to Fiji Warriors.
Just really important for Fiji Warriors here to get some time on the ball. They've not had much time in possession at all. Ignore the scoreboard, you know you're chasing at this point, but hold the ball, get some composure, build a few phases, and that will hopefully, for their sake, allow them to build into this next 5.5 minutes, because they're not out of it, but they're getting pretty much pulled apart whenever Oxfam come forward. So this is a really important next 30 seconds and next passage of play.
Big hits coming in from Nextlot. Warriors, space on the outside. Tsunami driving forwards. This is better from the Warriors. Toga stepping back inside and offloading. Long pass. The bounce needs to be kind. It just about is. Still, they cling on to this territory inside Oxfam's half. Toga involved again. He has been one of the bright signs to this Warriors side, but he has the ball wrestled off him at ruck time there. So penalty to Oxfam. Affleck looking to take it quickly. He wasn't at the mark, so called back. And on they go now, up the middle. A little bit of perhaps over eagerness between Howard and Holdcroft. Means that possession is lost just as it was starting to build nicely.
Yeah, unfortunate there. You could see the structure really coming to the fore for Oxfam Nextlot, and if they'd been on the same wavelength there, you could see what the ball player wanted to do, get that pass back inside. They'd created a 3-on-2 for themselves, so really good play, just execution not quite there.
Scrum used a lot more successfully last time by Warriors than it had been earlier in the game. Toga again, as they win the free kick. Moves and slams into the defence, and now the ball going wide very quickly. And still they come, Fiji Warriors. Really good run this one. Slow at the ruck, however. This is going to give Oxfam time to set their defence. They've got the numbers to this near side, and they force the knock on. It's the man with the headband who races away, has the ball ripped off him. Warriors will come back at Nextlot. The kick play will not work as effectively for the Warriors as it did for Oxfam in the first half. In a similar position on the pitch. Just clinging onto the shirt there. William Affleck gaining some more grounds. Good at varying the point of attack are Nextlot. make it harder for the Warriors to defend. Really good strength, and Williams busting through too as he got the pace. Instead, he just gives the pass to Howard, who will go underneath the sticks. And as we heard from Wilf earlier, a number of the Bury first team players involved in this Oxfam Nextlot side, which is why that score was so popular around the ground here at Bury St Edmunds RFC. Howard with the try, set up by Williams. He adds the extras as well. 22-0 now.
Oh, great power, wasn't it, from the big man bursting through, and then it's the composure. He's got a player clinging on for dear life, but he heard the call on his right shoulder, had the composure to slow himself down, find the pass, and then from there nobody was stopping Howard. Great score.
Was it the composure, or was it the relief that he didn't have to go all the way himself? He was delighted to find that there was a faster, fresher man outside him. This restart, really nice from Oxfam Nextlot, just not quite able to be controlled by Rogerson as it came through the hands of the Warriors and also went through his as well. So another Warriors scrum. And Nextlot obviously dominating on the scoreboard, but there have been a lot of Warriors feeds at scrum time. So handling errors might be something that they'll look to focus on as they move into the semi-final stages of this plate competition. And the men's elite here at the Bury St Edmunds Super Sevens, the Lit Super 7 series. Warriors coming away with it. And then the handling error. Having said that it was Oxfam with more of those errors, Fiji Warriors had to even those stats up a little bit and narrow it by 1.
Yeah, it's unfortunate again, probably a pass that didn't need to be made. I was saying earlier whether it was relief or joy to see the man on his right hand side. I think it was definitely relief looking at the way he was blowing, walking over to that scrum there. But it's been a really good composed performance from Oxfam, and they have made a few handling errors, but they've really forced Fiji Warriors into giving up possession, and then they've suffocated them, and 9 times out of 10 they're pouncing.
Penfold, who scored earlier on, turns into distributor here, and the kick for the line, just beating everyone. The only thing left is for the referee to blow his whistle. A 22-0 comprehensive victory for Oxfam Nextlot in this first quarter-final of the plate competition. The men's elite here in Bury St Edmunds. Oxfam progress on. Fiji Warriors, who will drop down to the playoff positions.
Yeah, great performance, wasn't it, there from Oxfam Nextlot. Deserved win, really strong performance, and they will advance now into that plate semi-final. An opportunity to lay down a marker, go back with some silverware. Coming up next, still with you on pitch 1 in the men's elite, we're sticking with the plate quarter-finals, and be Kaviti Rugby Academy taking on Stunts.
The women's elite category between the women's Green Marauders and Oxfam Lightning. The women's Green Marauders and Oxfam Lightning is the 4 of us on pitch 3 in the women's elite group game. Don't forget all these details are quantified the app. You can download it to your phone and follow your team and get all the results and the current up-to-date standings.
Nearly ready to get underway here then on pitch 1. Just myself holding the fort for the next half an hour or so whilst Will goes and gets a deserved rest and a break. And some opportunity to get a little bit of food too. It's been a long old day here. Weather conditions, well, it's been sunny, it's been cloudy, we've had a bit of everything in between. And that, sadly, for Kaviti Rugby Academy, was right in between the halfway and the 10, didn't go the full distance. So Stunts with the early free kick. Elite Plate quarter-final time. Prince and Sube, the number 9, takes it quickly. And now the ball is flung wide. It bounces and it bobbles. It's picked up by the number 6. Sadly, we do not have his name up here in the commentary box, so we can't give him a shout out for a naughty little step he put in there. But we know that man, that's Prince and Sube racing down the outside. Big man comes in for the cover tackle though. What a tackle in the corner. And Sube, for all money, looked like he was going to race in for one of the individual tries of the day. But Kaviti Rugby Academy, I should say, can thank their lucky stars. And say thank you to, I think it was number 19, Matteo Finn, who got himself back there, saving his team. Wonderful break, even better cover tackle. They're under pressure though, on their own ball at scrum time. They're going to have to launch this one from deep. Kaviti Rugby Academy, but I tell you what, they're fancying it from range. Now it's a foot race. Now it's a foot race, and now they're accelerating away. They're flying down the wing, and nobody is going to get near the number 21. Masako Raloka flies in for Kaviti Rugby Academy, end to end in a blink of an eye, saving tries down one end, scoring them the other. And what a moment early on in this plate quarter-final. Oh, conversion looked like it was sailing through, just tickles the right hand upright and bounces out. But Kaviti Rugby Academy, 5 points to the good. Plenty of rugby going on all around the ground here. And just a brief delay whilst the referee puts in probably one of the best drop kicks we've seen all day, in fairness. Absolutely nailed that one. Straight over to the far side, and Kaviti Rugby Academy now get us back underway. What have Stunts got in return? There's Nsube getting the ball wide. And they've put boot to ball. It looked like it was Richard Harris on that far side who's chipped in behind. But Balelos Slame is there to tidy up. Gets the penalty for the high tackle. And they swing the ball wide. Cooley with a big old fend, look to try and free the hands. Thought better of it, and his side can now look to launch from deep. The show, the go, and Nsube, well, his right buttock there saved his side. Can't really call it a charge down. He turned his back and was hoping and praying. It came off, though. Stunts, currently a player down in defence. Oli Giglio down in the backfield. And as Kaviti Rugby Academy looked to launch that attack, there was a foot just on the touchline. You can hear there and probably see on your screens as well, number 20, Waisaki Lalaba, just calming his side down a little bit. You can probably hear him there just saying, it's okay, just slow things down. And Sube goes to the back and out the back from Travis McIntyre. And now they put boot to ball for the chase. It's going to be a foot race. Who's going to win it? Oh, look at that. What a finish. The Stunts bench go wild on that far side. Pure pace from Stunts from their number 6. And they level this one up, 5 points apiece. Tough conversion in the breeze. But that is what the boot can do in the game of sevens. Really difficult conversion from out wide for Nsube. Doesn't convert. We're level, 5 points apiece. And the diminutive number 9 now steps back to take the restart. Scored a wonderful solo try for Old Altamians, I believe, in the Papa John's Trophy finals at Allianz Stadium last season. So he's got lightning feet, jet heels as well. So perfectly set up for Sevens. Oh, look at that offload coming in. The steps as well. And Kaviti Rugby Academy coming away with the ball. There's a bit of the flair coming out now. And they loop that ball right across to Cooley, the number 4. And they get the penalty. Nothing Giglio could do about that one. Called on the wrong side, penalised for not rolling away. Oh, and then the handling error, and now a foot race. Surely the number 5 was offside. Yes, Connor Barker was. So we'll come back, scrum, knock on, Stunts ball, evenly poised. Just waiting for the ball to be found and to come back over to us. And a few changes being made too. Try scorer for Stunts is off temporarily. Nsube gets the ball out to Barker. Back to Nsube, spins that one. And now there's a foot race. Here on the far side, the number 11 for Stunts will not be denied. Little pirouette after he finishes as well. Wonderful finish, and Stunts put themselves back into the lead, 10-5 ahead. And Nsube then will take his time, line up the conversion. Not a bad effort at all in the breeze. Sails over, and that's the half-time break. Crucial try. And Stunts narrowly lead Kaviti Rugby Academy by 12 points to 5 at the break. Oh, back underway then, and Nsube scooped that one so far on the breeze that it nearly ended up perfect banana kick going right behind him. Fiji Warriors, sorry, I should say Kaviti Rugby Academy didn't mind though, and they were so unlucky with the pickup. I think they got away with one a little bit there. Stunts being called for an for a little bit of a knock on the floor. The referee just instructing Nsube to pass the ball over to Mata. Under pressure, Kaviti. Rugby Academy, so much pressure, in fact, that they've conceded the penalty at scrum time. And Stunts are going to look to launch it from deep, but it's intercepted. Oh, I thought that one had gone backwards. Well, you can see the referee down below us there. He saw a forward pass, then a knock on. And the upshot of it all is that Kaviti Rugby Academy have a attacking scrum in some prize real estate, really, if they are going to try and find themselves a score to get back into this. 12-5 they trail, as a reminder on the scoreboard. Here they go now, looking to launch it. And that's easy enough in the end. A walk in for their number 17, Dara Dawadua. And he cannons that one over for good measure. We're level at 12 apiece. And in the distance behind the posts that Stunts will be attacking in the second half, Shogun women warming up for their matchup with Hong Kong China Dragons. That's coming up on pitch 1 after this one. As Kaiviti Rugby Academy make some wholesale changes, having levelled this tie-up. Back underway, booming boot. And Stunts have to get the ball away quickly, which they do. But there's some huge collisions coming in, and Giglio rides them well. Penalty. Hands on the floor, and Nsube picks the ball up. Is whacked backwards though, as he was looking to get the offload away, and Kaiviti have come away with it now up that far side. Still going. How on earth have they got through there? Well, it was a bit like a magic trick. He was there and he was gone. The upshot of it was that Masaki Railoka has gone in for the try. And you might be struggling to hear us a little bit whilst we are, well, I was going to say we were given a rousing rendition of Chapel Row, and it's not exactly rousing, but it is a rendition of sorts. And there's been a revival on the pitch for Kaiviti Rugby, who have edged themselves into the lead here on pitch 1. And now out of nowhere, Kaiviti have got the lead. Another booming restart puts the pressure on, and they win the ball back second phase. It's a bit messy, it's a bit scrappy, but it's tidied up on the floor. A few errant numbers out there for Kaiviti. But that was number 20, Waisaki Laulaba, with a huge contact, drawing the penalty. And Kaiviti, oh, wonderful inside ball. And Nsube doing his best, Giglio doing his best, but neither of them is going to be able to stop Ted Mata. The big number 16 cannons over for his side, takes them 2 scores clear. Wonderful work from Kaiviti Rugby Academy. Conversion drifts wide, but they will not care too much, having now put themselves 2 scores ahead. And now it's the turn of Stunts to make the wholesale changes. And Sube, Minchella and Barker all leaving us. Freshening things up as they try and find a way back into this one. And that's not going to help. There's a little bit messy from Westwood. And they've put boot to ball. That's worked out though. Now here we go. Now what a Stunts got as a welcoming committee for the player that chipped through. But he's put his side on the front foot. Giglio to their number 6, but it's being lost forward. Opportunity goes begging for Stunts. That looks like Travis McIntyre coming back in to the mix for his side. Well, they've currently got 8 players on the pitch, so somebody needs to leave us. And it's Ollie Giglio who does just that. Pressure coming on this Kaiviti scrum. And an error. And now the opportunity to chip through. And it's a foot race. Tied it up in the backfield by Asalei Dow. I will. Stunts have got the penalty though. So they've got an opportunity to try and get themselves back into this one. McIntyre. Well, he went for the Carlos Spencer pass. Didn't matter though, Kaiviti were all offside. This has got to count for Stunts. It has. Adam Collingwood, the skipper, going over, and Kaiviti losing a player. This is now getting interesting, going into the final moments of this game. Important conversion being lined up. Oh, they've run out of time at the end, Stunts. It's Kaiviti who secure the victory. They will advance through in this men's elite plate competition to the semi-finals a little bit later on today. 24-17, they take the win. And next up, we'll be bringing you women's action. Hong Kong China Dragons taking on Shogun.
The final 2 games from the women's elite category group stages. On pitch number 1, it's a big showdown between the Group 2 leaders, Shogun Rugby and the HK China Dragons. Open numbers, both unbeaten. Somebody might be losing that record right now here on pitch number 1. On 20+4, Shogun Rugby taking on the Hong Kong China Dragons. Both still in with a chance to also win world experience, so this is an important game. We'll probably see one of the experience champions here on pitch number 1. So into the category. We've also got the Group A game on pitch 2 between the Hammerheads and the Lilian. Next the Group A showdown between top teams. Between the Hammerheads taking on Lilian. That's pitch 2 starting now. And finally on pitch 3, Beavers. Taking the Hammerhead Sharks. And the Pride within Group A. Beavers and the Hammerhead Sharks. Group A on pitch 3. Don't get lots of good food available still. It's the half BT pizza. Pizza with attitude is what they're saying. That's up on the top. They've also got the Suffolk pig roast, Tony's ices, and packages with all sorts of samosas and goodness. That's the basket open. Enjoy the rugby.
Yeah. That's right, all good. Hong Kong China Dragons then taking on Shogun in the women's competition. This was the final in Oxford, right back at the start of the elite competition. And, well, Shogun We're saying we'll have that, but Maggie Ao Yeng had actually managed to keep the ball in play right below us. Hasn't mattered too much though, because Shogun to come away with the ball. They've lost it on that far side. The offload is good, is crisp. And now it's a breakaway. Etta Kwong with the opening score. Great work from Gracie Hood initially to create the opportunity. And the speedster at number 9 flies in under the sticks. Hong Kong China Dragons with the early move into the lead in this one.
Come on, Shogun!
This is Group B of the Women's Elite competition. And these two sides unbeaten. So they have moved themselves both into the Cup semi-finals, but who will finish top and get the, well, I was going to say slightly easier, there are no easy games here on the Lit Super 7 series, but get the higher seeding going into that semi-final. It's Hong Kong China Dragons who have started the faster so far. Battle of the unbeaten sides in Group B. And oh, big tackle coming in. Amania Betchel it was. But her side are penalised, and Hong Kong China Dragons waste no time in making them pay. Julia Mbeoyana flying over, extending the lead again. And it's clinical play from Hong Kong China early in the first half of this Group B Women's Elite Clash.
Let's see now.
Well, that free kick didn't go the distance. Shogun have an opportunity. Azuli Barry, the Spanish Sevens international, takes it quickly from the free kick. And her side get the ball to the little speedster Bethan Atkins, the Welsh under-20s international. She managed to free the hands, but Mbeoyana was there to tidy up, to hassle and harry, and then force the outcome for her side that they will be pleased to get. A knock on from Shogun. Hong Kong China then getting the ball out. It's a beautiful line. But Gabby Rivers couldn't control the pass as she raced onto the ball through from Stephanie Chan. So opportunity for Shogun to try and launch an attack of their own. Well, they're looking for the options. They've spun it out to the far side. It's been collected by Marmelina, the Spanish international, wearing 8. She's marshalled well. And they go back to Rampton, Jamaican Sevens international, one of their star players, in truth, one of the star players on the series this season. And their side got a penalty for a high tackle, and Emma Hennessy as set off quickly, frees the hands to Rampton. And penalty goes against Rampton. She stayed down, as has Etta Kwong. Big collision between the two players, and both feeling the effects of it afterwards. Rampton is back up on her feet. Kwong, this looks like it is a little bit more serious. Still down, receiving treatment. Been a great player all season. They are lining up a replacement. And the medical team taking rightly all of the time that they need. It's good to see Kwong sitting up at the very least here. She is going to leave the field a little bit gingerly. But it's really good, really positive sign. See Etta Kwong leaving the field at least under her own steam. They've made a change. Two out, wearing the number 10 jersey. Coming on for Hong Kong China. Positive play, they look for the danger woman again on the outside. The offload comes in. Steph Chan wrestled to the ground. But the interplay from Hong Kong China so far this afternoon has been flowing, it's been fluid, as is the running motion of Gabby Rivers, who won't be denied. Fends off Emma Hennessy, runs it in pretty close to the sticks in the end. It's a third try of this first half for Hong Kong China. This has been an impressive showing. Champ chips that one over at the break. And her side 3 scores to the good against Shogun. This is the 2 unbeaten teams, remember, in Group B going head to head. And Hong Kong China Dragons are laying down a marker here on pitch 1. Half-time messages passed on. And you suspect for Hong Kong China, it'll be a case of keep doing what you were doing. For Shogun, well, first and foremost, it'll be just get the ball in your hands. There is a start at least. And there's a woman that only knows one way, and that's Route 1, Rampton. As we said in the first half, not just one of the stars of this Shogun side, one of the stars of the series, but her side have coughed up possession to a woman who has been one of the stars of the day so far. Mbeoyana gets the ball out to Ao Yang. And Mbeoyana again gets the ball out. Just drifts off the fingertips at the end of the player with no number on that far side. But we're seeing again, early doors in this second half, the threat that Julia Mbeoyana poses. And whilst this scrum resets for Shogun, the clock ticks away. There is plenty of time. We're not going to be talking about writing Shogun off at this stage. You wouldn't write Shogun off if they were still this margin down with a minute to go. Such is the pedigree of this side. But Hong Kong China are keeping them under wraps thus far. And passes like that won't help. And Mbeoyana, very nearly got on to the end of it, but she's put enough pressure on to force the grounding, force the 5 metre scrum. And Hong Kong China will have the opportunity to really hammer home their ascendancy now. They've been so good throughout this series. They've been unbeaten today. And they'd obviously want to go on and try and win at the end of the day. Well, they're going to keep accelerating as well. The threat was there on the outside of Mbeoyana. She wasn't needed because To Ao was there. And for one of the smallest players on the pitch, that was a pretty mighty carry through contact and in for the try. Sophie Langford down below us with no number, making her way on as well, the Exeter chief. And she'll be delighted to enter into the action with the match poised as it is. Maggie Ao Yang comes in with a huge tackle, putting Shogun under all sorts of pressure. It's a hefty fend comes in on the far side, but Shogun are being hunted down every single time they try and advance. They've had to cut back and go the other way. Courtney Greenway, the Gwalia Lightning player, has done well. But the respite from this onslaught from Hong Kong China is only temporary. Turnover again. 2 players with no numbers on screen for you. Langford is the one without the scrum cap who's carrying into contact now. The centre, she's being held up. She's got knee to ground. Tackle complete. And Hood, well, she's hitting the tackle. It's tidied up by Chan. She just flicks it inside to Ao. Bit messy and a bit scrappy here from Hong Kong China. They're in such a driving seat that they don't need to do anything silly. Langford, lovely pass out the back after a big old fend initially. And her side have drawn the penalty. And they make the changes again. 2 more changes happening down below us, and there's their men's team on that far side. You can see under the lit Super Sevens banner, watching on with great interest. as I'm sure will be everybody else in this women's elite competition. Because this so far has been the sort of performance from Hong Kong China that will make the rest sit up and take notice. Ow. The next to have a go. She's made good ground and they're looking to fling it wide. Langford picks it up, checks, gets the offload away to Shanna Forrest, but the ball's lost forward. It's probably the first time in this match that Hong Kong China have made a handling error. They've been so clean, so precise in everything they have done. What has Shogun got in response? They look like they're going to be destined to a second place finish in this group, but they're not going down without a fight. Here goes Courtney Greenway, racing clear under the sticks. Dots down for her side, gets ready to line up the conversion. She has nailed it. It's a full 7 points. It's the first time really that we've seen Shogun manage to batter down the door of this Hong Kong China defence. And it was Greenway who raced away to get her side on the board in this one. Just a short delay. It's the ball boy. Races on through the wind to get the ball back. Ao Yeng tidies up. Langford gets the ball out to Abby Chan and Shanna Forrest. Langford again to her fellow numberless teammate. They're going down that short side. Shanna Forrest keeps the ball in play. Great power from the number one to keep her side going forward. But this is a huge, huge defensive set from Shogun. They've held up the ball carrier, but it's way too little too late. It's a huge statement victory for Hong Kong China Dragons. They defeat Shogun, secure top spot in Group B, and we'll see both of these sides a little later on in semi-final action. Shogun go through as top seeds.
So, 3 more games coming up at 20 to 4, kicking off right now. First of all, here on pitch number 1, we've got the main league match quarter-final between the Hong Kong China Dragons, the elite men's team. They are currently in second place in the series leaderboard, and they are taking on the Wild Dog Hyperpack. And from pitch number 1, the Hong Kong China Dragons, the Wild Dog Hyperpack, and the men's elite quarter-final here on pitch 1. Then we have on pitch 2, Shogun Rugby taking on Tsunami Assassins. Shogun taking on Tsunami Assassins on pitch 2. And another one of those elite quarter-finals in the men's elite category of pitch 2. The Preseli from Wales taking on the Hammerheads. Again, both those teams do so in the overall hunt for the series title.
Back underway then. Well, Hong Kong China men's team have just watched their women's team put on a sevens clinic. They now will look to try and do the same. They looked good when we saw them earlier on today on the stream, but they're under pressure early doors here. Wonderful play, wonderful defence. To try and set things in motion here. We're racing through the action here now on pitch 1 for you. And an opening score goes in for Wild Dogs Alpha Pack on that far side. Men's Elite Cup quarter-final action. Hong Kong China started the quicker with the Wild Dogs. They were hunting as a pack, turning the ball over and getting the opening score out wide. That conversion, though, gets stuck on the breeze, so it's a 5-point game, but a great start for the Wild Dogs.
Wild Dogs with the restart, and that one goes long. It's taken over the head of the receiving player. He's done really well. And Hong Kong look to spread the ball wide here off that reception. Good bust through that first tackle from Fei Kit Fung. Strength from him, and then on to Rickard, who of course was such a presence the last time Hong Kong China's men's team took to pitch one here, the Bury Sevens. This occasion, the Wild Dogs, who already have the lead, the ones who break through, and that quick turnover quickly turns into points as well. Luca Petrozzi, full-time model, is the man to go over by the posts. Just taking the time on the conversion is Ali Reid. That try, a real poacher's one from the Wild Dogs. Hong Kong trying to build something from out to get themselves out there 22. It's a quick penalty turnover from the Wild Dogs, and they wasted absolutely no time in scoring. Scrappier on that restart, and it's ended up really benefiting Hong Kong. Juan Esono is the man who is going to go the length, and he will touch down under the post just moments after the Wild Dogs did the same thing at the other end. Try to Hong Kong China, and Rickard heading up to take the ball for the conversion attempt. And the deficit narrowed. Wild Dogs 12, Hong Kong China 7. Back in this game after two early scores against. Julien Baron. Let's have a hanging restart. which allows Seb Bryan to be right there to make the tackle, and in fact to wrestle the ball away. Hong Kong China will have possession at this scrum. That sunshine that we had earlier has certainly gone now. Very grey set clouds above us. The wind coming in strongly from the left to the right of the picture as you look at it. And rain starting to join the party as well. Ball on now to Fong Kit Fung. Just manages to keep it in field, but only for it to end up in the hands of the Wild Dogs. They are then forced out through the tackle of Julien Baron. So a Hong Kong China line out now. Lifted high into the air is the try scorer, Esono. On a wonderful line from Seb Bryan, arcing round with real pace, but met with two fantastic tackles May Aitken, Formula 3 driver, one of the men in that collision. Pass going loose there. Joseph Knight just trying to distribute it in the tackle. He was there on the quick line out, but he was too close. And so it will be a free kick to the Wild Dogs. Just checking with the referee whether he's completely happy with that decision that he's made. He is. Sends Knight backwards. Ali Reid scored for the Wild Dogs, the man to take the tap. The show and go, and it has worked really well. Dan Lilly finding Sean Ingle, who is going to go all the way to the corner, slammed into the ground as just rewards for his efforts right at the end. But he extends the Wild Dogs lead to 10 points, kick to come. So the rain really does start to set in now. I can tell you from our position in the commentary box that it's actually very sideways rain as well. It is, however, behind the kick for this conversion. So that may give it a little more legs. It's a tricky one from a long way out. The length was good, the line just off. And that will be that in the first half. 17-7, SA Wild Dogs lead Hong Kong, China. Hong Kong starting as they need to get themselves back into this. Julian Baron, the first to score for them in this second half. 17-12. That will be exactly the kind of resumption that the Hong Kong China side will have been discussing in their half-time huddle, and even more so when Rickard can knock over conversions like that. Just 3 points behind now, Hong Kong China. Bit of a stub kick on that restart. Didn't have too much hang time. Gave Hong Kong China a lot of chance to chase it. But they do end up giving away the penalty, and Wild Dogs finding the gap, the offload. Just chipped ahead. Oh, wow. Edwin has done so well there. The loose ball, and then managing to control it off the boot like that is nothing short of extraordinary. And it's even started to bring the sun back out. It was that good. The Wild Dogs wrestling over on that far side. Ball lost forwards though, quickly dived on by George Williams. Not what he would have wanted at all, but he did the right thing to shut it down and make sure that there was no risk of Hong Kong China picking and going from there. Return of the dust. Tackle player is thrown into the dirt. That's very scrappy at ruck time and ends up being lost forwards by the Wild Dogs. Much to the disbelief of Dan Lilly. Described by his teammates as a wannabe Finn Russell. I hope well, I was about to say, I hope we're going to see some of his Finn Russell plays coming out, but he's actually headed over to the bench just as I say that. Penalty given. George Williams over eager in the 9 position at the scrum. Can't make the tackle like that. So Hong Kong China gifted possession. And Ricard just ghosts his way through. Absolutely sublime stuff to take the lead for Hong Kong China. 2 to the good they are now. He's going to add another 2 here. A 4-point lead is a nervous one in a game of sevens. Especially the time there is remaining and the way that the Wild Dogs can score. But that is quite simply a piece of solo brilliance from Ricard. He was 60 metres out at the entire Wild Dogs team in front of him when he just carved his way through, opened the gap and finished the job. The tap back looking to be made and possibly a bit of contact in the air, but the referee lets it go. Thumping hit there. Just as the ball gets into the hands of the Wild Dogs, they win the penalty. And they're going to try and tap and go quickly. Almost a loss of control from Nasser Kini Lau. Bit of a goat in this team. It's Kini Lau. Reed. And then Petrossi. Kini Lau again. Just clinging on is Elliot Quinton. Both arms wrapped around the single leg. Wild Dogs shifting the point of attack very quickly, and it's worked for them here, ghosting through the gap. Will he have the pace? The big chase is on. But Esono had too much work to do in the end. It is a Wild Dog score that retakes the lead for them by a single point. They move to 22, thanks to the score from May Aitken. And then on to 26. (26-21). Sorry, 24-21, I should say. Scrappy ball, Wild Dogs who come up with it. Over to Eden on that far side. Kini Lau fires it back in field. Petrozzi tries to unlock the defence. Kini Lau, the man to go next and to distribute and to send Eden over in the corner. The Wild Dogs' 5th score. 29-21. Tough conversion attempt, the wrong side for a right footer, with the wind blowing from right to left as he looks at the post. It's just hanging in the air, and he has scored that. Oh, that is an incredible piece of skill. In the end, time had ticked away, and it didn't matter. 31-21 is how this one ends. What a way for the Wild Dogs to finish. They had to come back in that one, an early lead that was overtaken by Hong Kong China shortly after the break. It looked like the momentum was with the team in navy and red, but the Wild Dogs rallied. 2 late tries, capped off with that beautiful conversion, sees them win 31-21 in this men's elite quarter-final. We've got another one for you coming up in just a moment's time. Don't go anywhere.
Pitch number 3, a side of Kaviti of the Academy, taking on the Green Beavers. That's on pitch number 3. The first of the men's elite semi-final. We've also got on pitch 2, Oxfam
So, to bring you up to speed with proceedings, those last 2 games absolutely crucial in the series title race, as is this next one. The Hong Kong China Shogun women's match that we brought you just 2 games ago. Shogun's progression to the knockout stages will confirm them as champions of the Women's Elite Super 7 Series 2025. Hong Kong China in the men's going out at the quarter-final stage means they cannot get past the British Army, who we now see on the pitch in the red strip playing against the Apache. If the British Army win this game, they all but seal themselves as Super Sevens Series champions for 2025. So a crucial match ahead of us now, but it's Apache on the ball in the blue strip, playing left to right through Matt Bowers. Just managed to gain an extra few yards when it looked like the defence was all ready to stop it. Still, they look to work that same point, and it's working well for them. Opening up a nice offload, and they are going to run this to the corner. The setup for Finn Parker, the man who then went over in the corner. John T. Anthony, who offloaded to him. And a really nice opening score for Apache. British Army potentially with one eye on the result in the previous game. The best thing they can do, they might have lost one title rival, best thing they can do is knuckle down and win this match. Make sure that the title race is in their hands, not a case of them relying on results elsewhere.
It certainly is. Preseli Barbars came away with a big victory in the Men's Elite Cup quarter-final against Vaquita Hammerheads. They aren't out of this race either. Hong Kong, China, that might have been their lot, that shock defeat earlier. British Army know they win this, they're more or less secure. If they don't, the door is opened to the Preseli Barbars.
What a story that would be for the Preseli Barbars to take the title, having won the last time out. 3 times Welsh champions, to then take the Lit Super 7 Series crown as well. But all of that is a long way off, especially when the British Army have the ball and some of their chief destroyers on the pitch. Nice wide passes here to try and find the space, and they do. Goes through Seva, and he's going to have the pace to go all the way to the corner here.
React now, boys. Speed to set. Let's go. Yeah. Adam, organise this line now. Zach's gone that way.
Seva's try in the corner. Apache's tied this up. The Army looking to take the lead now. That one's just going to float in the air. It's not going to be a repeat of that stunning Wild Dogs kick we saw to end their matchup, their quarter-final. So, 5 apiece in this clash between the Apaches and the British Army. Just gets fully underneath that one, and Ratu Kadreru just pulls out of making the tackle, realises the Apache player was in the air. They get the turnover, and the Army can come away with it here. So they cut back inside through the try scorer, Saver. Can he repeat his feats from just moments ago? The interception thrown. Apache's breaking. Zach Chukwuemeka with a really good interception there. Just shifts the balance of this match. Nice dart as well down the right-hand side. Finn Parker still managing to stay in field despite 3 Army men pushing him towards that red touchline. It's weaving round in front of the defence now. And a little too casual. A hand stuck out from Tom Mayo. Ball spilt forward. Scrum time for the Army. We're going to make a change. Saver heads to the bench. Big overlap. Can they straighten? Can they use that space? Cut back inside through Korivuka. This tactic has worked pretty well for them so far. Apaches need to get out that ruck. They do eventually. Play continues. Good broken tackle, good offload. Still the Army come. 2 Apaches trying to take down Jamie Diamond, who's somehow managing to power on towards that try line. A risky offload, but it works. Now Korivuka on to Banuve. Banuve decides to go through the man instead of around him. And then Korivuka over in the corner. Try number 2, British Army. 10-5 now. Really well worked score from the Army. Having to go from their own 22 all the way up the pitch to score in the opposite corner. Kama. Dranivesi with a tough angle. Taking all the time allowed to settle himself. Just passes that one in front of the face of goal. The lead remains at 5. And it will be Dranivesi to restart. Apaches leaving the entire middle of their half open. Kick, it felt slightly scuffed, didn't maybe go as far as the Army would have wanted. They then give away the penalty as well, not releasing after the tackle. Good block there from Penaya Tagutu. And the Apaches were looking to go quickly, but the referee has called pause to this one. Half time has come already. British Army 10, Apaches 5. Apaches to get us back underway. So they look to get themselves back into this one. Apache trying to make themselves a nuisance at ruck time. On goes Tagutu. Dranivesi switches play to the other side. Seva. Sorry, Nyagi trying to stand up his man. But Ballard, very wily, very strong player. Really relishes the physical stuff. British Army have created the hole though. Perhaps where Ballard continued in the contact for a little bit too long when the ball had gone. And now the overlap is absolutely gaping for the Army. So big that Tagutu could hardly fail to score. All he had to do was collect that ball and he was over the line. With it being so easy, those thoughts of the celebrations creep into your head and they force those little mistakes. No try, but it is a penalty to the Army and they opt for the scrum. In front of the sticks. 7 meters out. A 5-point lead. Stable feed, stable delivery, tracking over to this right-hand side, and in the end, Viliame for the British Army. Apache's opening score in this game. It'd make it seem like the British Army might be struggling to make it through to the semi-final stage, might be struggling to control their own destiny. Not so much now. Spilt forward by Apache. You can see the frustration on British Army need to be on side. Yeah, 10 points behind now. Time against them. And now a scrum for the Army. It will ring quite a number of changes here. Everyone who's going to be in the scrum has just come onto the pitch. Will surely give them a real advantage against the Apache tight 3. The show and go. And it works. To the list of British Army quarter final here at the Bury Sevens final round of the Lit Super Sevens Series 2025 for the men's elite competition. Of course, there's an event at Wasps in 2 weeks' time. That's a standalone event. The winners of the series will already have been crowned by that point. Do make sure you get yourself down to Wasps on the 19th of July for what will promise to be a wonderful festival of Sevens rugby. Now the Army lead 22-5. And that knock-on from them there won't feel quite as critical as it might have done just a couple of minutes ago. Ballerz to feed the Apache scrum, desperate to come up with something that can get them a little bit closer in this quarter-final. The game surely gone for them now. They'll want to end their cup campaign with some reward over the try line. Nice cut back inside, and here we see Adam Cobbler. He's going to go 60 metres. He's going to go right by the posts. There will be more points in this one for Apaches. 22-10 will almost certainly become 22-12. It does. Still time to play in this one, a 10-point margin. Likely too much for Apache to overcome. They will need to score their next very quickly to stand a chance. Flicked back. Most important thing is to get hands on the ball. In the end, it was Peter Walker who managed to get there, but he's penalised for holding on in the ruck. Ballerz with the quick tap on to Chukumuka. And then again, the ball is shipped out to Finn Parker. Strong defence coming in from the Army. Not much space on that far side, so they will ship it to their left. Looking to create the overlap, but the Army do have the numbers defensively, and then they get sucked in. And this is a real chance for a score, and it is going to be through Louis Nahu. Fantastic try for the Apaches. They're just 5 points behind now. Kick to come, but the referee signalling to his assistant that is time expired. So this kick, while it might narrow the deficit to just 3, in fact it doesn't go over, does bring an end to this quarter-final matchup. British Army through to the semi-finals, and as we understand it, have confirmed themselves as Lit Super 7 Series champions for 2025 in the men's elite division. We will get absolute concrete confirmation of that for you as soon as we possibly can. But they progress on to the semi-finals. Apache will head to the play.
To help with your recovery in between games. For spectators, to help with your recovery from the ground. We've also got lots of great food options for you. Over at the top with the server chef and the pizza. And now, we've got the final match game. There's 2 games coming up for 5:20. Both in the women's elite category. So this is the women's elite cup semi-final. The first one's on pitch 2. It's between the Hong Kong China Dragons and the Vaquita Hammerheads. Ranked 2nd and 3rd in the overall series. So 2nd place, 3rd in the overall series over on pitch 2. And here at pitch 1, it's first place 4. Shogun Rugby currently leading in the series. Playing in the white, red and black in the Hungarian flag, and they'll be taking on the Lilian Amazons.
Well, here we go then. Women's Elite Cup semi-final action. And it's the Lilian Amazons taking on Shogun. As far as we're aware, despite that defeat earlier on to Hong Kong China Dragons, Shogun, by reaching the last 4, have seemingly confirmed their place as champions for the 2025 Women's Elite Super 7 Series. Such was their margin that they had over the rest of the chasing pack. But they will want to get themselves into a final again if they can. A reminder that these two met in the final a few weeks ago. That one, rain-soaked occasion with Shogun snatching it in the final minute of the day. And we're just waiting for our referee to get us underway. We are now semi-final time. Lilian Amazons against Shogun. And the Amazons are starting off quickly. Beautiful flowing hands, early doors. And a big fend comes in from Lucy Satia. She tidies up as well, gets it out to Varanasesi Coral. And the offloads are flying early doors here. Samesi, the next to have a go. And just a little bit of a stutter, a step and a stop, and the ball now works itself right again to Satia, who goes route one with a vicious fend off. But the offload doesn't connect, and now it's a foot race. Pippa Robinson hacked it through one-on-one with Varanasi Coro. But the Amazons, number 10, tidies up well. And now with that out the back pass, they can launch an attack of their own. But it's just all a little bit messy at the moment. And the intercept eventually falls into the hands of Shogun. It's an absolute gift. And it's Bethan Adkins who races under the sticks. And we've been lauding Shogun, so I should say we've been lauding the Lilian Amazons offloading game for the last 90 seconds or so. That one was loose, that one nowhere near as crisp. Well, it's an absolute gift at the start of the semi-final for Shogun, converted as well, the full 7 points. We'll get confirmation on whether that one did go over the sticks or not up here. It looked like it had. A couple of mixed signals from our officials. But now Lilian Amazons come again, powering back down the field. They're going to get an instant response. And it's the danger woman again, Varanasi Coral, who goes in under the sticks. Breakaway try. Wonderful finish, wonderful speed. And that one certainly is converted to 7 points for Lilian Amazons. So we're 1 try apiece here in the semi-final. And confirmation then that our referee had the final decision. That Shogun conversion didn't go through the upright, so it's 7-5 for Lilian Amazons. Conversions could be crucial, restarts are going to be crucial. And that one was wonderfully taken, and Satia flings it out the back to Coral. The offload was intercepted initially by Shogun, but it's come back on the side of the Lilian Amazons, a knock on then following in contact. And Satia tidies up, huge fend. Eventually pulled to ground by Greenway. And now here come the Lilian Amazons again. Wonderful offload again, flying into contact. Referee nearly gets herself involved in the breakdown. Does well to step out of there and allows the play to continue moving. Kick in behind, that's an interesting call. It's bounced over the top of Rampton and it's picked up. Seru, the next to have a go. Oh, that is a textbook turnover from Shogun. I think it was Greenway again, one of the smallest players on the field. Got absolutely buffeted, but she held onto the ball, got the clean turnover, and now here comes the breakaway for Shogun. It's a foot race, they're putting pedal to the metal. Marmelina going for the line, chase to the last, but Marmelina has enough to get there and restore the lead in this first Women's Elite semi-final. Great work from Melina, the Spanish Sevens international. She was being chased down all the way there. The noise you can hear is the semi-final on the other side of the pitch. That conversion from Rampton sails over, so it's now 12-7 to Shogun. And on the pitch behind us, another really interesting semi-final matchup. It's Hong Kong China taking on Vaquita Hammerheads. Realistically, Hong Kong China were the only side in this women's competition that could have caught Shogun. But with both teams reaching the semi-finals, regardless of this result, Shogun on course to be our Women's Elite Lit Super 7 Series champions for 2025. But they've got a job on here though, because the Lilian Amazons are in the mood. Nabulangi now with the fend and with the acceleration, and Nabulangi, nobody is going to catch the number 15. We're going try for try in this first women's semi-final, and Nabulangi bides her time, waits under the sticks and dots it down, levels this one up with the conversion to come. Conversion is good. Lilian Amazons 14, Shogun 12 at the half-time break. Could not be tighter, and one missed conversion is the difference between these two sides. 7 minutes to go. Which one of them will reach the final here in Bury St Edmunds? Stick with us and we'll find out very shortly.
So is that one? You know what I mean?
We're starting to practice.
Back underway then, an engrossing Women's Cup semi-final. 14 plays 12. Lilian Amazons with a narrow lead over Shogun, thanks to that try right before the break. And Greenway tried to come away with it there. Was wrestled to ground by Coral. And there is Coro back with ball in hand. Her side has secured the turnover, and Savu. The pass to Savu drifts forwards. That was an opportunity for the Lilian Amazons. As we said, big moves going on across the Bury St Edmunds ground. Here on the far side, Vaquita Hammerheads are taking on Hong Kong China in the second semi-final. But on this one, here on pitch one, we are tantalisingly poised. And Shogun continuing to come forward. Greenway miraculously got herself out of the first tackle and kept powering the legs forwards. It's given her side crucial ball. Lorena Thomas gets the ball out, and it's Marmelina again racing over to retake the lead in this semi-final for Shogun. Spanish 7-star does it again, second breakaway score of this semi-final. Oh, it's so nip and tuck between both of these teams. It's an important conversion here for Rampton. 17-14 currently on the scoreboard. 19-14 now with the full 7. And the best sides find a way through when they've not necessarily hit their same normal lofty standards. Are we going to see that from this Shogun side? Winning is a habit, but it's a habit that Lilian Amazons have had recently too, and they break away again. Semesi hits back instantly under the sticks and levels this one up. Conversion to come. We have got a thriller on our hands here on pitch one. Coro then, conversions could yet prove crucial. 21-19 ahead, her side edge again. And just confirmation from our assistant referee down below us as well, that is how closely poised we are. As Courtney Greenway leaves the field for Shogun, they're ringing a couple of changes. Good leg driving contact, and now Shogun are trying to come again. They're looking for that outside ball to Rampton. But Powell and Hennessy both get tied up. Anwin Owen, though, takes matters into her own hands, drives forwards. Bethan Adkins tidies up. Penalty coming the way of Shogun. And you can hear below us, not 10. It's going to be a yellow card for Lilian Amazons.
Come on, Shogun!
Veronesi Coral in the bin. How big could that be? her side still narrowly have the lead. But they're going to be under the cosh for the next minute or so as Owen drives into contact again. And there's space on the outside. Defence is good though. Shogun searching for a try to put themselves back into the lead. Lilian Amazons determined, defending with everything they've got as the ball comes back out to Hennessy. And another penalty goes against the Lilian Amazons. Ramson, oh, she thought she was away. She thought she was cruising in to regain the lead. But she didn't take it from the mark. We'll come back and they've called a scrum. Interesting call. Right in front of the sticks. If they'd taken the 3, they would have edged themselves 1 point ahead. But with Coro in the bin, and the Lilian Amazons a player light in the backs, Shogun are looking for a show of strength. That's picked up, but not cleanly. Adkins is under all sorts of pressure. It's another penalty against the Lilian Amazons, and Adkins goes again. Wallops in the tackle. Ramson is appealing for anything and everything. And I think the Lilian Amazons might be going down to 5 here. This could be disaster. With a player down, receiving treatment now for Shogun too. It's all going on pitch 1. Remember, we're not mic'd up to the referee, but it looks there that is a final warning, a stern message to the Lilian Amazons captain. No more. And we'll have a delay on the clock and a delay in the game, with treatment coming for the Shogun player. She is very sadly going to have to leave the field. Limping off, but good to see that it's under her own steam. And again, a reminder, our clock isn't linked into the referee, but on your screens it says we've entered the final minute of this engaging, engrossing women's semi-final. A few weeks ago in the final, the Lilian Amazons were undone at the last by Shogun. They got their revenge last time out in Harpenden, but will Shogun come back again? They will under the sticks. There's a big last-ditch tackle coming in, but Courtney Greenway goes in, puts her side ahead again. And Ramson is going to take all of the time that she is allowed to take. 24-21 in Shogun's favour. Conversion to come. 26 plays 21. Lilian Amazons back to their full complement. And we are now into the final seconds of this one. Are Shogun going to have won it at the last? Or have the Lilian Amazons got one last trick up their sleeves? They've gone long. They're going to force the Amazons to go from deep. Satir picks it up. Offload comes in. It's not exactly clean, but now they're looking to break away. The passes are connecting and the ball has gone out to Nabalangi. She's hit hard on the halfway line. They're screaming for it on this far side. It's come into the hands of Sotir. Sotir with the fend. The out the back pass, but Ramson intercepts and cannons it into touch. Shogun have done enough at the death. You can see the frustration in the Lilian Amazons' faces. You can see the joy in those of Shogun. As we said, good sides find a way to win, and Shogun Well, they have certainly done that. They are into yet another final here in Bury St Edmunds.
Semi-final game of which one between Wildcats
When they're not going to contact him, tell him why should they? He ain't had any contact with her, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
He hasn't shown any.
no, you would have thought he was on the scene or something. Weird, isn't it? Just cut everyone out of your life. Like your family.
Partner thing, isn't it? That's what tends to do it.
It's the what?
Partner, you know. Choice between your partner or your
From
family.
one engrossing contest in this women's elite division here at Bury St Edmunds to another. The Hammerhead Sharks against the Wild Dogs, their alpha pack. It's the one that will kick us off in this game. Perhaps not the kickoff either team was really looking for there. A touch finder in the end. Hammerhead Sharks taking a quick throw and then losing control of it, and a kick through from the Wild Dogs is going to put themselves in the ascendancy and give the Sharks a lot of work to do to clear this up. Doing well right now though. Managing to get themselves back out of the 22. For a moment it looked like they were in real danger on their own try line. Eventually shoved out on that far touchline. And it will be a Wild Dogs line out.
Shoved out there, but important intervention. Orla Proctor, the number 6 for Hammerhead Sharks at the back. Harlequins player, plenty of sevens experience. She got her side out of jail there with an important gather, an important pass out, but they've got to be now on their defensive mettle.
Ball lost backwards by Rebecca Nsaya. Luckily for her, Elin Fielden was there to clear up, and Wild Dogs still moving this attack inward. Onto the ball now. It's Bobby Hayward, who I briefly employed a few years ago. Just realising she's on the pitch. She comes in now to play scrum half. The sun in their eyes, the Wild Dogs unable to control that one. Mia Collins, one of the many old Albanians in this squad, loses the ball forwards. And a scrum to the Hammerhead Sharks. Just the right side of halfway as far as they are concerned. But a really good scrum by the Wild Dogs, or at least it looked to be initially. In the end, penalty to Hammerhead Sharks. Wild Dogs wheeling that scrum round too much. A good initial run from that penalty, giving the Sharks field position now. Taking this up to the line, big hit coming in, a real wrestle. Slow the ruck, just trying to work out where the best options are. Hayward is up in defence, putting a strong tackle in there and driving her opposition back. They will still go towards that left-hand side. The handoff put in. Perhaps losing control of the ball a little bit as a result with only one hand on it, but it's going to work out for the Sharks, who will go all the way through Izzy Burr and get the opening score in this one.
Patient play, isn't it, from the Hammerhead Sharks, and it's a case of picking up when it doesn't quite go to plan. Some of the passes didn't connect, some of them went to floor, some of them were behind, but they kept their composure. Really good work initially from Proctor again on that far side, and then great play, great power, and a really good score.
Wind assisted kick to come. It's just going to fall short. 5-0 to the Hammerhead Sharks. Wild Dogs will look to strike straight back.
That's the first time since COVID, but it leaked like a sieve. I really need to get it out. And
Low restart. It's going to bounce really nicely. And Helly Hammond offloads, and this is going to be a second score for the Sharks. It is Sophie Shams over on this right-hand side. Well taken try, and nice kind of energy-conserving one, really. Just popping that restart up and knocking it back and running it in.
Oh, great try, and a wonderful bit of a show and go from Shams as well, flying in for her side, and so that's what the restart can bring you. Such a powerful weapon in attack if you can get it right. And Sophie Shams, well, she's been converted to a back row in the 15s game. Used to play at fullback. Gave us a little bit of a smile as she heard her name called there. She's still got the wheels.
Matilda Hall hasn't managed to get either of her kicks over yet, but successful with the boot on that last restart. Goes for the same option on this occasion. Wild Dogs read it this time. Liv Almond coming away with it, and then the offload. And this is going to be a bit of a break here for the Wild Dogs. Big handoff from Lisha McCutcheon. And the pick and go. Now the distribution. It's just gone backwards there, is it? No. Knock on called. Taylor Ihlenfeld trying her best to keep control of that ball. The original 12 Wild Dogs women's team from 2022. She achieved her 50th cap earlier today for this team, so a real milestone day for her.
Fantastic, isn't it? We've had a couple of milestone appearances throughout the series this year from this Wild Dogs team actually as well. Kirsty Exley a few rounds ago, but it's testament to the ability of this side to keep going, and testament to the ability to keep fighting, keep staying in the battle like we saw there from that defensive set.
Helly Hammond it was once again with the big run, and Maddie Hall strength in the contact. Penalty for the offside. Just allow Helly Hammond to advance this ball a little bit further towards the Wild Dogs line, and then she taps and goes straight for that gap that was open in front of her. Needed no second invitation. And there was no way the Wild Dogs were tracking her down from there.
No, they weren't. The Sharks are starting to circle. It's a brilliant try. Wonderful finish. They've extended their lead again. Just a quick update on that other semi-final. Vaquita Hammerheads, so the other Hammerhead side that are in this elite competition, beat Hong Kong China Dragons 26-0. So they've reached the final against Shogun. Their second side are now looking to try and reach the plate final. And so far, so good with that conversion as well.
Half-time in this one, and the Hammerhead Sharks have moved to a 17-0 lead over the Wild Dogs, who will head into their pack huddle to try and work out a way of getting themselves back into this game in the second half. Matilda Hall. Well, that's just going to sit nicely. But, in the end, the Sharks not quite underneath it, and Wild Dogs with an opportunity now. If they can spread this to their right wing to run it in from deep, and real pace shown here by Nsea. She is going to go all the way. I mean, recently played for the Eastern Counties. She is something of a rugby superstar in these parts, and showing exactly why they're pace to burn and tries on the board for the Wild Dogs.
So you just can't beat raw pace sometimes, can you? It's a hugely important score at the start of this second half, and a really, really important conversion here, which has sailed over the full 7 points. Just poses a question here to this Hammerhead Shark side. But yeah, unbelievable pace, you just can't beat it.
It's now a 2-score game. 10 points between the two teams. You wouldn't bet against the Wild Dogs scoring another couple if they set them up as well as they did that one. Hall. Driven into the ground by Lawther. Lovely timing on that pass there. Not so much on the second one. Hayward nearly in there for the interception. As it is a penalty to the Sharks. What a run that was. Good pickup. And the gap is there. And the gap is taken. And it is Sydney Mead who is going to run this the distance under the posts into the setting sun, even despite the attentions of some of the Wild Dogs men's players who perhaps tried to put her off her game a little bit, make her think twice about going over that try line.
So I thought we were playing 7s, not 14s, but fair play. She managed to beat the Wild Dogs women's defence, beat the men's defence that was under the sticks as well. But jokes aside, we were talking about you just can't beat pace with Nsea a minute or two ago. Similar there, just such a long stride length. It's so difficult to keep up with her. And then accelerated away under the sticks and well, straight back into it. Hammerhead Sharks managing to keep that 3-score advantage.
24-7 now. The full 7 recorded on that occasion. Hall having to do quite a lot of lengths of this pitch to knock over the conversions each time her team score, and then to come all the way back and take the restart as well. This one's low. That's competing. Hayward. Lothar. Nsea. Can she squeeze through that gap? Absolutely scythed in half in the end by Proctor, who takes a moment, Mead, who takes a moment to check Nsea is okay. They get a break down this left-hand side though with the Wild Dogs. They will strike back. Nip and tuck in this second half. Tit for tat as the Wild Dogs score under the posts.
Great finish again. It's just that speed on the outside. Preseli Barbars there. Well, they're keeping the cheesy tunes going today as they walk past us. This time it was a bit of Taylor Swift coming out, but that was a swift attack on that far side. And, well, Wild Dogs have got a lot of chasing to do, but they aren't out of the fight yet.
That conversion miss from right in front. Frustrating one for the Wild Dogs. They really need all the points they can get at the moment. 24-12. Being doubled at the moment by the Hammerhead Sharks. Alex Kane will run it back. The winner of the Champ 1 this year hands it over to Bobby Hayward, who manages to find the space between two of the Sharks receivers. Well, the Sharks making the best of that bouncing ball to break here, and lost forwards by Shams. And we'll come back for the scrum, just short of halfway. Wild Dogs feed.
This is an opportunity for Wild Dogs here. It's a great initial break from Proctor. Had a little bit of a Hail Mary pass inside. Shams so nearly managed to take that, But again, I don't think you can quite see it on your screens. The sun is starting to set a little bit here. It's so difficult. It's right in the eyes of this Hammerhead Sharks attack. So unfortunate for Shams, but I think he can let her off with where that sun was hitting her.
Ball spurts out the back of the scrum. Wild Dogs managing to clear it up once again, and Sarah, but she's very little that she can do when she's caught that quickly, and she's isolated in the way that she was. So Sharks with the turnover, and now they can set themselves and go from here. Hall decides, actually, let's go back to that left-hand side. And Sarah with the good wrap around the waist, making that tackle. Mooney, probably just sort of sitting herself down to keep that ball in field. And the interception, Hayward, she looked for one earlier on, she gets that one. Penalty now to the Wild Dogs. Sharks offside on this occasion. There are numbers to that left-hand side. There's a hand in there. This is going to be a bin. The Sharks, 12 points to the good. One player down now for the next 2 minutes. The Wild Dogs will need to score twice, converting on both occasions if they are to win this plate semi. And that is a huge hit. Absolutely thumped in the tackle. She's still only just getting up now. Hayward trying to weave her way through. A great offload out the back door. On goes Lawther, sorry. Lack of control at the base of that ruck for Alex Kane, unfortunately. And that will bring an end to this one. Not enough time for the Wild Dogs to mount the comeback with the player in the sin bin for the Sharks, who run out 24-12 winners and will progress to the plate final.
Green King IPA. So here, on pitch one, we have the Preseli Ballerz from Wales. They'll be playing the Wild Dogs Alpha. They performed a surprising defeat in the last round. So Wild Dogs Alpha will beat the Hong Kong Dragons. They will be taking on the Preseli Ballerz from Wales, who are group number one. That's for a place in the Nextlot final. Pitch number two, Shogun Rugby. The British Army with the defending captain. So two games starting at 6 o'clock. Pitch number 1, 2. One of the Green King. Head up to the top. We've still got that Kaiviti, Panthers, the Apache. You know they can do it.
Back to the men's competition. Still with a Wild Dogs team on the pitch, however. They are the ones that kick this ball towards Preseli Barbars, who are in the driving seat as far as the men's competition is concerned here at Bury St Edmunds RFC today. And showing exactly why they are in the driving seat with this break down the far touchline. That's going to walk back in, and the opening score right by the posts for the Welsh side, setting out their stall early on against the Wild Dogs.
It's a great finish. They were making a load of noise, weren't they, walking past us, warming up for this one. They've started full noise in this semi-final. It's clinical. It's 2 passes. There's a reason that they won last time out in Harpenden. You're seeing it here. It's taken them a couple of events to click, but now Preseli Barbars are right in the hunt.
It's a good time to have some bright signs in Welsh rugby. God knows they could use it. And the extras were added by Wilkins, so a 7-point lead. Pitch does look beautiful right now. Blue skies above, sun streaming down, and a perfect time for the Preseli Barbars to play Barbarian style rugby as Callum Coxley goes over moments after the opening score.
Wonderful try, and well, Coxley was joking with us a few seconds ago there, wasn't he? Just he might have been one of those that got up and was a little bit frustrated watching that Japan-Wales match earlier this morning, but he's taking it out on this Wild Dog side at the moment. Great finish, great second try for the Preseli Barbars. We will have a stoppage and a bit of concern because that was a really big impact on that landing from that Wild Dogs player. It was completely fair. It was a good collision, or a good competition, I should say, in the air, but he's come down really worryingly on his shoulder, so hopefully he's okay, but it doesn't look too great at the moment.
Yeah, it's Alan Fielden there. I think he's going to head to the bench. It's physio just putting his arm around the shoulder, but it was a hand on the shoulder that he's landed on, so maybe not exactly where he wanted it. I just realised we got the women's team in there. I was calling. So it's actually May Aitken, the man to head to the sidelines. And the Wild Dogs now moving this ball nicely. Looking to bounce back from these two early scores that they have conceded. But that's not going to help. Penalty, Barbars. Wilkins with the stutter step. Just stood up his man, created the space, ran through it. Try number 3 for the Barbars.
Oh, it's just so simple, isn't it? It's so efficient. Last night Oasis made that big comeback in Cardiff, but little by little here it's the Preseli Barbars that are pulling away. I had to.
It had to be in there somewhere, and I've just got to roll with it.
Good.
As the Barbars get themselves set for another onslaught towards the SA Wild Dogs line. High and hanging down the centre of the field. Barbars chasing quickly. No sooner had Reed landed on his feet than he was met with a thumping tackle. The offload there, allowing play to continue through Kinikini-Lau. The interception for the Barbars. They will come back at them. Kinikini-Lau with the tackle. An overlap, 3-on-1 on that right-hand side. Surely only a matter of time before the Barbars score again. Really good covering tackle coming in. And then the interception from the Wild Dogs. It's got scrappy though. Can they get to it? They have, but only with the ball going forwards. Frantic play. Somehow the Wild Dogs holding the Barbars out, but Barbars now with good position.
Oh, they are. I don't quite know how Wild Dogs have managed to survive that initial onslaught. The break originally was brilliant, and then just a little bit of theatrics, really. Didn't need to chuck that pass, didn't need to be clever with it. And Preseli Barbars side, they are so precise, so in tune with each other at the moment, and they've got a great opportunity here 10 metres out.
Still got a man on the short side, despite how short it is, but he sways over to the open side, and they're looking for the overlap. And they find it. Try number 4, still in this first half. It's Aaron Arthur, the latest man to cross for the Barbars.
It's relentless here, isn't it? It's simple play. There's very little Wild Dogs can actually do, because it's just every single time they look up to make a tackle, there's a player supporting for Preseli Barbars. And 4 tries to the good now. They look very, very good here.
As the shadows start to lengthen around the ground, support is still good, I can tell you that, on both pitches. And either side of our commentary box. It's been a day enjoyed by all, regardless of results on the pitch. Of course, if you are in the position the Barbars are in right now, probably just that extra little bit enjoyable. Now it is the Wild Dogs' turn on the attack though, and this break going really well for them so far. Just need to keep play alive, not held, and so able to regather and go again. Was James Stanton. Now the Barbars come back in force. Real show of what they can do defensively there. This is going to take a big effort from the Wild Dogs to score on this right-hand side, and it all came down to the fact that Dan Lilly kept himself alive in that one. He knew that it wasn't going to be enough for the ball to be shipped out wide on the right-hand side. He had to be an option back inside on the middle where there was the space. Well executed try.
Really well executed, good finish, good precise play, and that's what we need from this Wild Dogs side. So good when they can get the ball flowing through the hands and moving like we saw there, and that's the first instinct.
I say Wild Dogs will need more of that. They are to get themselves properly back into this. Oh, just beautiful stuff from Lloyd Wilkins. So much composure, so much time on the ball, drew the defenders in around him, and then just switched on the pace and motored to the line.
Oh, that was a naughty little dummy, wasn't it? Brilliant play. Time just seemed to stand still. He waited.
That, Harry, is how I play in my dreams. It never happens on the pitch, but in my dreams, that's how I play. How I envy Lloyd Wilkins being able to do that. And the Barbars bring up their 5th try, head into the break. In this game, pretty much iced for them, barring a huge turnaround from the Wild Dogs. Wild Dogs safely underneath that one in the form of Dan Lilly, and quickly distributing to the wing. Kini Lau pulls this one back. Jiwa Walti right up in the faces of the Wild Dogs attackers. They've got the overlap here. Have they got the pace? They go back inside. The offload. Still Wild Dogs come. Still they have options left and right. Going for the contact up the middle now. Beautiful floated pass out to Moyo, who steps back inside. Having drawn the defender, he distributes it out. Gap created. Offload chance goes. There is still a chance on the left-hand side, though. He's got to straighten. Darts back to the inside, and that will be a really nice score for Aitken. Great to see him back on the pitch after landing so awkwardly on his shoulder early, and he does look to be carrying it as he runs back a little bit there, Harry, but a nice try.
He does, but he's going to keep fighting to the last, isn't he? A former F3 driver, he was weaving and turning around there. Fantastic finish, great work, and big old conversion that. His side is still just about in contention, but you look at this Preseli Barbars side, it's going to take a bit of a miracle, I think you'd say, at this point to pull them back.
Kinny Lau did what he needed to do, adding the 2. 14 points up now for the Wild Dogs. 2 tries, plays 5. Knocked back from the Wild Dogs, and this is going to work out for the Barbars. It's Davis, the first man to it. Taken in the tackle by Edun. Wilkins. Just slowing things up on that far side, and then the offload, and Wilkins is there once again, and very quick hands from him. Having a bit of hot potato. Penalty for the Barbars. Offside by the Wild Dogs. Simple stuff down the left-hand side. Into the corner, scored number 6.
A final now against one of the British Army or Shogun men.
And a beautiful conversion from way out on the touchline, just for good measure. Wilkins is able to do it all right now. And who would bet against him, going back-to-back with Player of the Tournament awards, having got that at the National Pub Sevens last time out. Question is, can the Barbars go back-to-back? Title winners last time out, looking to do the same here. Just waiting for the ball to find its way back to Ali Reid. Team GB hopeful in the Sevens. An uncertain time, of course, in the Sevens landscape as far as the GB teams are concerned. Clearly there is so much talent coming through. We really want to see those teams continue playing at the top level, and this is a solo effort. Just as I mentioned, him being a GB hopeful, we're just going to check actually whether the try was scored, but Ali Reid has taken that tap on halfway, has run up, spun round, created the gap, pinned his ears back, gone for the corner, and gets the try.
Oh, that's individual try of the day. It's beautiful play by Reid. Wonderful acceleration, but it's just the awareness to see that space, and then the conviction in your thought process to back yourself, get through there under pressure. His side aren't going to make the final. They'll be disappointed. But yeah, he's a Team GB hopeful. He has been exceptional in this match. He's been exceptional throughout the day, and I think we'll see a lot more of him in the future.
A third try and a half for the Wild Dogs, giving them much more to cheer about in the second 7 than they did in the first. Kinny Lau, back on.
Yes, get that!
Good height on this, allowing Pascal Reynolds to be right there with the tackle as soon as the ball was caught. Wilkins, he looked like he barely struck that one, and yet it's gone all the way down the pitch and sat up perfectly, so nearly perfectly. That would have been yet another try straight out the top draw of Sevens rugby, Harry. Unfortunately, cruelly robbed, all of us as spectators were, by the slight knock-on.
Oh, I think that's harsh. I think it's the hand of a Wild Dogs player that's come in. So unfortunate there. Sam Posser was flying, wasn't he, down the pitch? So unfortunate, so unlucky. But again, it's the bounce of the rugby ball and the speed on that number 12, Preseli Barbars, to even get himself in the mix was a sight to behold.
So as it is, it's a scrum for the Wild Dogs. Just need to get it out away from that set play. Kinney Lau decides to go around the back of the scrum to find a gap, but he has the ball stripped from him, and the Barbars will set up an attack here and close to the Wild Dogs line. It's just a case of exploiting the numbers, exploiting the overlap, and sending Ned Bennett over for yet another try in this one.
Just running out of things to say, aren't you, about this Preseli Barbars attack? It's been so good, it's been so consistent, and whichever one of the two teams that are going at it behind us they end up coming up against in the final, you'd suspect they're probably going to go in as favourites with the momentum they've carried over from the Harpenden Pub Sevens, and that does look like the final whistle, an absolute clinic in the semi-finals. Wild Dogs are such a strong Club 7 side, and they've been dismantled here by Preseli Barbars.
4 tries in the first half, 3 in the second for Preseli Barbars, running out convincing winners as they advance to the grand final, to the big dance here at Bury St Edmunds. And we are looking forward to that. Well, remember the final of the men's elite division kicks off at 7 o'clock. So do make sure you stick around. Got plenty more action to bring you before that one, as this day keeps on rolling on. Well, if you're just tuning in now, you're picking a great time of day to do 3 finals coming at you thick and fast to finish the day here at the Bury Super Sevens event. Final round of the Lit Super Sevens Series 2025, the men's elite and women's elite competitions. Before we crown the winners of that and confirm our series champions, we have the not insignificant matter of the Men's Open Cup final taking place here. We have the Sappers in the hoops of navy blue and claret, and LU Sevens in their blue kits, skyline in pink wrapped around their waist. They will play right to left. They will kick us off in this one. Harry, any pre-game predictions from you?
Could go either way. The Sappers have, when they've clicked, they've been so hot throughout this series, but this LU Sevens side as well, they've not gone away in any match they've played. So honestly, I couldn't call it. I think we're either going to get a big win or we're going to have one of those unbelievable one-score games.
A real margin call on the opening kickoff. That's ball just not quite going to 10, so the referee pulls them back and Sappers will have the tap to get themselves moving here. Bogey on the far side and then picked up and brought back round. And there is space if they run it to the right. Big hit put in by Tom Rendell from LU Sevens. There's a gap in the middle and it is going to be taken straight away by Seru Vakula, who will go under the crossbar for try number 1 in this Men's Open Cup final.
Great finish, isn't it? Again, you just can't beat pace when you get into that beautiful open real estate to attack, and great start for the Sappers. That's what they're all about. Consistent play, finding the phases, and then a break on the inside and they're gone.
So Vakula converts his own try for a 7-0 lead. So, I mean, the try was beautifully taken, but that hit that Tom Rendell of Henley College and Henley Hawks put in was really a marker set early on by LU Sevens, who are going to play this one quickly, not worried about the tap on halfway. They realised the Sappers were expecting that, tried to catch them napping. LU just happy to go back a little bit, draw the defenders out of the line, and they put the ball in and over the top. Ollie Brown sent Herring after it, but Kania Bogi is the man who will get there first. And Brown does make the tackle and makes more of a nuisance of himself as the offload is sent out. Got to close this down now, have LU Sevens. Still, the Sappers can't that one forwards though, otherwise it would have been 2 tries and as many minutes for Soro Bakula. He's got to jog back 30 metres. Just leaving the ball behind, just to make sure the scrum isn't taken quickly, but that's not really what you need to worry about, is it, given Soro Bakula himself is in the front row for the Sappers.
No, it really isn't. I think huge shout out there, Jake Rawcliffe, tracking back, putting that pressure on to force that forward pass, because the Sappers were away without it. But I'm going to say, the fact you got Sevens, isn't it? Everyone can do everything, but you got a man in the front row that's able to shift himself as quickly as that. That's the threat this Sapper side are going to pose, and you're going to need to see some more lovely shapes like LU Sevens are cutting at the moment if they are going to find their way to the title.
Bassett finding acres of space in front of him, and then a few more metres made in the tackle. Gets him up over halfway. Will Nielsen over on that far side. Penalty. Not releasing the tackler. LU Sevens will benefit from that. In an extra 10. Sappers not wanting to overcommit to the tackle. That does give Brown some space on this wing. The ball is still alive. Assistant referee signalling play on. And they might just double check on this one. I think the referee fairly confident that the ball was grounded by the Sappers. Jody Bunce, though, doing everything he possibly could to try and get a hand in there, and that would have been a hell of a score.
Oh, it would have been a hell of a score. I think the upshot for his side, as well as that pressure at the very least, has meant they've got that 5-metre scrum, but it's been a really good response from LU7. Sappers came out the blocks flying. They've stayed in the fight. They've built themselves into their best attacking position of the match, and they've got a golden opportunity here.
Jody Bunce, one of 3 Cardiff Met representatives in this LU Sevens side. Met enjoying a really good spell of rugby at the university at the moment. The women, of course, the Bucks Super Rugby champions this year. The men reached the semi-finals, only losing to Hartbury in extra time away from home. That could have been 2 teams in the final had they managed to do that one. LU Sevens forced quite a long way back after their scrum, just 5 metres out. They find themselves outside the 22, and that's where they end up giving up the penalty. So Sappers with an excellent defensive set there.
It's a great defensive set, isn't it, from Sappers, and That's going to really suck the life out of this LU7's team. They've been in the ascendancy. They have now got an opportunity though.
And they will be in through Ollie Brown, who has looked full of running throughout. He was clearly going to pose a danger to this Sappers side, just a matter of time before he had the ball in hand in the right area of the field to go running over the line, and he does that now.
Oh, we were just about to eulogise, weren't we, about how well Sappers had done to manage that defensively, and then one loose pass as they looked to break free, and Brown, Loughborough University student, danger man out wide. We've already seen his threat in front of us, and a great finish, opportunistic finish, but his side will be so happy with that.
Ties things up in this one. And yeah, the Sappers coaching staff will be very disappointed with that. You do all the hard work and then give away a try like that to let the opposition back into the game. Brown there to compete on the restart as well, knocking it back, and then straight off his feet, it looked like, from Nasili Sila, but in the end it is a penalty to the Sappers. They will go now, all the way from right to left. Cut back inside, and the offload, and this is going to be another try for the Sappers. No, it's going to be another time that Saru Vaquita was running all the way to the line, only to hear that referee's whistle go and call him all the way back.
Oh, it's gutting. I was about to sit there and say clip that one up, get that one out on every bit of social media you can, because it's one of the best offloads that we've seen throughout the day. It's just drifted forwards off of the hands, and well, again, good ploy from the Sappers, isn't it? They've made the break, just leave the ball, get back into defence and make LU7s have to go and chase it back.
We stay locked up at 7 apiece. LU7s now with the opportunity, feeding this scrum to run at the Sappers line. Distributing wide early on, kicking early as well, sending Brown herring after it once again. Oh, he's done so well. He felt like he still had pace to burn there. He wasn't going at full speed, but yet he still won the race and then cantered over for the try. He's taken a bit of a knock for his efforts, but 2 tries now to Brown, and he puts LU7s in the lead.
Wonderful from Ollie Brown. There's a little slip from the Sappers player as he tried to track back, but the finish is unbelievable. He's in the wars a little bit, and you can see they're calling for the sub. But like you said, it didn't look like he'd got out of 3rd gear, and he was still eating up the meters, gathered the ball. That's some finish.
14-7 at half-time to LU7s, and yeah, I mean, I was thinking when they put the kick in, they can't keep relying on Brown to do this. He's going to get tired eventually, but even when he's not at full pace, he is still a real threat on this pitch, and he is the man responsible for their 14-7 lead at half-time.
Wow.
How much did you get?
So Sappers, who scored first in this one, and then very nearly got two more. All three, in fact, through Seru Vaquita are the ones who will get us underway. And a good shot tackle coming in there, but LU7's keeping it alive, and not for the first time, putting in that little chip over the top through the boot of Kyle Bassett. However, with no Ollie Brown to chase on that far touchline, ball beats everyone to the line, and it will be a line out for the Sappers.
And so we've seen how much LU7s have enjoyed that kicking option in that first half with Brown, that running threat. He's not on the pitch anymore. So you can see here that this is the upshot of it. No one to chase, gives the Sappers the ball back, and they can try and grind their way back up the field.
Good field position here for sure. Cutting back inside. Big hit. Once again, using Komatai. He's been involved a lot and distributes out for the score through the hands of Taravisa, running into the corner and getting Sappers close to level pegging again.
Oh, he just found that outside edge, didn't he? In a little half step and he was gone. Great try from the Sappers, perfect start to the second half.
And it will be Komatai. All his experience to attempt this conversion. It looks good. It looks very good. It is 14 all in this one. The Men's Open Cup final here, the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. Is anybody's game hanging in the balance. Two converted tries apiece. And Komatai thumps the restart down into the 22. Bassett fires it long. Oh, and that is a sumptuous bit of play. Just dropping the ball off. And Oscar Busby is going to go and go and go here. Who's he got in support? Bunce is there. Doesn't use them in the end. Into contact himself and ball lost. Sappers are coming away with it. Penalty to the Sappers. Not releasing is the call. They'll go quickly. Shifting the ball wide now to try and create the overlap while the LU7s are still narrow. Komatai. In a good offload, and this could be a try-scoring opportunity. Really well worked back by Jake Rawcliffe to put in that covering tackle, and absolutely dusted there as he tried to pick and go from the ruck. Here is Busby once again. Has he got any running left in him after that last effort? Ball goes forwards, and you know, I think Will Nielsen might not be too disappointed by that. He's rubbing his hamstring as he walks back to where the scrum will be. He would have been very isolated on this near side, Harry.
He would have been, with players tracking him down as well. Busby, that was a tired pass, wasn't it? That was a man that was still sucking in air after that break a few minutes ago. And the Sappers, they're not going to mind this. They're getting the opportunities given to them. They're not having to fight hard. They're just able to draw these mistakes. But LU7's holding in the fight. This is a big defensive shift coming up now.
And the ball eventually finding its way out on the LU7 side. So Sappers have to switch to defensive mode, and especially so given Ollie Brown is back on the field for LU7s. Just been kicked up on that far side, slightly obscuring the view of play, but I can tell you that through it all, the LU7s continue to march forward and gain the penalty as well. That's it, looking for options. Manages to offload with a Sappers player wrapped around his bootlaces. Bassett again now. On to Rendell. Rendell looking for the hard line that Nielsen was running. It's a little bit too in front, so he had to hold on to the ball, got thumped as a result. Nielsen is now in possession. Bassett about to be upended there. Harris, the captain, feeds it back in field. Sappers tracking their way over defensively really well. Brown, with wonderful distribution, creates this try for Theo Lowe. I mean, Brown has been phenomenal on the ball going over the line, but that was just so calm and nonchalant. Create the space and another try for LU7.
Oh, it was wonderful, wasn't it? If he's not scoring, then he's creating. And if LU7s are able to hold on and seal this title, I think there'll be 13 other men that will be giving Ollie Brown a huge pat on the head, because he has been instrumental. You can see how much they struggled when he wasn't on the field. He's come back on for these last few minutes, and again, he's changed the game.
Conversion missed, 19-14. So, still a chance for Sappers as the shadows lengthen and time ticks down in this men's Open Cup final. A converted try would be enough to steal it at the death. Busby gets some height on that one. Well taken by the Sappers. Tamatai distributes. The first tackle busted through. Tunalia and the offload. Backwards signals the referee. Seru Vaquita. Seru Vaquita! He scored one, he's nearly scored two. He won't believe this until he hears the referee's whistle and looks back to see the arm up. He does score on this occasion. 2 tries for him in this match. This one once again under the posts, meaning that the conversion will put the Sappers back in the lead.
Massive moment, massive individual play. When it gets to those championship moments, you want your players that are your big hitters to stand up, be counted. Sarah Rakavula did that just there. Crucial conversion, and they're 2 points to the good entering into the final minute of this one.
The result of this match, I feel, depends on the actions of Sarah Vakula and Ollie Brown in this closing moments. The 2 game breakers on the pitch for either side, on opposite touchlines. Who can be the man to step up and seal this game for their team? Just 2 points between them. Brown is on the ball now, breaks that tackle, gets away from the first and then the second. Offloads out to Busby. Looking for contact is Theo Lowe, and still managing to carry it forwards. Brown is there at scrum half. On to Busby. He has made a difference since he's come on as well. Brown, now we could see him run at Sarah Vakula. Flung into touch, in fact, but only after he's offloaded it. Still the LU7s have possession. Still, they find themselves 2 points behind, but they are in control of their own destiny. Or they were till Kyle Bassett put boot to ball. It's worked before. Can it work this time? Left behind, over the touchline. The shouts go up from the Sappers on the sideline. Now from the Sappers on the pitch as well, as the referee's whistle rings out around the ground here at Bury St Edmunds. LU7s collapse to the ground. That game was theirs for so much of that match, and because of the interventions of Ollie Brown, they so nearly did it. But in the end, Saru Vakula broke through one last time, went under the post, converted his own try, and seals a 2-point win in this men's Open Cup final for the Sappers.
It's a brilliant match, a brilliant result for the Sappers, and Saru Vakula is the hero. It came down to the conversion in the end, but LU7s, there's some battered, tired bodies making their way back over to the other side. That was a thrilling, thrilling final, and if that is anything like what we've got in store for the last 2 games of the day, then we're going to be in for an absolute treat.
Yeah, don't you go anywhere at home. We have the Women's Elite Cup final coming up next, followed by the Men's Elite Cup final. 2 absolutely engrossing contests to come, which just as Harriet says, I'm sure we will see the same kind of theatre we had there. Sappers, the Men's Open Cup champions here at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens 2025.
What number is that? Number 8. No, number 8. Number 8, you'll see the fight.
Well, here we go then. No rest for the wicked. Underway in the Women's Elite Cup final between Vaquita, Hammerheads and Shogun. Well, for Shogun, it was the late show to get here. A last gasp victory over the Lilian Amazons. Vaquita Hammerheads, well, they put in a show-stopping performance to dismantle Hong Kong China in the second semi-final. And it almost rolls off the tongue by now, doesn't it, in the Lit Super 7 series. Shogun in another elite final. A new opponent to face this time. And they've got the ball early doors. Rampton, the dust starting to kick up as the knock-on gives Vaquita Hammerheads an opportunity here, and they get the ball out. They found their skipper, Lou Burgess. She's got the ball in. She's accidentally nutmegged one of her players with the pass, but they've tidied it up. They're going again, the Hammerheads. Big carry comes in from Jenny Herring. And now there's space. Oh, it just had to go to hand, but it's been picked up. Second time of asking. Thornhill finds the space, dots it down. Vaquita Hammerheads 5-0 up at the start of this Women's Elite Final.
Electric start to this one. Vaquita Hammerheads showing that just because they are up against Shoguns does not mean they're going to be bowed. They're not going to come into this one thinking the game is a foregone conclusion, and creating something with real brilliance there to get over for the first score.
Great try, great conversion actually as well. 7-0 to the good. We are going to have a bit of time off here. There's a Shogun player down in the backfield stretching out. Can't tell if that's cramp or something else. A bit of a niggle that's been picked up at the end of the day. We're just counting. They've not made a substitution yet, so I think they are hoping. Oh no, they are making that substitution now. So sadly, that player down on the far side, we can't quite see who it is, will be leaving us. This is a big moment, a big 20 minutes for Vaquita Hammerheads. They're Hammerhead Sharks. Their second side are in the plate final going on behind us at the minute. They've just gone over for an early score in that one. And that looks like it's Jazz Rampton on that far side. Applause from the opposition as she makes her way off the field, but a real focal point for everything this Shogun side tries to do. She's a big loss if she's not able to make her way back onto the field.
Yeah, you need everyone on the pitch that you possibly can do who is a potential game breaker. So big loss early on in this one when they're looking to build on that lead.
So the change has been made. Rampton is off the field. Greenway takes it quickly, gets the pass away, and Shogun looking to go route one. Mile, well, that is some work from the number 6 for Vaquita Hammerheads. Makes a tackle, gets up, makes the next immediately after, but then she gives away the penalty. Two great bits of work undone. But some slightly sloppy work at the breakdown, and Shogun opting for a scrum. We saw this in their semi-final against the Lilian Amazons. They really back themselves at the set piece, and they want to take teams on physically, not just out wide, and it's how they've got themselves into this position of yet another final.
Yeah, it's good to see the scrum kind of coming back into the game like this as an option. Quite a few teams today have been favouring it when they've been awarded the penalty. Obviously a good opportunity to tie up as many players in one place as possible before you look to spread the ball wide.
So what have Shogun got for us? Betchel got the ball out. Hennessy gets smashed but frees the hands, and Shogun are going to race away on the far side, get it as close to the sticks as they can. Right back in the game. It looks like it's the danger woman again, Marmelina, the Spanish Sevens international, who has gone over for her side, and that's the threat that this Shogun team carry.
I mean, anyone looking to learn how to play good Sevens rugby should watch that one back. It's simple stuff from the scrum, absolutely textbook, straight lines, distribute out to the winger and let them go round. Make sure you got the pace there, almost impossible to stop.
Conversion was good as well. So we are tantalisingly poised again. Still very early doors in this Women's Elite Cup final. That is a huge, huge kickoff, and you could see there underneath that, well, Hannah Thornhill was waiting for it to come down, come out through the sun that's starting to get a little bit lower. And in the end, a sensible option just to stop and let that one bobble into touch. Line out time for her side. Burgess rises highest. And they look to try and get the ball moving now again into the hands of one of their main threats today, Thornhill. Been tidied up in the tackle by Molina. And there's Mile. Checks and goes. Decides route one and the offload's the way to go. And now she's chasing after this kick through, putting the pressure on, but from an offside position. And Shogun with a gilt-edged opportunity here to try and get themselves on the front foot. And again, they're opting for the scrum. Huge confidence and conviction in their pack. And I wonder if they've got a couple of set plays lined up off the back of the scrum, because we've now seen them call that twice from 2 penalties.
Oh, why wouldn't you? It worked so well last time, and they've got the momentum with them. Momentum's all about stringing together good things after good things. They had the penalty, they scored off the scrum, they had a good restart. That put the pressure on the Hammerheads down at that end of the pitch, and now they'll go again off this one.
Oh, they will, and it was a textbook tackle, but Hennessy picks up the offload, ducks under the first tackle, hauled down at the second time of asking, but Shogun still powering up towards the line. But there is a Hammerhead wall meeting her, holding her up, forcing the turnover. Well, we talked about textbook attacking rugby a few minutes ago. That is how you stop a try and wrestle possession back.
I mean, I still remember the Ireland-Australia 2011 Men's World Cup game where Ireland just suffocated Australia with the choke tackle, and ever since then it's just been such a good weapon for teams to use. That was a perfect example of it there from the Hammerheads.
Brilliant work, but they are still in that proverbial coffin corner. Got to get the ball out under pressure. And they do come forward first time round, spinning, pirouetting out of the tackle. And Burgess again steps in at playmaker, flings the ball wide. Oh, big, brutal collision, and you can hear the crowd on that far side getting involved. They enjoyed that one, but the knock-on comes in. And you can see what the Hammerheads are trying to do, but they're just not able to get out of their 22 here at the moment. Shogun are putting them under all sorts of pressure. And they've got this weapon in the scrum that they're going to look to use again. And don't want to say it, but this feels like a case of when, not if, Shogun are going to get their second try.
Yeah, I mean, familiar position here, scrum in a promising point on the field. feeding out to the backs, and you would not be surprised if Shogun find a way over from this point.
Hennessy, well, her options were narrowed down very quickly, so she had to get the ball back out to her teammates, and Greenway somehow managed to get the ball free to Bethan Adkins, and Adkins adds the try, puts her side into the lead. Wales under-20s international, and she's put her side ahead. Sometimes you need experience, but you can't beat a bit of youth if you need to get a moment in a final.
Yeah, I mean, that one did not come as easily for Shoguns as the previous one. They had to work a little bit more for it. The Hammerheads doing really well defensively. But what was great to see was the heads-up rugby from the Shoguns, scanning left and right, looking to see where the gaps were, not just sticking to their same old script. And that is how they've managed to get themselves over and get themselves into this lead at half-time.
That's a crucial try right before the break. A crucial conversion from Courtney Greenway to edge her side ahead. It's been coming, I think it's fair to say, but it's only a one-score gap at the break. Vaquita Hammerheads, they had that one shot, that one try, but they're certainly not out of this, but they are going to have to chase in the second 7 minutes. Half-time messages passed on, instructions hopefully adhered to. And 7 minutes between these two sides and the Elite Cup title here in Bury St Edmunds. Back underway, Shogun with a narrow lead. Plucking that one out of the sky was Greenway. Reminder that Shogun are having to do this without their go-to player, Jazz Rampton, in that first half. She went off early doors, but they've got a breakaway here, and now it's a foot race. Mile is chasing, but she's not going to get there. Shogun continuing to fly forwards here, and Anwin Owen goes under the sticks, bides her time, kills a few seconds on the clock, and Shogun strike first at the start of this second half.
Picking up exactly where they left off in that first half, and it's now going to be a bit of a hill to climb for Vaquita Hammerheads. Does look to be a script that we know very well in the Lit Super 7 series as far as Shoguns are concerned.
Work to do for Vaquita Hammerhead. Shogun, you look at this team and you're sitting there, you're seeing Spain Sevens, Wales Sevens, Germany Sevens, Dubai International Sevens winners, Jamaica Sevens. It's packed with talent across the board. And then you look at the players that aren't here this weekend as well, the likes of Seren Singleton that have been on the circuit with Shogun this season. It's an embarrassment of riches to be able to choose from, really, isn't it?
To me, it just shows the strength in the women's game now. It's come on so much in the last 10 or 20 years. And to have the same kind of talent in the sevens game as we've got in the 15s, it's just brilliant to see.
It is, and plenty of these players on both pitches have been carving up in the 15s game too. Louise Burgess, formerly of Exeter Chiefs, played for them in their debut season in, well, it was then the Premier 15s, now the PWR, but she is hauled into touch on that far side. She's the captain for this Vaquita Hammerheads side. She is one of their go-to players. And again, one of those that doesn't do anything flashy, doesn't do anything over the top, but is that glue player that you need in every single team. In the scrum, goes up at line out, steps in at first receiver, and her side are going to need her to try and put in a big effort here to haul them back into it.
Yeah, when you've got a team like that leading by example, you just can't help but follow it. It really does inspire you and make such a difference.
Well, talking about inspiration, it's an inspirational break down the far side. Nobody is going to get near Shogun. They are racing away to the title now at Bury St Edmunds. They were down on the scoreboard at the start, but my, have they made up for it since. Courtney Greenway, what a tournament she has been quietly having. She sort of started consistently 6, 7 out of 10 performances, has really grown into this match now, and without Rampton on the field, she's stepped up for her side and then some.
Yeah, and a member of that Gwalia Lightning side that had a really stellar Celtic Challenge campaign this year, leading the charge as far as the 2 Welsh teams were concerned, and right in the mix until the very end. Can see why with players of this quality.
Oh, you can. The conversion drifts wide, but Shogun have got a commanding lead in this final now. And it's all to do. I feel like Rampton is going to give this a go. She's back on the field. And down below us again, it's becoming a bit of a theme now, with teams blaring the music as they start to walk past us. Bit of Greatest Showman going on. Well, this has been a great show here in the women's final. Vaquita Hammerheads still right in the fight. They're not going to go down without having another say in this one, but they've left themselves a huge uphill battle. They have got a penalty though. Shogun coming straight through illegally. Take your pick of it in the side or hands on the floor there. Doesn't really matter. And Vaquita Hammerheads calling for the scrum. We're still being serenaded with some of that music behind us as Vaquita Hammerheads look to come forward to show and to go. Now the offload comes in. Holly Walsh on the ball, powering forwards, but she's been stripped in contact. And a knock on the floor gifts Shogun possession back. Feels like the women in black and white, I was going to say, can put one hand out and touch that trophy now, probably 1.5 hands. They're getting incredibly close.
But I mean, you can see the difference that separates them as champions from some of the other teams, and that they've not let up at all. They know that that trophy is theirs, barring a massive meltdown, and yet they are still playing as though it's all in the balance.
And that's what you want in your side. You don't give up until the end. You want to keep attacking until the end. Try and put another nail in the coffin, and that's what they're doing here. There's a foot race on the outside, so they've had to check back inside. Hennessy loops that one over the top, but there was a penalty coming her side's way anyway. Offside, the call, and I think be remiss of me as well, considering we've just seen her make her way on to the field, if we didn't say a very happy 18th birthday to Vaquita Hammerheads Amelie Blériot. Not a bad 18th birthday, is it? Playing rugby with your mates in the, well, it's sun now, and the result not going the way her side want, but personally I can't imagine a much better birthday, chucking a rugby ball around all day.
Yeah, well, she must be in the middle of her longest summer holiday of all time at the end of her school days. So yeah, pretty good birthday, and I'm sure that her team, regardless of the result on the pitch, will be celebrating with her tonight.
They certainly will. And as you said, probably the longest summer off that she is going to have. It's all non-stop from here. And then when you leave uni, there just is no summer. But not to put a dampener on things, because it's Shogun at the moment continuing to come forwards with ball in hand. They've been commanding, but they're going to give away the penalty, holding on the call. Burgess doesn't take that one from the mark. And now here come Vaquita Hammerheads. An inside pass from Smelina, the Swedish Sevens international number 13 on that far side. But Shogun are just making such a nuisance of themselves at the breakdown, and the referee says they're fine to compete. And compete they do. Title secured in fine fashion here at Bury St Edmunds. Shogun, well, Lilian Amazons took the spoils over them last time out at Harpenden. They have made amends here. A wonderful performance. Lost that match in the group stages, came back in, sealed the victory, and they are worthy, deserved winners here in Bury St Edmunds today.
Yeah, I mean, this surely the greatest year yet for women's rugby, and what an honour to be able to add your name to the list of women's rugby superstars in the UK this year. So much to look forward to with the Rugby World Cup just around the corner, but for now, the moment belongs to the Shoguns.
It does. Congratulations to Shogun. Yet another title in an incredible lit Super 7 series for them. There's just one game to go in the day, one game to go in the series. It's the Men's Elite Cup Final. It's the British Army against the Preseli Barbars, and that is coming up in just a few moments' time.
If you're local to Bury St Edmunds, you'll see Oxfam Nextlot are playing in the late final against the Green King. That's on pitch number 2. That's the Blackpool team.
With the Men's Elite Division Cup Final kicking off, I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Chris Folk, Chief Operations Officer of Army Sevens Rugby. Chris, great to have you alongside. We'll come to you in just a moment. It's Preseli Barbars who start the hottest here, racing all the way down to the line. Not the start you'd have liked to see, Chris, but try scored for Preseli Barbars. They were absolutely sublime in the semi-final. Of course, winners last time out, the National Pub Sevens, and they are eager to go back-to-back here. Conversion to come, but yeah, Chris, welcome to the commentary box. Thank you for joining us for this cup final.
Thanks very much. Good to be at the Bury St Edmunds beach rugby competition. So we've got history with Preseli. Beat them at Shelford a month ago in the final, 19-12. They've obviously beat us in the pool stages today. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
No love lost between these two teams, but what a setting to contest this final. The stands packed out, the sidelines absolutely crammed with spectators. This is the big dance to finish the day. The final round of the Lit Super 7 Series 2025, at the end of which we will crown our series winner as well as the victors of the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. Preseli Barbars regaining their own restart, forcing their way down into the Army 22, looking to go on that short side, trying to escape the attentions of the defence. Just being kicked up around, and it's Al Wilkins forcing his way one more time over the line. Player of the tournament 2 weeks ago, and he's having a hell of a stormer here today as well.
He is indeed, isn't he? And you know, we haven't touched the ball yet, and we need to address that pretty quickly.
Kick to come, just grazes the post and ends up the wrong side of it as far as our Welsh team down below are concerned. But a 10-0 lead just minutes into this cup final. And as you pointed out, still to get your hands on the ball from the Army point of view. There we go. Safely snatched by Benuve. And quickly moved away from the ruck. Nice goose step. Back inside, as so often is the way. Searching now to try and find where those holes are. Cutting out the runners, but through goes Diamond. Up to the Barbars 10-metre line. Can he hold on to the ball at the breakdown? Penalty to the Barbars.
Yeah, they were very good there in their defence. They're very streetwise, the Barbars, and you know, they deserve their lead at the moment.
Flipped out here. Playing into the setting sun. Not making things easy for the Barbars. But they look to be doing anything but struggle at the moment. Really beautiful lines run, but some afters off the ball there. It's not so good to see from Benuve and Griff Tuff. Few punches thrown.
Yeah, we don't like to see that, do we? And I've got to say, credit to Michael Tutty and his team. The match officials have been absolutely excellent at this competition, and they, you know, really deserved.
So the referee, having split the two teams up, is now just going to consult with his assistant referees to see what they saw there. Play had continued on, and the referee had gone with it when Benuve and Tuff, Benuve having made the tackle on Tuff, and took a bit of an objection to something that happened afterwards. And a couple of punches were thrown. So we'll see now how the referee's going to deal with this one. Of course, we are not connected up to the referee's mic, so not sure what discussion he's had with his assistant referee. A card is coming out. A red card is out. So the British Army are going to win the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. They're going to have to do it from 6 men from here on out, Chris.
Yes, it's going to be exceptionally difficult now, isn't it? You know, all the cards are stacked in Preseli's favour at the moment.
And when you have the extra man advantage, it makes it that much easier to go around the outside, especially when you've got a set of wheels on you like that. Try number 3 for Preseli Barbars. And the Army will need to come up with a pretty quick answer if they're to do anything to keep themselves in this cup final.
Yeah, making full advantage of the Army not having a sweeper there, and you know, very clever rugby by Preseli.
Conversion scored. 19 points to 0 now. No, sorry, 17 points to 0. That's their first conversion they've knocked over, grazing the post on the previous attempt.
Let's go, Izzy! Let's leave a mark!
And it will be Ilya George to get us back underway. Ball going high into this evening sky. Well picked up by Callum Coxley, and it is all one-way traffic at the moment. Barbars setting themselves up for another assault on the Army 22. Just leaving them all behind there is the only thing that stands between the Army and seeing the Barbars go over for a fourth score. You may well hear the crowd behind us going absolutely mad for Oxfam Next Gen on pitch 2. And Boom Beavers, their opposition there. Oxfam Next Gen with a lot of Bury St Edmunds players in their side, so many friends and family down to cheer them on today. Scrum for the Army. Of course, only 2 players outside of that scrum, given the red card earlier on. It is a penalty for the Army. kind of thing that they will need at this point in time to break out the 22. SEVENS, who had an absolutely stunning semi-final, try-scoring performance, trying to find his way, gives up the penalty. Barbars will come again through George, the long pass. Oh, and then a big hit combining together Ratu Kedreu.
Let's go!
And some more afters off the ball. And this becoming a bit of a theme of the game.
Same again, Army!
The Army do not want to do anything else to attract the ire of the referee. Already hard enough, one player down. Now outside the 22, now turned over, however, and Barbars can come again, and this is going to look all too easy for them, scoring in the corner, and it's become a real scrap now. Players from both sides running in. This is not at all what we want to see in the cup final. Frustrating, of course, for the Army to be a player down, to be 4 tries down. There's no reason for Barbars to get drawn into this when they have all these points and all these tries on the board.
Disappointing, isn't it? You know, I can understand the frustration from the Army. You know, it's their own fault that they're down to 6 people, and it's just not nice to react like that. Not good to see, I'm afraid.
Let's go, Army!
It's not going to reduce the deficit at all. It's not going to get points on the board. They really need to take a pause, regather themselves, recompose, stick to the rugby. Both teams going a long way away from the referees here, perhaps both sets of players wanting to do their best to avoid any more cards being shown in their direction. Barbars do, of course, have the try, and we're waiting for the conversion. The referee is calling over Joshua Seva. Before this kick is taken, he's now calling one of the players from the Preseli Barbars over as well. It's a yellow card for Seva. The Army down to 5. And another yellow card as well. This one for Preseli Barbars. So it's going to be 6 on 5 when we eventually return to play. As we say, conversion still to come. 22-0. And that's how it remains at half-time. So, all the scores, all the running, Preseli Barbars so far. The only running that the Army's really managed to do is, unfortunately, to the sin bin, Chris. But is there any path back for them in this second half?
It's going to be exceptionally difficult, and if I'm very honest, I don't think there is. You know, Preseli Barbars are a class act, and they've just shown, you know, what they're capable of doing. You know, well deserved to be in the lead.
22-0 for the Barbars. The second half of this Men's Elite Cup final, just moments away.
one might get a bit feisty, mightn't it?
Well, I can't believe I'm saying this. It's a bit of sweet thing to say, but there is just 7 minutes left of Sevens rugby here at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens today. It's been a wonderful day of rugby across 3 competitions: men's elite, men's open, and of course the women's elite that you just saw Shogun's win just a few minutes ago. Wonderful competition, that one. Shogun's crowned as series champion as a result as well. The Army, now we finally do see them on the attack, playing 5 against 6 in what is meant to be a game of sevens, and it is the strength of Apalisiwara that forces them deep now into the Preseli Barbars half. And still they go as the dust flies up around the ruck. Good counter there from the Barbars. Lots of work having to be done by the Army. So difficult to play the game of sevens at the best of time, but when you've only got 5 players on the field, it becomes another thing altogether. Good chase, oh well, so nearly a good chase. He just wasn't able to make the tackle at the end, and it's just a foot race now, and it's a foot race that is going to be won by Ned Bennett, who's had an exceptional day for Preseli Barbars. Nothing that Peter Waka can do running after him, and a wonderful try for Bennett.
Great skill and speed by him. Yeah, thoroughly deserved there. I think this is a game too far for us.
But at this point in the day, Chris, to have the pace, to have the stamina, to track back on that kick in the corner, clear it up under pressure, avoid the tackle from a Fijian absolutely pacing at you, and then go the length of the field, that's nothing short of incredible.
It's incredible stamina, isn't it? It really does show how conditioned these guys are. Yeah, a real credit to them. They should be very proud of themselves.
Barbars now, their 5th try of this one. Trying to regain the restart. Lost forwards initially by the Army, then by the Barbars. So it will be a Barbars scrum. Of course, while this may be the final leg of the series in both the women's and men's elite competitions, it is not the final event of the Lit Super Sevens year. That will come in 2 weeks' time, a standalone event at Wasps FC in West London, where we'll see loads of teams and actions across all 5 competitions that the Lit 7 series encompasses. Preseli Barbars, if they can continue in this rich vein of form that they found in the last 2 tournaments, then they will be ones to watch there. It's going to be an enjoyable trip back to Wales for them tonight, having won this one. And maybe they'll see what Bury St Edmunds has to offer in terms of nightlife to celebrate before that. Good.
We'll be at London as well, so we look forward to renewing our rivalry with a lot of the teams that were here today.
Not one to be missed, whether you're following along on the stream at home or whether you're going to get down to Wasps yourself to soak up all the fun of the festival and really immerse yourself in the Sevens party culture. Of course, it will be beautiful weather, Chris, because it's July, it's in England, we can guarantee that, can't we?
Of course we can, yes. We're not expecting any cloudbursts like we had at Shelford a month ago.
The weather's just about held fine for us today. A few times that the clouds did fill the sky. A couple of times where rain threatened to set in, but we're ending in beautiful summer sunshine here, shining on the backs of what look to be the eventual winners of this men's elite tournament here, the Preseli Barbars. But the British Army not giving up. Back up to 6 players now, with Barbars back up to 7. Doing everything they can to try and regain some pride in this game and finish on a high. as Saver fires forward onto the 10-metre line. And they immediately ship it wide to the left-hand side, and a break coming in from Josesi. Now Loloa. Still they move forward, just about keeping that ball on the right side of the ruck as far as they are concerned. Diamond with a long pass. Stutter step from Salu. Pulls it back to Diamond. He clears up that bouncing ball. Flat pass. Bit too flat. Cheers go up from the contingent watching on the platform above. They had a perfect view for that one, even if the referee was inclined to let play continue at first.
Yeah, right call there by the match official again. Mr. Tutty, you and your boys have done a great job today.
A few more changes being rung by the Army. A name that we've not called a huge amount in this game yet for Preseli Barbars is that of Lloyd Wilkins. Player of the tournament last time out, had a sterling semi-final. He's been class all day for the Barbars. Can he have a final say in this big dance? And the kick forward coming in again from Ned Bennett. He scored that wonderful try just a few minutes ago. Now the man responsible for Barbars going from their own 22 to the Army's 22. And still they are moving forward here. Lloyd Wilkins is, of course, involved. On to Amir Chiwawalti, and he will pin his ears back for the corner. Try number 6 for Preseli Barbars, as the referee checks his watch to see how much time is left in this one. A great celebration from the Barbars in the corner there, and really the icing on the cake now.
I think so, yeah. I think, very streetwise, Preseli, using the extra man's advantage. Not much the Army can do it in the end, and very well deserved Preseli Barbars. I tip my hat to them. Well done.
Wilkins will head back to attempt this conversion. As Walty just takes a well-deserved moment to catch his breath. That kick just misses the post, and that is all there is in this cup final in the men's elite division. Preseli Barbars running out champions. British Army not able to cross, but playing so much of that game with 6 players and a fair amount of it with 5 as well. It's always going to be hard to do. Preseli Barbars did not need any extra help. They did get it, and they are deserved champions of the men's elite division here, the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. Chris, a word on the performance they put in this week and last week to end the season on such a high.
Yeah, worthy winners, and I'm proud of my team. Both of these teams now have played 6 grueling games, but at the end of the day, Preseli Barbars, best team on the day, without a doubt.
Welsh champions 3 times in a row, and they are going to be finishing in the business positions of the Lit Super 7 Series for 2025, so potentially bigger honours even than the Welsh champions to come for them in the future. For now, they must be content with winning the final 2 tournaments. But the team that don't have to just be content with winning the final 2 tournaments, the team that can be content with winning the entire series, Chris, are of course the British Army.
Yes, exceptionally proud for them. These guys are all serving soldiers. They're back to work, doing their duties on Monday, serving their country. So, pride and passion, as we say, for our lads. And, we look forward to 2 weeks' time at London, and we'll see you all there.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Chris. I'll let you go down to enjoy the celebrations with the Army. Enjoy the evening. For those of you who are around and about, the trophy presentations will shortly be taking place here at Bury St Edmunds RFC. Of course, to recognise the winners in the men's open competition, the Sappers; in the women's elite competition, the Shoguns; and then Preseli Barbars, who, of course, as you've seen, have gone back-to-back, winning the National Pub Sevens, and now winning the Bury St Edmunds Sevens as well in a comprehensive and dominant display. They will also be awarding the titles for the series champions as well. In the women's elite, that title goes to Shoguns, winning here on the day, winning the series overall, whereas the British Army, who came up one short in this final here, will still take home the series crown. From myself, Will Shepherd, from Harry alongside me, and from Wilf and Archie and Chris, who've also joined on commentary, thank you very much for watching today. Thank you for following along at home. We do hope you've enjoyed it, and we do hope you join us again next time in 2 weeks at Wasps for the final event of the Lit Super Sevens Series 2025. Take care.